Hello and welcome to the 2022 Super High Roller Series Europe. We are in Northern Cyprus at the beautiful Marriott Royal Hotel, Casino and Spa. And we have quite the final table for you. Event number 2 on deck. It's the $50,000 short deck, and take a look at this final table. I am David Tuckman, Brent Hanks alongside me, but who cares about us? Because look at these final 6 players. Brent, I am drooling.
Well, we got the heavy hitters. Makita the Milkman Bodzakuski's got all the chips. GG Ambassador Jason Kuhn. And how about Ivey? Ivey. A little cup of coffee.
Ivey!
A side of Ivey.
Yeah, this is what a day. This is what they're playing for. $756,000 up top. It is going to be a special day here on our YouTube channel, on PokerGo YouTube. Thank you and welcome. And we're going to be here for the next few hours, having a great time. Brent Hanks, David Tuckman. What a day. Jason Kuhn, the Milkman, Phil Ivey, all the heavy hitters, as Brent Hanks just mentioned. Super excited about this one.
A little short deck
$50,000
today.
For those of you who are new to short deck, by the way, very simple game. We actually covered it yesterday for a little bit. We have covered it in snippets here and there on PokerGo, of course. Very simple game. We're playing Hold'em, but this deck has no deuces, no threes, no fours, and no fives. Very difficult to make a flush. Flushes are actually ranked higher than full houses in this game. There's a look at Liwai Kiat out of Malaysia. Bodziakowski, our chip leader, overwhelmingly the chip leader with 5.66 million. We'll tell you about how he got most of those chips in a short while. And there's the man, the legend that is Phil Ivey.
Ivey's been on an absolute tear in Northern Cyprus. Made 3 final tables during the Triton Series, and now he's making his first final table here as part of the Super High Roller Series. You can see
really
this
excited
game
about
is
this.
different than No Limit Hold'em, especially there's no small blind, there's no big blind. We are only talking about antes in play, but if you do look at those antes, you can think of them sort of similar as having so that one big blind sort of calculation, if you will. So 48 antes would essentially be the equivalent of having, say, 48 big blinds.
Oh, yeah. And if you're looking at it that way, we're thinking, wow, we're pretty deep then. I mean, if
Yes.
that's the calculation that you're looking at. Players tend to shove a little bit lighter in this game than they might in No Limit Hold'em. Loon is all in for $485,000. He is our short stack. That is Lun Loon, also out of Malaysia.
485. 485.
Out with the Queen 10. Now, from what you saw yesterday, if you watched our broadcast yesterday with Phil Ivey and some other Ali and the rest of those guys, you saw a lot of all-ins. You're going to see a few here, but because of ICM implications, there'll be a lot less. Players should play a little bit more carefully. We might see all-ins, but we might not see as many calls. The remaining 6 players here are guaranteed $105,000. As I mentioned, $756,000 up top. And what a final table we have here for you.
You mentioned earlier, Tuck, just before the broadcast started and we came on air, if Phil Ivey were to take this tournament down today, he would earn 453 PGT points, and correct me if I'm wrong, that would essentially put him neck and neck with Ali Mshurovich atop the PGT leaderboard.
Yes, according to my calculations, and I've just done this by going to pgt.com leaderboard. Ali Mshurovich has 1,493 points. A win here by Phil Ivey would put him at 1,492, 1 point behind, and we're just in April. Wow! I mean, you look at this this leaderboard here on the PGT leaderboard. Jeremy Osmus, Sean Perry, Sean Winter, Alex Foxton, Isaac Kempton, Ali, and now Phil Ivey.
180.
Ivey right now is currently 9th, and he is going to be almost definitely top 5 by the end of today. We all know that man right there, Stephen Chidwick. He's not Phil Ivey, but I think many people consider him probably a top 5 all-time player, all-around player, I should say. He plays all the games. He plays them all well. And so much respect in the poker community for Stephen Chidwick and what he has done and what he's able to do.
He is absolutely elite. Will go down as one of the best to ever do it. He has that sort of presence and vibe that Ivey also seems to carry with him. They see things that others don't. Everybody knows how good Stevie is. Chitty, chitty, bang, bang.
You know, I saw a thread on Twitter about poker players with table presence. And 3 at this particular table really strike me as just having that dominating table presence. And of course, Chidwick is one of those. Just big, looms over the table, can stare you down with the best of them. Ivey, obviously, so intimidating. And that man right there with the black hat who just moved all in, Jason Kuhn.
First one, always the biggest.
And ace-9 suited, a dangerous hand in short deck. Believe it or not, because the ace also swings low, you could essentially think of it as like having a 5 in your hand as well. It's a bit of a better hand than a hand like ace-10. Kuhn, considered to be, well, probably by many to be the top short deck player in the world. He has been studying this game, working very hard at it. Whenever a great player has a question, they'll often turn to Jason Kuhn looking for an answer when it comes to short deck.
2022 Super High Roller Series. This is event number 2. We're in Northern Cyprus at the beautiful, and I mean beautiful, Marriott Royal Hotel Casino and Spa in Northern Cyprus. Speaking of Jason Kuhn, you know, being a GG Poker sponsored player, also being on the Triton Tour, he has a lot of experience playing this particular game because this game is spread a ton on that Triton Series.
Yes. They love to play short deck. You're going to see a lot of limping and a lot of shoving. Great example of that happening right now as we speak. The Milkman comes in with the 6s, Ivey right behind with 2 10s.
Players will also, from what I've seen, players will limp in early position, that kind of old school play, the limp in an early position with aces to trap. They'll do that in this game a little bit more because limping is so cheap. And then the temptation to squeeze from out back is strong. So players do that a lot. How about quads for the milk? Man.
6 is not exactly a powerhouse in this game. Of course, that all changes when you flop quads.
Yeah, unfortunately for him, nobody has much of anything. Might be difficult for him to get a ton of value. We'll see how he goes about doing it. First time he checks. See who takes the bait. A lot of aggressive players at this table, and there's one of them.
And this is, believe it or not, reasonable by Kuhn, right? He is on the button. He had the auto ante in play on the button. He can have all of the 6s here, and he realizes not one player who entered the pot should have a single 6 in their hand. Now, the only candidate that is possible, clearly, which he's walked right into, would be pocket 6s.
Yeah, the only hand that you might see a player have, it would be like an ace-6 suited, limped in from late position possibly. But yes, you're 100% right. The player's in late position, the player on the button is the one who's going to have the 6 so much more often than any other player, especially Bodziakowski, who's in first position. I mean, he very rarely will have any 6s in that spot.
Yeah, I mean, maybe not even a 6 suited, right? I think Jason Kuhn's probably even eliminated that sort of holding, assuming that Bodziakowski would apply a lot of pressure with raises pre-flop. With these giant pay jumps out there, Right now, if Jason Kuhn were to bet again, he is strictly targeting a jack in his mind. Be looking to apply a ton of pressure with this picked up now diamond draw.
He could, I mean, Kuhn could triple barrel this. I could see that happening. I mean, we know Jason Kuhn is certainly capable of doing it. The guy's a beast. And if he puts Wojciechowski on just a jack, he could put a lot of pressure and just kind of tell the story that I have a 6. Now, if Kuhn happens to back into diamonds, he's got picked up a diamond draw here, then it's just good night, Jason Kuhn.
Yeah.
Because while a flush beats a full house, a flush does not peak quads.
Any diamond on the river would be an absolute disaster for Kuhn. Exactly what you said, Tuck.
And Wojciechowski, by the way, knows what's going on. He knows Kuhn is going to try to rep this 6. No reason to put any pressure on him. Let Jason Kuhn take the bait. And now Kuhn's got showdown value.
He does. And I also think Kuhn now getting called on this big fat bet on the turn, the alarms are going off thinking, oh, boy, did this guy just limp in with the 2 6s? Is that what I'm up against? Could he have had Jack-Jack as well where he just flopped a full house? Certainly a reasonable candidate as well.
Yeah, I think Jack-Jack is a really good call by you, Brent. I think that's a hand that you've got to be aware of, and I think Kuhn – I think at this point, Kuhn realizes, he goes, you know what, I can beat all those jacks that I tried to get to fold. I'm not getting Jack-Jack to fold. Let's just check this back. And I think in that particular spot, the damage was actually kept at a minimum because that was a really unfortunate flop and turn for Jason Kuhn. He could have gone broke on that one.
There was many rivers you would have put it in. Damn it, I just valued that, yeah.
That is a pile of chips. 52% of the chips in play already for Makita.
I'm not a tournament specialist, Brent, but I'm going to go on a limb and say that at any point of a tournament, it is good to have 52% of the chips in play. When you're 6-handed, it's really good.
That's remarkably hard to do.
I want to say hi to everybody in the YouTube chat. For those of you who are joining us on the Merit YouTube channel, welcome. For those of you joining us on the Luxon Pay YouTube channel, thanks for being here. And, of course, for those of you who are on the Poker Go channel, thank you. Make sure you hit that subscribe button. We are approaching the 250,000 Pot Dragon Crypto B. Thank you so much for being here. We're going to be here until we crown a champion, and then maybe beyond. Maybe. We'll see how it plays out.
Yeah, rumors swirling of a possible cash game to follow this final table. Who knows, Tuck?
Cash game? I got money?
Well,
you know what? You know what you don't need money for? You don't need money if you want to play Poker Go Hold'em. That's right. You can play free Texas Hold'em poker from the creators of High Stakes Poker, Poker After Dark, and more. You can be part of the show that helps shape the game with an authentic online poker experience. Poker Go Hold'em is available now on the App Store, Google Play, or by heading to pokergohold'em.com. So, Brent, if you could just tell us exactly what's going on here. I mean, you're the analyst. This would be great.
Right. Yeah. Well, we call this dark mode. Players just clearly must be taking a maybe a little tinkle time. There we go. We're back.
We got an all-in here from Lee Y. Kiat, once again from Malaysia. Ooh, Wojciechowski's got ace-queen. This is not a small all-in, but it's not
this
huge.
is a tough spot. Nikita's got a very nice hand, ace-queen. Obviously, in short deck, you're going to see this. People just will pick up premium after premium, considering half the deck has been removed. Wouldn't fault
Alan
Nikita
Kessler
for making the call here. The issue is when you have such an overwhelming chip lead, you almost want to keep your opponent short in a way to continue to abuse these ICM spots, but ace-queen good enough. Here we go.
And he's going to get it in there. This is a 2.6 million chip pot. Ace King versus Ace Queen. Two live suits for Badziakowski. Spades for Kiat. There's a queen and an ace and two spades.
Yeah.
Well, if you like drama, here it is. Kiat with 8 outs, looking for a king or a spade. You'll see there are a lot fewer spades out there.
Wow.
In short deck, it is very difficult to make a flush.
I'm not feeling that good about my call. But...
We made 2 yesterday, by the way, Brent.
How do you feel about it? Do you think you're going to get there?
I don't know.
Wow.
Game.
Another queen, and we very quickly say goodbye to Lee Wai Kiat. The Malaysian takes home $105,000 for his 6th-place efforts.
My deck reads are off today.
And a pretty dirty beat to be eliminated. 6th place, 6 figures though. Now we can go hop in event number 3. Got a couple bullets we can fire there, and Makita just running away with it right now.
8 million chips, just unbelievable performance so far for Makita Badziakowski. And if you're wondering how he got these chips, as we look at this GG Poker results page, he'll take home $105,000. 5th place, $168,000. So our bubble boy was none other than Carrie Katz. And Carrie, who had chips, by the way, with 7 players remaining, got into a situation with Badziakowski. Carrie had ace-king. Badziakowski tried to put some pressure on him, used the ICM, put some pressure on the 7th place. And Carrie's response was, I don't give, fill in the blank, about a min cash.
Gotta respect
Stuck it in
like
there.
you gotta respect it. You know, the ace-king suited was was El Jefe's holding. He put it in there. Could have been the chip leader if he had won that pot. Instead, he was out the door with $0. And it's Makita, the milkman, just absolutely dominating. And look at this, again with the pressure. King 6 off. He's going to put everybody all in. And Chidwick.
Well, now he the one thing about Badziakowski is he understands so well. He's been in this situation so many times. He understands how to put pressure on the medium stacks. And with him having as many chips as he has, and with Jason and with Lun Loon only having about 500,000, he can put a ton of pressure on everybody else. And the pay jumps are real. 3rd place, 336,000. 2nd place, 504,000. And 5th is 168. I mean, you're talking about real money there. And Badziakowski can just put pressure on these players, and you're going to see him do that over the next. I really
great example, by the way. Steven Chidwick throws ace-king into the muck. So, I mean, Tuck, that's a great ICM example. It's exactly what happened on the bubble yesterday where Carrie Katz said, screw it and put it in. He didn't care about the min cash. Here, Chidwick, understanding that Lun Loon is very short, between 400,000 and 500,000 chips over there. He just throws ace-king into the muck, understanding that the variance is simply too high. He's trying to ladder up, collect that money.
And I always say it's not sexy, but it's poker. I mean, you're talking about professional poker players, and we're talking about real money. I mean, the difference between 5th and 3rd is $160,000. That's just huge. We keep going back between euros and dollars. I'm assuming it's euros, but we're going to get clarification on that. Badziakowski once again raising, and you're going to see this. Certainly until Lun Loon gets eliminated, right?
Sounds about right, I think.
4, 5, 6, 7, 7.9. Yeah, 8 million.
And the one thing about this game,
That is a
and I
good
think
one.
people need to realize this, Brent, is that the equity is just run pretty close because there are no deuces, 3s, 4s, and 5s, because there are no blanks out there. Even if you have a hand as bad as, say, you know, 7-6, 8-6, you're not doing all that bad
Ace, please. Ace of diamonds.
against pretty much anything.
Straight flash draw.
The variance is just extremely high, and Chidwick No, again, we'll keep pointing back to that hand. Folding ace-king
Oh,
in that spot, I'm guessing, has to be correct as far as an ICM standpoint is concerned.
I mean, this is going to tell us a lot. Does Bodziakowski in first position? Remember, there are no blinds, as Brent pointed out. They're antes, so the first player to act, right there, just to the left of the button. And here he does this with queen 6. I mean, this is one of the worst hands in the deck. I mean, it is suited, but suited just adds maybe 1 or 2% to it. And Bodziakowski's just going to go, yeah, I'm just going to take it down. I'm going to make you pick up a huge hand. And he's just going to add 150,000, 150,000, 150,000 over and over and over again.
Oh, this is fun. He's just going to keep moving it in. Now 67% of all the chips in play.
Yeah, this is reminiscent of an event I covered back in, I want to say 2012. Trevor Pope, there was a 5K no limit hold'em and 8 max at the World Series of Poker, and Trevor Pope came in with about 80% of the chips with 8 players left. And he raised 17 hands in a row, and everybody just kept folding and folding and folding. And I get it, you know. You don't want to be the one to have to stand up to him. This is the guy who's going to do it, though.
very cheap.
Loon all in for his last 335,000 chips. He is on absolute vapors right now.
Yeah, and Kuhn might have – I think he's got an opportunity here where he can just simply move it in if he'd like. He's just going to make the call. Perhaps if someone wakes up, he can fold ace-jack. There's only one player behind him. There we go. Kuhn's in a great spot here now to eliminate Lun Loon.
Exact same hand I had last time.
Yeah, those medium stacks all kind of lumped together. Loon's tournament life on the line here. There's the ace. Both players hit that. Kuhn's kicker does play right now.
There's always a sweat in short.
Always.
Oh.
Not a sweat.
Third diamond out there, and Loon is drawing dead.
Queen, yeah.
No, yeah, you're right. Queen, he chops it. Good catch there, Jason. It is not a queen. Loon pairs his 7, and 2 pair over 2 pair, and our friend Lun Loon, the Malaysian, gone in 5th. He'll take home $168,000.
Lun Loon, early chip leader for much of day 1. Just couldn't get it going here at the final table. Came in short out the door, but was able to pick up one ladder spot. 5th place, not too shabby.
This is pretty amazing as we take a look at our GG Poker leader payouts. Lun Loon takes home $168,000. Our next elimination will take home $231,756 up top. Brent, we got 4 players remaining. Our 4 players remaining are Makita, Jason Kuhn, Phil Ivey, and Steven Chidwick. Are you kidding me?
4 of the biggest names, certainly, perhaps ever. Makita out of Belarus, the Milkman. He's got about 70% of the chips in play amongst these final 4. Chidwick's got a little work to do. He's our short stack.
Bad against Kiat 100% of the time. It's so funny when you call it ace queen. I had the exact same spot in the other short deck tournament, like very similar.
I see Alan Kessler, the Chainsaw, in the chat. What's up? Good morning, Chainsaw.
Wow, Chainsaw, cup of coffee. Huh, buddy? Where are he? Must be on the East Coast, Tuck. Rise and shine to all of our audience that are here in the United States. We've got a worldwide audience. Let Tuck and I know where you are tuning in from in the chat. We are live. We're able to talk right back with you folks.
And Chidwick's going to raise to 700,000. He puts in pretty much 75% of his chips in the pot.
Makita looks interested. Yeah, there's why. Ace Queen.
Yeah.
There's
We're gonna
really
get
no
all in
time
here.
to posture in this game. Makita had nothing to really posture about. He's just got the goods. You're going to see quick play.
So,
out of
Brent,
all
for our
these
viewers,
players.
try to explain why exactly is Chidwick raising 75% of his chips and not just moving all in? What's the purpose of this? I mean, is he thinking of folding it at any point?
Unlikely, David. You see this a lot from time to time. There is a world in which Chidwick puts 700 in, and Kuhn, Makita, Ivey all of a sudden go all in. Chidwick could fold to try and essentially move up the pay scale.
Wojciechowski does go with it. Chidwick makes the call. And it's ace-queen versus ace-9. Wojciechowski in the lead. Pot is $1.95 million. There's a queen. There's a 9. Both players hit their kicker.
7 or an 8 every time.
Chidwick drawing thin right now.
Remember that ace does go low, as Jason Kuhn just alluded to. That doesn't make a difference here on this run out.
Nope, neither player with a club in their hands. Chidwick needs a 9. 9-ball corner pocket, not going to happen. Jack of spades, and we say goodbye.
Don't jinx my flops, bro.
To Stevie Chidwick from the UK.
If I'm all in, don't.
Certainly one of the best players in the world. Eliminated in 4th place. He'll earn himself $231,000.
And they are just flying out of here. Now down to 3 as Makita knocks out another opponent. Just a pile of chips, and look at the remaining money, these payouts.
As Brent mentioned, I want to say good morning to everybody who's watching. Good evening, wherever you might be in the world, as we look at this GG poker payout. Chidwick takes home $231,000, $336,000 for the next player, plus, and now this is getting really, really big, 202 PGT points. So Ivey is now guaranteed 202 points.
Exactly. All right. Yep. Counting Annie.
Which guarantees that he will be top 5
That is a chip stack.
Wow.
by the end of this
The year
tournament.
is 2022, and Phil Ivey is top 5 on the PGT leaderboard. I never saw it coming, Tuck.
9.5 or something, yeah.
And he's still able to apply relentless pressure. Makita, Ivey the short stack. He's in there. He's going to gamble.
Nope.
Makita very
Ivey's going to
live
take an
here.
edge. Ivey's going to take an edge when he knows he's got one. He's not going to worry about laddering up one spot. He wants those
Sit here
chips.
quietly and watch these runouts.
And a ton of money on the line. Jason Kuhn just going to sit back and relax, understanding if Ivey were to be eliminated, he'd be accumulating hundreds of thousands of dollars.
Phil Ivey at risk here. Pot is just over $2 million. Queen, 9. Ivey still best. Ivey a 2-1 favorite. You can see that in the bottom left corner of your screen. Wojciechowski's outs up top. 7 of spades. That gives him more outs here. 10 and 8 or 6. For Wojciechowski's got 10 outs. 1 card to come. It's a 9, and the ace holds. Ivey with the full double up. And Wojciechowski's just tear through this table, halted for a moment
After the turn.
by none other than that man, Phil Ivey.
And the crowd just continues to go wild in northern Cyprus. You can hear the Ivey chants in the background. Ivey, Ivey, Ivey. It's an absolutely packed house, Tuck. Everyone's here to watch Phil Ivey
Both of you have 2 million.
No pressure
become
anymore,
victor once
folks.
again.
Just whatever. Nothing matters anymore.
Yeah, yeah.
I'll tell you something. Somebody that really was enjoying the last 10 minutes was Jason Kuhn. So Kuhn tried that bluff, and then he realized, you know what? Forget this bluffing thing. I'm just going to let everybody else move all in and let Makita take them all out. I'm going to ladder up, guarantee myself $500,000. So how about that? That's a good game plan.
That's amazing, too. I mean, we've been playing for a half an hour. Already have lost 3 players at this final table. It's just been boom, boom, boom. Non-stop action, which is what short deck will always deliver. Ivey now again all in.
How much is it?
Ooh.
We got ourselves a coin
Wojciechowski
flip,
picks up
likely
hands
for
after
Makita.
hands. Yeah, you'll see there,
nature
Ivey
of
at
the game.
51%. This is 50-50 essentially.
Can you restart the clock?
Leo P in the chat says, am I the only one shouting Ivey at home? No, you are not alone.
A great example of how different this game is, right? I mean, in no limit hold'em, we are absolutely snap calling with 2 jacks. Short deck, well, jacks can present a problem. Would not be surprised if Makita just threw it into the muck. Understanding that you're never better than a coin flip, really.
I mean, you think of the hands that Ivey's shoving here. What's the worst hand he shoves? Maybe an ace-9 type, ace-9 suited, and that's pretty much a coin flip, right?
Yeah, you know, he would certainly, I think, move in a couple of 9s or 10s. I don't know if it's every pair. You know, if Ivey had 6s, 7s, 8s, I'm not sure those are all ins. And there's a big fold, in a way, with a couple of jacks from our chip leader. The Milkman, it's not how he's earned them. He's been moving it in pre-flop and busting everybody, not calling it off.
Ace queen.
Yeah, that's his style for sure. Brent Hanks, David Tuckman here for the 2022 Super High Roller Series Europe. We're in Northern Cyprus.
Maybe somebody's out.
We are live. The beautiful Marriott Royal Hotel, Casino, and Spa. 3 of the best in the business battling for a $750,000 first place prize.
Well, we've seen Makita relentlessly applying pressure. 9-8 off, not exactly a great hand. Let's see what he decides to do here against Phil Ivey. And he's going to continue the assault. Look at this.
Yeah, just like you mentioned, he likes to be the shover, not the caller. So it is dollars. So they're playing for $750,000, $500,000, $504,000 for second, $336,000 for our next casualty. Jason Kuhn has had quite the past 12 months. A new father, won his first World Series of Poker bracelet in the 25K heads up. And he is back on the poker scene, dominating as he travels the world.
Quads he had. Shit's crazy.
Jason Kuhn has entered that class of superstardom in the poker world, a lot like this guy, Phil Ivey. GG certainly recognized the talents and what Kuhn brings to the game. They signed him right around the same time he won that World Series of Poker bracelet at the 2021 World Series of Poker. And a tremendous ambassador all around for this industry.
Oh, yeah, I could tell you stories for days about Jason Kuhn. I have so much respect for him as a person, as a poker player. But I will tell you this about him. I don't know how much God-given talent he has. And that's not an insult at all, because I don't know, and I think he'd be the first one to say this, I don't know if he's, from a talent standpoint, as good as Phil Ivey or a Phil Galfond or those kind of players. But I don't know if there's anybody who works harder than him and puts in the time that he does.
Certainly a testament
so impressive
to that hard work. Yeah, it really is. And we had a chance to catch up at the U.S. Poker Open inside our Las Vegas studio. And the final table was about to begin. I forget exactly all the players that were there. Some of the usuals, the Foxens, the Sean Perrys, the Ali Imsherviches. And you look around, everyone at that table, and even here today, it looks like this money's about to get in. Ace-9, Badzakuski, just going to grip and rip, apply pressure after Kuhn limps. But at these final tables, notice the physical fitness of today's player. Makita, good shape. Kuhn, obviously, just absolutely yoked. Phil Ivey, perhaps in the best physical condition of his life. What I'm getting at is Jason said he honestly thinks that he's responsible for what we've seen in the industry over the last 5 to 7 years with the best players in the world becoming physically fit. It's so important not only to be mentally sharp, always working on your game, but also the physical side as well.
Doesn't Kuhn have a prop bet where he has to run? I know he was a college runner, very athletic, obviously. Doesn't he have a prop bet where he has to run the same time that he ran when he was in college?
Yeah, something like that.
Yeah, which is, I mean, not that he's an old man, but, you know, for anybody who starts to get into their, you know, their mid to late 30s, you know how tough it is to be even remotely as athletic as you were in your early 20s.
The guy's just an absolute phenom.
For a second, by the way, I thought you were going to refer to the how physically fit the commentators were.
Well, it hasn't quite carried over to the commentary booth yet, Tuck, but, you know, maybe.
I'm sure it'll get there.
You and I will get in shape soon. Tough spot for Ivey, 210s again. So vulnerable in this game. Right into the muck. You could see he would have been in pretty good shape.
Yeah, I mean, that's the best case scenario. So when you think about Dziakowski's whole range there,
Same level or
it's just a really tough call off with 10s.
Good for me.
My apologies for going back between euros and dollars, but I have confirmed it is definitely USD. We're talking dollars here as we watch the Super High Roller Series Europe. 50K short deck event. This is event number 2. The ante is now 40,000. The button has to put in 2 antes. So you do the math and you realize there is 160,000 in dead money. Now the interesting thing about short deck, as opposed to say a small blind and a big blind and a big blind ante, is less players. There's actually less incentive to steal the pot. Yeah, you have to be more active because there's less players, but there's also less money in there to go after. You know, you play a full ring game. If you're playing 7-8 handed, there's a lot of dead money in there because there's all those antes. Brent Hanks, David Tuckman calling the action here. These players are in Northern Cyprus, battling, each of them bought in for 50,000.
Not 40.
We know Ivey's in there for at least 2 bullets.
And I believe Makita just ripped it through again, picking up another pot. So Ivey is our short stack, I believe, or is it Kuhn? I can't quite tell at the moment. They're very close. What I can tell you is that Makita has damn near all the chips. He's got to be knocking on the door of 75% of the chips in play.
Yeah, Kuhn's got 1.8 million, Ivey with 1.9 million. The difference between second and third, by the way, 170,000. So, you know, that's real money. Paul Dziakowski already decided what he's going to do, but he'll take his 12 seconds, not give off any timing tells.
We all knew what was coming. They say suited is pretty good. Ivey has nothing much to think about here with King 7. Although you can tell he's getting a little annoyed. He wants to start picking up some hands and getting it in.
I mean, look at this hand. So King 7 offsuit is a pretty trash hand in this game, and still, it's got 38% equity. Denying your opponent their equity.
He's thinking about here, yeah. There we go.
Denying your opponent their equity is just a huge part of this game. Mikita Batsukowski. I don't know. I mean, I certainly think that he is becoming more of a well-known player among poker fans, but I think to the casual fan, he's still somewhat of a mystery. Certainly on the high roller scene, everybody very familiar with him and how talented he is. He's been doing it for a while.
That's a great point. For all of us hardcores that follow the industry very carefully, yeah, we're familiar with Mikita the Milkman, Fish 123, online legend, an absolute animal, cash games and tournaments alike. But to the casual fans, they recognize a guy like Phil Ivey. They start to recognize the new guy, Jason Kuhn. Mikita flies under the radar, but he's not going anywhere. Mikita, an absolute crusher. And look at this. He's gone a different direction here. He didn't move it in with King 7. He just makes it 200. Perhaps that's good enough. He might get a little action here out of Kuhn.
Yeah, he certainly might. Kings are cheap, as all three players had a king in their hands. Yeah, Mikita's one of those players where we talked about yesterday. We talked about Ivey and what could he do at the World Series if he actually wanted to, if he was motivated. I think Mikita's in the same way. I mean, he plays these high stakes, so he probably doesn't want to play the small buy-in events. But if he wanted bracelets, if he just wanted to win those, I think he's one of those guys who could just pile them up. He's that good. What's going through these players' mind? I mean, if you're Jason Kuhn, what kind of hands do you think Badziakowski is limping in with?
Well, he made it 200,000, I believe. So
I'm sorry, limping in. I meant not sure, not
certainly, a different strategy. I don't know how Kuhn is adjusting to that, but it looks to me like
150.
he's going to always face big decisions. Here it is, 150, just middle pair and quick fold with the 10. Mikita having his way. Doesn't matter what he does. He's just dragging every pot.
Yeah. Mikita approaching 10 million in chips. Thanks for the love in the chat. I appreciate it. I love Cincinnati.
I like
Joe
Cincinnati
Burrow.
chili.
There you go. I don't think I've ever had chili in Cincinnati. Am I missing out?
I had it at an airport once. It was very good. I don't really know what they do with the chili that's any different in Cincinnati, but they call it a Cincinnati chili.
Well, I mean, if the chili in the airport is good, I got to try it in the city then. Find the spot.
Yeah.
All in here from Ivey.
Chili, Tuck.
In your account, please.
Here we go. Fair fight, 50-50. Ace-jack. Now, Mikita folded 2 jacks earlier. Similar spot here with ace-jack. The roles were reversed. I'd be more curious to see if Ivey would be calling it off with king-queen suited, but that is not the situation here. Mikita now facing an all-in from Ivey. You'll see this a lot.
Tank on this one.
Big hands facing big decisions and eventually making big folds. I would not be surprised if Mikita once again threw this hand right into the muck.
Well, I mean, to your point from just a few moments ago, you said Badziakowski, he likes to be the aggressor, not the caller. My guess is you're probably right, but he certainly isn't a tank on this one. Ivey all in with king-queen. That's just very reasonable. Ivey and Kuhn both on just under 2 million chips. I think Ivey slightly ahead of Kuhn, but not much in it at all.
Yeah.
And you can already see the sort of strategy that these guys are trying to employ and also what they're trying to avoid, right? You're the first one in to deny equity from your opponents. You move it all in, you collect the pot, rinse, wash, repeat. Big folds are going to keep happening left and right, especially out of Makita. Eventually, Kuhn, Ivey, they're going to be in a spot with a big hand where they've just simply got to call it off, Tuck.
I don't want to sound like a simpleton, but one of the first lessons I ever learned in tournament poker was when you're the aggressor, and it's really simple, everybody, but when you're the aggressor, there's two ways to win the pot, right? You can get your opponents to fold, number one, or your hand can win at showdown. You give yourself two ways to win that pot. When you call off, there's only one way to win the pot. You've just got to beat them. And, good players tend to be the aggressor and not the caller. Oh, we're going to get we got an all-in and a call here, though. Badziakowski goes $2 million. I don't think Ivey's folding ace-king.
Ace-king suited is pretty strong. Yeah, certainly we know we're way ahead of what Ivey, and we shouldn't say way ahead, right? I mean, look at the percentages. You're only 60-40, but you're certainly ahead of what Makita is moving in left and right.
I would be shocked that this is a fold. I just don't see it happening. Not from Ivey.
You can see this is, again, optimal is to be the first one moving it all in and to avoid calling it off. Ace-king. Yeah, great hand. But it's just simply a gamble. Here we go.
Yeah, 60-40 for Ivey, though. This pot is $3.78 million. Kuhn, he nods. He's happy with this one.
You heard Ivey say, I'm not sure. Kuhn said, it's right. I believe it, not just because Kuhn is free rolling.
Ace 10-10. That is an above average flop for Ivey, who's now up to 92% to win the hand. Another ace,
That'll
and that's
do
it.
Lock it up.
Ivey, yeah, with the double up. Yeah, Jason Kuhn has done all the math. He knows. If he says it's right, it's right. Yeah, and I guess it wasn't a slam dunk as I certainly assumed it was. You pick up ace-king. Badziakowski has been so active, I just figured it was a slam dunk. Ivey used a time extension. Players have 30 seconds stacked on their hands. He used a time extension to think about it. Said he wasn't sure if it was right.
Yeah, and that just goes to show you the ICM implications, the decision making in short deck, how it is so unique and different than Texas Hold'em. The equities run oh so close, no matter what the hands are.
M. Stone pointing out in the chat, and we obviously saw this, that Stevie Chidwick folded ace-king earlier. Much different situation, though. When Chidwick folded, I believe we were still five-handed. And Lun Loon was really
very short. That's exactly right.
Yeah, this spot we're three-handed, and Ivey and Kuhn were basically neck and neck for second place. I imagine that's the difference.
Yeah, and now for Kuhn, it just makes his decision-making a little bit easier as the ultimate short stack. He's going to move it in liberally pre-flop. He's going to be able to call it off a bit wider, understanding the separation between he and Ivey now. Makita still dominating with $7.2 million.
Yeah, there's about 13 million chips in play. So Badziakowski still with more than half the chips. He came into this final table with 5.66, so even with that loss, he still has more than he started the final table with.
And he's giving Kuhn a bit of a peel price here. Again, it comes with the $200,000 instead of moving it all in. A lot of that has to do with the fact that Ivey has accumulated some dangerous chips. Great recognition by Kuhn here. Good example, right? No more ICM implications. He is the short stack. He just decides to gamble it. 10-9 suited.
So for our viewers who might not understand, now that he's the short stack, what's changed? Why can he be more aggressive?
Well, if you think about ICM basically meaning that your stack is worth actual real dollars. When you are the short stack, your money is essentially worth third place right now. You have nothing to lose. You're going to get it all in there, opportunity to double up, or you just simply take home that third place money. Ivey is the one that has to be a little bit careful, right? He doesn't want to lose this spot. It's important for him to maintain that second place position, understanding that Jason Kuhn is going to be more willing to get his money in the middle as the short stack.
The calling hand.
No.
And Kuhn just makes it easy, just gives Makita the chip. Baldziakowski was going to take it anyway with the ace-queen, that was for sure. I see a lot of let's go Ivies. I see Ivey, Ivey, Ivey. Everybody is cheering on. If you're just joining us, welcome, good morning, good evening, wherever you are joining us from the world. Let us know in the chat. We're playing short deck. 50,000 got you into this one. Short deck, very simple. We're playing Hold'em, but we're playing with a stripped-down deck. There are only 36 cards in this deck. There are no deuces, threes, fours, or fives. And the big thing to remember, no small blind, no big blind. Everybody antes. The button antes twice. And flushes beat full houses in this game. Also, the ace can be low or high. The ace can actually be used as a 5 in this game. So ace, 6, 7, 8, 9 is a straight.
White table sign. Once again, 25K, no limit order.
Yeah, by the way, getting back to the ICM.
Calling.
Sorry, Brent, what were you saying?
Makita just rips it here, 10-8, applying max pressure to Ivey. It was 10-7. What I was saying was you heard the announcement in the back from one of the tournament directors. Today's event on the exterior is a 25K no-limit Hold'em event. So we are back to the Cadillac of poker, and that'll be our final table coverage tomorrow.
No doubt. And, well, if you want more Cadillac of poker, check out Poker Go Hold'em. That's right, it's here. Play free Texas Hold'em poker from the creators of High Stakes Poker, Poker After Dark, and more. You can be part of the shows that help shape the game with an authentic online poker experience. Poker Go Hold'em is available now in the App Store, Google Play, or by heading over to PokerGoHold'em.com. Brent, you get your chips back yet, or what?
No, I still have no chips in my account. They busted me in my own game. And I can't even play, Tuck. I was trying to load. I'm going to try and load it again right now. Poker Go Hold'em. And, yeah, still broke. Nothing.
Three-handed here. 756,000 up top. Our next casualty will take home 336,000. Getting back to the ICM conversation we were just having, I always like to think of it this way. Imagine, you have one less chip than the chip leader. And the short stack literally only has one chip. It's a catastrophe if the second place person in that spot were to get eliminated before the third place finisher.
Absolutely, and it does happen. If you picked up two aces, you're certainly calling it off.
I mean, most infamously, Joseph Chung back in the, I want to say 2011 World Series of Poker main event. King 10-10, two spades out there. And John Racner, Jonathan Duhamel, and Joseph Chung were three-handed in the main event back then. Chung and Duhamel had all the chips. And Racner somehow laddered up into second place because Chung and Duhamel got involved in an enormous pot.
Was that two queens versus ace-5 off? Is that the situation that I remember?
It was two queens versus ace-7.
Ace-7, that's right.
Yeah. Ace-5 wasn't as cool and trendy back then as it is now.
Completely random on the 4 table.
How about this one? How about this one out of Kuhn?
Yeah, Kuhn I'll tell you what, watching him play this game, you're looking at the highest level, highest caliber player. Just attacking Makita, trying to chip up any way possible. Nothing here but a semi-bluff.
Yeah, this is not, I mean, he's got really I mean, this is the thinnest of semi-bluffs. I mean, he's got a gut shot, doesn't even have backdoor hearts, but he's just betting that Makita does not have any of that. And he is 100% right, and Kuhn back up to 2 million chips. He's not going to let that candle go down, that's for sure.
Extra rake. Are you already bought into this 25K? Because they're saying if we can pre-reg and not blind out and save like whatever it is, it's $1,000 or whatever.
Is that right?
Yeah, so we make sure we don't get hosed on that.
So what they're talking about, by the way, is one of the things they've done here at the Super High Roller Series, and I know this is pretty common in a lot of the high rollers, if you register on time, a lot of these are rake-free or reduced rake. If you late reg,
yeah,
they pay more rake, and this is a way to make sure the players come on time. That was a problem for a little while on these super high rollers, so they figured out a way to rectify that issue. Jason Kuhn just making sure, because all these players are going to go play that tournament. Kuhn just wants to make sure that even though they're playing this, that they can pre-register, not blind out, but also, not pay rake, or the increased rake, I should say.
And I believe Ivey first to act with King 9 suited. He's just going to complete and call. And now over to Bandzikuski. Will he apply pressure? Will he continue to come after Ivey? Understanding that Ivey is handcuffed because Kuhn is the short stack. A very rare occasion. We see another flop, Tuck.
Yeah, both players hit a pair. Bandzikuski on 6.9 million chips. You can see the chip denominations just underneath their pictures in the bottom left corner. Ivey with 3.5 million, Bandzikuski on 6.9.
For 40 minutes blinds, I will 2 levels. You're going to have a 10 minutes break. I wish you best of luck. 500 small blind, 1000 big blind, 1000 big blind ante. Dealer, shuffle up and deal.
What's the deal with the rake? Just figure out for you. Okay.
I hear Kuhn off in the background asking about the rake. Whatever it takes to save $1,000, Tuck. You got to take advantage of that rake free.
I mean, it just kind of shows you
being on time.
Yeah, it just kind of shows you he's a pro, and he understands, and he realizes why he's there, and the bottom line is he's there to make money. He's a professional poker player. Obviously, he's got a lot of gamble in him, but he'd rather gamble $1,000 than just give it away.
Ivey fairly confident right now he has the best hand.
Yep.
That's a big
he
little
called the
pickup
flop
right
bet
there for Ivey.
You had stage flush draw?
Toma Pang in the chat. Is this a tournament or cash game? This is a tournament. And yes, we are live. You can see your guys' chat. Thank you so much for joining us. Make sure you subscribe to the Poker Go YouTube channel. Click that thumbs up while you're at it. The more support we get from you guys tuning in, well, the more live and free streams that we're going to provide for you throughout this coverage.
I'm very happy to fold the marginal hands and let Bandzikuski and Ivey collide. Every time there's a collision, there's a chance somebody could get eliminated, and Kuhn can ladder up. He is very aware of that, and Bandzikuski looks like he's going to go with it. Ivey does not have enough to call with, and we'll continue on here. Brent Hanks, David Tuckman here for the Super High Roller Series. This is event number 2, $50,000 short deck. We are in Northern Cyprus at the beautiful Merit Royal Hotel Casino and Spa.
Can I call her up?
A lot of support for Phil Ivey in the chat. Moni Shahal, Vikingo Ferreira, all cheering for Ivey, Ivey, Ivey. They love the man. Do you remember the first time you watched Phil Ivey? The first time you were mesmerized? Was it the 2003 World Series of Poker? Was it the year that he Chris Moneymaker won?
I think that was the Steve Francis year, right, where he was wearing the Steve Francis jersey.
Yep.
That was it. That was it for me.
Yeah, I think even before then, I mean, obviously that was the clincher. I think before then he was probably on a WPT event that I enjoyed watching as well. I remember watching those on the Travel Channel way back when. Ooh, hello. Cool. Yeah, oh. Bodziakowski's got just enough that probably not going to go away so quickly. So Kuhn flops the nuts here.
All in.
Wow, and Bodziakowski bets $2 million. Kuhn all in. Cards are on their back, and Bodziakowski drawing very, very thin. This pot is nearly 4 million chips, and if Kuhn's hand does hold up, we've got a whole new tournament.
9 of diamonds. Not too greedy.
9 of diamonds would be dirty. Oh, but we
how
took
about
the queen of
diamonds?
diamonds. And Bodziakowski now with 5 outs.
It sounds good. Fuck, man. What is this? Never easy, is it?
Never easy. Oh, wow.
Dear.
Sorry. Good game.
Oh, my goodness. That just happened. It's so hard to make a flush, and it just comes running diamonds. And Kuhn is out the door. Just like that. That is absolutely filthy, dirty, nothing but a very terrible bad beat by Makita, the milkman.
Yeah, I don't think people realize just how bad a beat that was. They're going to take a very short break and kind of sort out this heads-up play, but you could see it on Jason Kuhn's face. The consummate pro, even he took that one a little bit hard. Just running diamonds so unlikely in this game. But it comes perfect. And Makita Bodziakowski, Phil Ivey are heads up. Jason Kuhn eliminated in third place. He'll take home $336,000. Head over to the 25K no limit hold'em. And we are going to take a short break. Back with heads up play. The milkman, Ivey, heads up for the title.
Of champions is long.
Brian Rast is the first ever Super High Roller Bowl champion.
Christoph is our 2017 Super High Roller Bowl champion.
What a deserving victor. Ike Caxton, bravo.
Tonight, the best in the world try to add their name to that list to be a champion of one of the most prestigious events there is. The Super High Roller Bowl, a $300,000 buy-in 2021 edition, is next.
And BK, 14 bigs, 7-7. Do we have fold equity? Let's see. Perhaps it goes in now, Ollie.
Yep.
Curious to see how Brewer handles this. Man, I think we have to action gamble, but oof.
Yeah, Klein's ace-10.
It's like 130, right? 138.
Disinterested.
After the prerequisite Hollywood of sorts from Solver, looks like he's out. What does Brewer do here against the 14 BB Jam? He's just in. We do what needs to be done. Heads, tails.
And we don't necessarily do it because we think King-Queen is in good shape, but we feel the price is right. And now Kenny will spin the wheel with an edge in equity. Best hand going to the flop. Can he hold?
Well, a massive situation for both men.
Yeah. Shortest and second shortest stack at the table.
The cruel nature of poker upon us, although these are short stacks who again have to gamble, but it is now up to the deck to decide.
Thank you.
Oh. Brutality.
I'll pair the board, dealer. A little sweat. Can we get a board pair?
King or a queen, perhaps, for opportunities.
Right, there you go.
Oh.
It's never easy with BK, but
There is the queen, and now 3 outs for Bryn Kenny. He needs a king and a king alone to chop it up here. Is it there?
Good game, guys.
No.
Good game, Bryn.
good game, sir, BK.
Our first casualty here at the final table. Meanwhile, Bill Klein is open to 45,000. Michael Addamo looks down at 2 queens, which have been somewhat omnipresent here.
35.
Up we go. I think within both Foxen and Bonomo's right, by the way, to take a bit of issue with the fact that at least 200,000 in chips were kind of hidden from view in the original configuration and Sean's stack there.
Fair enough, the chips need to be visible. Awkward spot for Klein.
Addamo second in chips. Klein first.
Perhaps we respect the nature of the chip situation, although Klein might have big ideas. Ace-Jack off is a big ideas kind of hand as far as bluffing is concerned.
We will end at the end of the level, or are we done the final?
Look at this, Ollie.
Okay. Whichever comes first.
Bluff me.
95.
Kind of click back territory.
I doubt you have
Or no, meatier than that, huh?
Meteor than a clickback, and for Addamo, we saw in a semi-similar spot, Bonomo went with the just call here. See what Mike comes with shortly.
This is a big flop for me.
Well, we watched Bonomo against Addamo flat a 4-bet in position with 2 queens and ultimately be forced to fold. Addamo also
maybe a 6-7.
going to flat.
That's a straight.
It's true.
Klein has now bloated this pot to 640,000.
You knew it was one of the two.
Thought you had a 6 in your hand. I was getting a 6-5.
And he's flopped a jack on the Jack 10-7 board, Nick. Trouble awaits.
Well, 640 out there. Let's just kind of see how this one plays out, Ollie.
Super savage if I called it. Just show me a fucking 9. That'd be sad.
Try can bet like king 5.
Maybe.
I believe that's 200K just south of third. Highly awkward territory for Addamo, but an overpair nonetheless. And as we touched on before,
Not for
he's
that much.
been pushing Klein around a little bit, he might think.
This is not the time, though, in this spot, is it? Big stack against the second biggest stack.
No, I'm not saying that, but when we're trying to assess the relative strength of our queen-queen, some of the meta, a million out there, Ollie. What a situation this is, and the rest of the table should probably stop talking. Really tough card for Klein there.
Yeah, the 7 doesn't rate to be involved with Adamo's range. And now he has himself Jackson 7s with an ace kicker.
That's about the most brutal card in the world for Klein. It never hits Addamo and is something of a brick. Looks like he's counting out 300-ish, perhaps a stack counting of sorts.
350, I believe.
I think you're right, Ali. It is 350.
Third pot. Still developing.
Queens are concerned, Ali. Addamo's concerned, but we're going to see a river worth just tons of actual money, EV-wise.
Now that Klein's been called pre-flop, on the flop, and on this turn, which puts 4 to a straight out there.
Oh, and he does put it in, Ali. And
2 tens, 2 jacks, 2 kings, 2 aces.
wow. You very well said, Ali. Kings and aces, we don't know if we're in Addamo's seats, but that's 6 combinations of boats. Another 12 combos of those over pairs that might not take this line.
What did Addamo ask?
Would you jam aces here? And then he said probably. This is very intense. Time bank's coming.
Welcome to the blender.
Truer words never spoken, my friend. Ten seconds remain. Oh, and he does pay it off. And Addamo just continues to get it done. Wow.
Klein.
Oh my God.
Will live, but with the faintest of pulses. 3.4. Up top, along with the ring. 1-9 in second, and that $1 million membrane.
Oh, yeah.
Seemingly impregnable. But with Brewer sitting on 11 bigs, it could happen at any moment. Nick blinds at 15 and 30,000.
My defense is impenetrable. My style is impregnable.
I agree, which is why I didn't
It's Iron Mike, baby.
I mean, I didn't take 6.
Tyson?
Correct.
I'm just saying, like, in this field,
The sweet science.
Gets
Never
no more
far from
intense.
Honestly, like, I could have
Gets
just
no
went-
more intense than this.
Probably
Ali.
they wouldn't have got the cut in time.
No, I mean, it's fine. I just won't be in, like,
Blinds up to 30K now.
all the game.
Is Addamo considering big boy moves right here? He is
not
putting
just
them
considering,
in with the suited
executing.
10, so note the bubble application of
Break hand?
pressure from Justin here with 10-4 suited.
Oh, and Brewer wakes
Brewer
up with
does
a nice
call. Here we
queen.
go, right
Biggest
away.
flip of my life.
And a 10 in the muck already, narrowing Bonomo's
Can I win this one after the ace-king
winning prospects.
Well, as Brewer said, the biggest flip of his life. Winter with a massive sweat as well. Two to 1 favorite on $1 million bubble, Ali. This is the real deal.
695 in the middle.
Ace, queen, queen.
Can't be too
Not to be greedy,
out there,
yeah.
Chris, but
And the flop is
my.
Queen 5-7, top pair against the heart draw, and it's never easy, is it, Mr. Brewer?
no, I mean, just look at him, guys. He's squirming a little bit, but as is Winter pacing. Cleanliness is godliness. Fading a heart now, and that's all. 4 to 1 favorite for Mr. Brewer to double and slide into third. At least chip stack wise, and
The mantra now,
well,
no heart, no heart.
oh
King of hearts.
man.
It's hilarious, man. I lose ace-king to 9-3 suited on the bubble, and then ace-queen to 10-4 suited on the bubble. I'm the best.
I'm gonna buy you something nice.
I mean,
Did you like that?
I'm the best.
That was good for you.
Well,
I had 10-9 off, no heart, so I was happy with the flop because I guess you're more likely to hit a heart.
Palpable steam coming off of Chris Brewer, a consummate professional, but a disappointed one nonetheless, as he is left on the
Actually, you've been fucking
outside
money on the final
of this
table.
bubble as it bursts, courtesy of his elimination. And now all three of these gentlemen are guaranteed $1 million+ for their effort here in Super High Roller Bowl 6. Did you say
2.6 and a Bitcoin?
penchant earlier? Did I catch that? I mean, I
Actually,
let it
it's pretty
slide
much what I
during the hand. I know you
Really? Yeah.
like to focus on the
Bitcoin's what,
action, but
40K?
here in between, as we see Addamo with the
I
ace
haven't
jack
looked-
suited
I try not to look
on the
during
button.
these series.
Ali, you know I
Just wanna
did.
verify.
You know I did.
We didn't want to use penchant, perhaps, there?
Isn't it French? Is it not penchant?
Are we in France?
Is it not?
I mean...
I wish you guys could see how the way this guy is just like, he's so smug.
Do you say Las Vegas? Or
Oh,
do you
yeah.
just say Las
Ace
Vegas?
Jack tens,
you
but
know?
sure, here he is.
2 red 10s for Winter, going to be a welcome sight here in the face of this open from Addamo.
Indeed, sub 30.
All in.
Oh,
It goes in, and I mean, for Addamo ace jack, who did? It snapped. So
Yep.
here we are.
gentlemen, start your
Playing
engines.
some poker.
Can Winter do it again, Ali?
Welcome back to 2022 Super High Roller Series. We are in Europe. We're in Northern Cyprus at the Marriott Crystal Cove Hotel Casino. We're here for event number 2, the $50,000 short deck, and we are heads up between two legends of the game, Matthias Eibinger, our chip leader with 8.8 million chips. And you all know him. You all love him. The legend that is Phil Ivey with 3.7 million chips. A slightly bigger than 2-to-1 chip advantage for Makita over Ivey. Jason Kuhn eliminated in gross fashion in third place. Makita only had 9% equity when all the chips went in, but he catches running diamonds to eliminate Jason Kuhn in third. And here we are, heads up. The loser of this heads up battle will take home $504,000. First place will take home $756,000. I am David Tuckman, Brent Hanks alongside me to call the action on this one.
You mentioned that bad bead. I mean, that's about as horrific as it gets for short deck. You know how hard it is to get your money in as a 90+% favorite in this game? Is that? Meanwhile, what a start for Ivey. A couple of bullets.
See how this one plays out. Oh, hello. Got action right away, though, right? Now, interestingly enough, though, Badziakowski's 2-pair would no longer be good because Ivey would have a straight.
That's right. The aces swing low. In this instance, it would act as a 5. Any 8 would make a straight for Ivey.
So while this flop looks really favorable for Badziakowski, it's not quite as good as you might think. He needs a 10, he needs a 9, or an ace. And there aren't many aces left in the deck, as you can see. So a bet from Makita, a call from Ivey. Pot is $380,000. King doesn't help either player. Can Phil Ivey make this comeback? We talked about it earlier. If Ivey does go on to win this, he will be in a virtual tie with Ali Imsirovic on top of the PGT standings. He'll be 1 point behind.
Which is just incredible, Tuck. Incredible. Ali Imsirovic already having, again, a massive year. Well, so is Phil Ivey. He has been on an absolute tear at the earlier Triton events, now making his first final table as part of the Super High Roller Series and finds himself heads up.
Makita continuing to bet, Ivey continuing to call. Pot now just under $1 million. Big river. It's a pretty clean river. All the draws missed. If Badziakowski bets now, he has to know it's a bluff, and he checks it. And it is now exactly a 2-to-1 chip advantage for the Milkman over Phil Ivey.
Here comes Ivey.
10-time bracelet winner against this man, Makita Badziakowski, who has been torturing the high roller scene for years.
Well, he is, no doubt about it, a tremendous player, no limit hold'em. That hand against Jason Kuhn, not exactly torturing, more of a torch as he tried to light his money on fire. Some aggression clearly pays off in this game. Still a fairly large, comfortable chip lead for Bedzikuski.
Just want to let everybody know about a scheduling update. When this heads-up battle ends, we're not done. We're going to take a short break, but when we come back from this heads-up battle, we will have day one coverage of event number 3, the $25,000 no limit.
Beautiful. We should be able to get
be here for the next 4 or 5 hours
coverage. Yeah.
Yeah. Which is always, I think it's always interesting. We get a lot of final tables. We talk a lot of ICM, on these live streams. We don't get a lot of day one coverage. So I'm always a fan when you can watch these, the best in the business, these superstars of the game, how they navigate the day ones.
Oh, yeah, you get under the hood. Just like we're about to get under the hood of play a little poker, go Hold'em, Tuck. What else can you tell me about this game?
I mean, you can play free. That's right, free Texas Hold'em poker. And this is a game that it's from the creators of High Stakes Poker, Poker After Dark, and more. And you can be part of those shows. It's an authentic online poker experience. It's really fantastic. I downloaded it yesterday. I played it yesterday. It's a lot of fun. I did not lose my chips like you did. And if you want to download it, it's available now in the App Store, Google Play, or you can head over to pokergohold'em.com. Check it out. I still have some chips, though. So
I have none. I checked it again. I have about 8,200 chips. That's not enough to buy into anything, Tuck.
Maybe you'll get reloaded tomorrow, I guess.
I don't know what they're doing. They won't let me play our own company game.
I mean, call customer support and tell them you're the voice of the game. You tell them that? You say, do you know who I am?
Sorry, sir, do not recognize you. They think I'm scamming them.
Play a little small ball here. King, Jack 10, Ivey with what looks like a lock on this hand, but you never know with the milkman. Ivey's going to check his pair and his straight draw.
Makita really a stone zero. A queen would make him a straight. Does have the 9 of diamonds. I'm actually shocked it's 20%. I guess 20% of the time he finds a way to win this pot.
Yeah. It's going to be less now.
Again, a diamond, a flush does beat all full houses, so any diamond is a winner.
Yeah.
He is good at running diamonds. We saw that right before heads-up play began.
He's picked up a straight flush draw as well. The queen of diamonds is live. Check, check. Are you kidding me?
Oh, my gosh. How does this guy do it?
I mean, we saw 2 flushes in 4 hours of short deck play yesterday. Makita's made 2 running flushes in the last 5 minutes. Unreal. Well, you wanted to know he had 20%. There you go.
I mean, that is extremely difficult to do.
Yeah, that's dirty. And a very different situation than in Hold'em where, you see 4 diamonds out there. Trip queen. Trip jacks are just a bluff catcher. This is a much tougher spot, I think, for Ivey.
Ivey knows it's a diamond or it's nothing.
Yeah.
Great bet by Makita. Pot size. Exactly what he would do with his bluffs. Ivey sees exactly what happened there. I think, buddy, you have no idea what you just did. Again.
Yeah, I don't want to take anything away from Makita's talent and how well he is playing. But he is also running extremely well. We saw right out of the gate, ace-queen versus ace-king, flop to queen, river to queen, eliminated the ace-king. That was Liwai Kayat, who finished in 6th place. And then, we saw the diamond, the running diamonds versus Jason Kuhn to eliminate him in 3rd. And here again versus Phil Ivey. Everything going Makita's way so far. I want to welcome all of you who are joining us all over the world, watching this on the Merit YouTube channel. Our Poker Go YouTube channel. Bodziakowski with a full house now. Ivey with just a pair of queens. If you are enjoying it on the Poker Go YouTube channel, let us know where you're watching. Please hit that subscribe button. Give us a thumbs up. Bodziakowski going to give Ivey a little bit of rope, but Ivey will take it.
And it's a fine bet for Ivey. Obviously trying to protect our hand. We're happy to pick it up right here. Whenever we do face resistance, we simply just can throw that queen right into the muck.
Yeah, small pot. And Bodziakowski is going to raise to 500. So 400,000 back over to Ivey. Pot is 760. He's getting about 2-1 on this, but he's got to worry about a river bet, and he's just going to let it go, as you said. Put a little bet out there, get resistance, and you're done with it. And that's exactly what Ivey does. And we continue on. If you're new to short deck, by the way, we're playing Hold'em, trying to make your best 5-card hand. A couple of differences from Hold'em, though, is we got rid of the deuces, the 3s, the 4s, and the 5s. Flushes are better than full houses in this game, as they're harder to make. And in addition, aces can be used as a 5 when there's a 6, 7, 8, 9 out there, so you can make a straight with the ace.
A short deck, bit of a gambler's delight. You're going to see a lot of all-ins throughout the duration of the tournament, especially when you're the chip leader like Makita is right now, able to apply a ton of pressure to Ivey over and over again.
Yeah, it's one of the reasons why I think the game became so popular in Asia and among the super high rollers. I think the businessmen and the billionaires essentially, they realized they had a much better chance if we could, put a little bit more variance, a little bit more luck into the game when they're playing against the top pros. And the top pros said, okay, well, you know what? I'm willing to gamble with you. They're smart. So they kind of put this game out there, and the game has been incredibly popular, especially in Asia, on the Triton Tour. But as we see, the pros figure out a way to get an edge anyway.
Well,
Queen
all
high
the
flop here, 2
time and
diamonds.
studying, we know that Phil Ivey has put into this game. He's talked a ton of short deck with our third-place finisher, Jason Kuhn. If you're going to play in the biggest games in the world and you want to make money, you probably need to put in the work and really study, harness the craft. And that's what these top pros do so well.
Yeah, I think it's something that a lot of people forget. All these players have some God-given talent. They're born with something, that extra sense. But I think we forget sometimes how hard a lot of these players work. That's the trophy they're playing for as well. They're not just playing for money. Both these players are guaranteed over $500,000, over $750,000 to the winner of this heads-up battle, and that very nice-looking trophy. Ante now 50,000. The button puts in a double ante, so 150,000 in there. Ivey's going to limp in. Ivey's continued to play the small ball style, just limping and limping. He limped with aces. Makita likely to raise here, though. Moni Shahal says Ivey is literally the GOAT. Yeah, I think the term GOAT is overused in many aspects, all the sports and poker and everything. But I think you could certainly argue that this man right here is literally the GOAT.
Now, when you say literally the GOAT, you're talking about the farm animal?
I am, yeah.
Or he's
exactly
figuratively the GOAT. Yeah. Yeah. Takes me back to those classic, remember Goat Boy on Saturday Night Live?
One of the greatest, one of the few and greatest skits on Saturday Night Live of all time.
I'd say figuratively he's the GOAT. Literally, I mean, that's kind of weird. The hooves and horns and everything.
Brent Hanks, folks. He's here every Saturday. It is Saturday, right? Yeah, it is Saturday.
Let me ask you something.
I got the days right.
Chat. I'm proud of you. And Tuck, Phil Hellmuth, he calls himself the greatest of all time. A lot of people do not disagree that Phil Hellmuth would be considered the greatest tournament player of all time. Now, when we talk about greatest of all time in a sense regarding to Ivey, what does that mean? Are we talking overall every game that's ever been played, mixed games, cash games, tournaments? If you combine all the elements that Ivey would be the greatest of all time, how is he different than Phil Hellmuth?
I mean, I think Phil Hellmuth has the most bracelets. And if that's the only way we're keeping score, then yes, Phil Hellmuth is the greatest of all time. But that's not how I keep score. One of these players plays a full World Series of Poker schedule every single year and is motivated seemingly solely by bracelets. And that's okay. I have all the respect in the world for Phil Hellmuth. I consider him a friend. But to me, we're talking about one player who is motivated by them and has played a full schedule, and another player who's not. And say what you will about Phil Hellmuth. I think if Phil Ivey played a full schedule and was motivated to win those bracelets, I think he might have 25 at this point.
So then I guess it's safe to say that Hellmuth would be the greatest World Series of Poker player of all time.
I mean, he has the greatest
everything else.
Yeah. I mean, it's just really hard to – I mean, at the end of the day, it's one of the problems we have with the Hall of Fame. Is the Hall of Fame just, the Hall of the best World Series of Poker players out there? Because there's a whole bunch of players out there, and two, by the way, at this table, who on any given year don't really care about World Series of Poker bracelets. Now, I mean, I certainly would love one in my career. I know you have one. That would be amazing. But to put value on something that other people don't put value on and then judge their career based on that seems silly. I mean, it's not as simple as just saying, if we're looking at football players or baseball players or hockey players, there's championships. There's only one championship, really. But in poker, that's not the case.
Yeah, I'm with you.
So, I mean, like Jason Kuhn, he doesn't play a full World Series of Poker schedule. He might only play one or two events each summer. Makita the same way. I mean, it's actually pretty astonishing. It's astonishing that Phil Ivey has 10 bracelets considering how few events he plays each year now.
Yeah, when he won all 10 of those, it was during a different time and era. High rollers did not really exist. He was driven by, prop bets and bracelet bets. But the majority of the big money to be made in poker was at the World Series of Poker. And now the entire ecosystem has drastically changed. You know, these super high rollers are popping up all across the world. Your 1%, your world's elite poker players are traveling and playing those. They don't even have time, nor, to your point, Tuck, they're not driven by the World Series of Poker anymore. It's just everything's changed as far as the landscape.
Yeah, and I don't want to make light of the World Series of Poker. I mean, I think it's a fantastic event. I think, you know, winning a bracelet is a big deal. You know, but for these high rollers to grind for 3 days so they can win $236,000, maybe if they come in first place and everything goes their way, that's just not motivating to them when they can go play cash games and these 50K, 100K buy-in events.
Yeah, a lot of what we're trying to do with the PGT, the Poker Go Tour, is we want to hear the 1%. We really strongly believe that at the end of the calendar year, whoever the player of the year is for the PGT, that is hands down the world's best poker player as far as tournaments are concerned for that entire stretch. And there's no debating
for that year.
Considering for that year, considering the types of players they're continually battling against, the type of money that's on the line. I mean, I don't see any other way that you can really answer and solve the question as far as, you know, who is the best tournament player in the world during that time, that era. Ali Amshurovich won it in 2021. He's currently ranked number 1 again in 2022. You can't tell me there's another tournament player out there that's better than this kid.
Yeah. I mean, it's obviously, you know, heavily weighted toward Hold'em, but that tournaments are heavily weighted toward Hold'em. So, you know, you specified tournaments, and I think that's important. I mean, listen, right. I don't think it's completely, you know, different from, say, weight classes in boxing or MMA, where, you know, you might be the champion in your weight class. And listen, I'm not taking anything away from Phil Hellmuth. I think Phil Hellmuth is just an incredibly talented poker player who, if anything, I think by many people he's underrated. I think he doesn't get the respect he deserves. I think oftentimes you can just look at it and go, scoreboard. How many times do I need to win before I get respect? That's
who do you think disrespects him? Who do you think that what types of players are not giving him the respect he deserves?
It seems like, at least throughout the years, and maybe he's starting to get more respect. Maybe it's starting to come around again. But throughout the years, it seemed like a lot of the online community just never thought of him as much of a player because either A, they didn't understand what he was doing, I don't know, quote unquote white magic, call it what you will. He didn't play the way they played. His short stack style was unconventional, might you say?
Yeah.
But, I mean, at the end of the day, scoreboard, right? Having said all that, I think when you look at Phil Hellmuth, there's no way he stacks up with the Stevie Chidwicks and the Phil Iveys of the world. They're just at a different level. And that's not, like I said, that's not disrespect to Hellmuth. I just don't think he's in the same class of player as an Ivey.
All makes total sense. A lot of great comments in the chat as well. I've been digging through a lot of these. Interesting one here. Ivey, he's got bottom pair. Keep in mind, he also has a straight draw. That ace swings low, essentially representing a 5 in accordance to his hand.
Right.
And similar for Makita. Also,
yeah,
top
both
pair
players with a straight
shot.
draw. Yeah, Makita a 4-1 favorite to win this hand.
So Ivey in rough shape, only an 8 or a 6. He's got other ideas. He says, I'm just going to bluff away at it. Effectively turning this 8 into a bluff. Makita, I think, going to be happy to knuckle back here. Yeah, showdown value with that ace. Have to be a little concerned about the 9.
8-7.
That's a big pot for Makita now, extending that chip lead a bit further up to 10.4, maybe closer to 11.4.
Yeah, that was a really significant pot. You know, obviously going in as the chip leader to extend that. Ivey is now at that portion of the tournament, if you wanted to kind of compare it to No Limit. He's at the portion now where you might just see an all-in, and we could see cards on their back relatively easily. You know, with no deuces through 5s, players pick up some premiums in this one. Ivey had that chip lead down to a 2-1. At one point, it was about 8.4 to 4.2, and Ivey was kind of within distance, but Makita has done a very good job of extending the lead once again, and here you have it. Makita kind of putting the pressure on Ivey, forcing Ivey to call off. By the way, Ivey, if he were to lose this, we've already said if he wins this, he comes back and wins, he'll be neck and neck with Ali for the PGT lead. If he loses this, that will put him in 3rd place behind Isaac Kempton. So
no matter what, Ivey is top 3 on the PGT leaderboard. It's incredible. I mean, the guy didn't play any Poker Go Cup events. He didn't play any of the U.S. Poker Open High Roller Series, both of which occurred in Las Vegas. This is all happening at Triton. And right here at the Super High Roller Series, we're all in. Ivey, a big underdog. 2 10s versus Makita's aces.
Yeah, this is not looking good for Phil Ivey. Pot is 4.3 million chips. Wojciechowski wearing a Ukrainian flag in support.
How about that? And Makita from Belarus showing his support for Ukraine.
Yeah, he was wearing that flag on his bracelet, as well. Will the aces hold? So far, so good. Running spades will not help Ivey as Makita has the ace. Ivey looking for a 10. Down to 14%. And now only a 10. The Jack of Diamonds won't do it, and Makita wins the hand, wins the tournament, event number 2. Put a bow on it. There's your champion. Makita Wojciechowski takes home $756,000, and what a final table it was. Stevie Chidwick, Jason Kuhn, that man right there, Phil Ivey, eliminated in 2nd place. He'll take home $504,000 for his 2nd place efforts. And Makita Wojciechowski, our champion. Brent, this was a fun one.
Oh, absolutely. Star-studded. Exactly what we wanted. We got Phil Ivey heads up, and it's Makita the Milkman. A little kiss, a little smooch. Collect that cash. Great showing. What a performance.
Yeah, you know what? I mean, he just showed how to navigate a final table as the chip leader, as a dominating chip leader. He never took his foot off the pedal, and he made life very, very tough for his opponents. He takes home the trophy. He takes home $756,000. Congratulations to him. And thank you all for joining us. Now, we are not done for the day. We're going to take a pretty long break and kind of reset and get another tournament over here. I think we're going to be covering the 25K No Limit Hold'em as we look at our GG Poker payouts. Wojciechowski up top with 756. Chidwick in 4th, 231. Jason Kuhn, tough way to get knocked out. 3rd place for him, $336,000. We'll see more of him. So it looks like at about 10:30 in the morning Eastern time, so that is about an hour and 45 minutes from now, we're going to be back here with more coverage. Brent, myself, and some big-time players playing No Limit Hold'em. Thank you for joining us.
One of the toughest fields ever assembled. $500,000 to enter. No tournament has ever changed the landscape of poker overnight. Until now.
like tough competition and lots of money.
You're really getting only the best of the best.
You're forced to play at a high level.
That's going to be awesome for the game of poker.
The 2015 Super High Roller Bowl. Game on.
It's time to see more fireworks.
That's what it is. I'm not certain.
10,000, 20,000 with a 2,000 ante. Scott Seaver with ace-queen offsuit under the gun, and he raises it up.
More play. Negreanu next act has jacks. He could play this a couple ways. He decides to just call, which is very in tune with his style.
This is the famous Negreanu small ball.
Absolutely. Anytime he's not quite sure where he's at, he loves to call, and then he'll play after the flop. He's very comfortable playing after the flop, and he has position here, so he's got a lot of good reasons to just call.
It passes over to Kim in the big blind. Ace-7 offsuit. And we've seen him defend this sort of hand here before.
Yeah, he keeps getting great prices out of the big blind. He has hands that have some equity, and he's making good defense. Unfortunately here, he's dominated in a bad way, but normally this would be a pretty standard call.
Ace-6 queen. Top pair for Kim, but top 2 for Seaver.
This is a bit of a tricky flop for Dong.
Scott bets 65,000. And a laydown by Daniel Negreanu.
Yeah, terrible flop for pocket jacks, and because he just called pre-flop, Daniel lost the absolute minimum there. And this is going to be a call here for Dong. There's no way he can fold a hand of this strength, and he'll reassess on the turn.
Oh, well, the 7 on the turn is a great card for Scott, as Kim now has a worse 2 pair than him. Kim checks.
Yeah, that's an absolutely terrible card for Dong. He's going to be putting a lot of chips in the pot now.
Scott is really good at finding the right bet size. He bets 175,000.
Yeah, it's a good size. And now Dong has to decide whether he's just going to call or if he's going to raise on the turn. Obviously, his hand is very strong and he's ahead of a lot of hands. He has to worry that if he does raise, he folds out hands the Seaver could have, like ace-jack or ace-10 that he's beating. So I think what he wants to do is just call, and then if he does raise, it would be on the river.
Kim calls. And the river is the 10 of clubs. Kim checks, and it's over to Scott Seaver, who now has to find the right bet size to get the maximum value here.
Yeah, it'll be interesting what size he goes with. That'll probably be dictated by what he thinks of Dong's range. And for Dong, this is going to be a really tough spot. He has one of the stronger hands that he can get to the river with, but at the same time, Scott has a lot of value hands that beat him here when he bets. Scott can have ace-queen, he can have queens, he can have aces, he can have sixes. If he had a backdoor flush draw, he would have gotten there.
And even king-jack made it on the river, so there are a ton of hands in Scott's range that actually beat aces and sevens here.
Scott makes it 375,000.
Call.
And a really quick call from Kim.
Huh. I guess Dong just decided that his hand was too strong to possibly fold.
Jason is one of those players who works really hard on keeping a good poker life balance. He spends a lot of time outdoors, he works out, and you might not know this, but he is actually a really solid country swing dancer. But back to his poker moves. He has queen jack of diamonds on the button and is facing a raise from Brandon Stephen with queen 10 of hearts. He calls.
Yeah, great hand to call with. He's got position. He can hit flops really hard with this hand.
And it's over now to Max Altergott in the big blind. 8-10 offsuit, and he also calls. This is the first time we've seen Max here on the Super High Roller Bowl so far.
And it looks like first time's the charm. He flops a straight, Jason flops top 2, and Brandon flops top pair in a straight draw and is somehow way behind. And Brandon checks his hand despite having the pre-flop initiative. And I like this check with this particular hand a lot.
Action on Jason Kuhn. He's picking up chips.
Yeah, Jason's going to want to bet, and he's going to want to bet big. He has a very strong hand, but it's vulnerable to a lot of draws, and he wants to protect it. Unfortunately for him, Max has already made this straight, and it's going to be very difficult to get away from this.
How much did you start to have?
I think 650.
Max is reaching for chips, and he raises it to 230,000. Action on Brandon Steven. He finds himself in a pretty tough spot here. He liked his hand a lot before all of that action, and he does lay it down.
Yeah, and thanks to Brandon's nice check, he actually gets away without losing any chips after the flop. Now, when Jason pulls his chips back like that, that means he's either calling or raising. And it looks like he might just call, which is pretty interesting because it's for a big chunk of his stack. I would have to imagine that Jason's plan is to call and to get it in on any blank turn.
Well, the 6 of spades on the turn is not a blank.
No, it's not a blank at all. It completes the flush draw, which he had to be concerned about on the flop. And also, if Max has something like Jack-9, he's probably going to slow down on this card.
All in.
It's an all-in from Max. Big decision for Jason.
That hand's not very good, is it? It's not a very good hand. Doesn't really hit that board very well.
Good discipline fold by Jason.
Tom Marchese is under the gun with ace-king offsuit. He raises to 72,000.
It's got to be the first time he's ever folded king straight. Yeah. Folded in 8 seconds, probably.
Seaver with king-jack offsuit.
It's a good hand, but it's not doing that well versus Tom's under the gun opening range. I would imagine that Seaver either folds or 3-bets this particular hand. And it looks like he is choosing the 3-bet here. Brandon really wanted to get in there with the Jack-10 suited. Such a pretty hand.
Back over to Tom Marchese now.
And Tom decides to just call here, and I like this a lot. He knows that the type of bluffs that Scott would have, he usually dominates, so he wants to keep those hands in. And also, he doesn't really want to re-raise and get it in before the flop. He's not doing that well versus the range of hands that Scott would actually get all in with him.
Well, ace-3-9, and that's a flop that you want to see with ace-king.
Great flop for Marchese. This is the type of board that he can withstand a couple streets of pressure easily, so he's very happy that he just called pre-flop when this sort of board comes down.
Seaver fires into this pot.
And Scott chooses to go the smaller sizing, and I like this a lot. He's just trying to fold out stuff like pocket sixes or king-queen. He knows that Tom's not folding an ace to any size, so he just chooses a smaller size, and it gets the job done. Unfortunately, he's run into a really big hand.
Queen on the turn. Seaver now with a straight draw and a flush draw.
Yeah, that was one of the better cards for Scott to see. He picked up a lot of equity, and it'll be interesting to see how he plays this on the turn.
Marchese checks. Scott checks back. The 8 of diamonds on the river. Scott now has the flush.
Wow, that's brutal for Marchese. He had the hand all but locked up on the flop. And he has to imagine that Scott barrels some of his hands that have 1 diamond in it, so he might even find a hero call in the river if Scott value bets.
Pot of 743,000. Scott Seaver reaching for chips. He puts out a bet of 300,000.
This has got to make Marchese a little bit sick. On the one hand, his hand has shrunk a lot in size. But on the other hand, Seaver's line looks a bit like he bluffed on the flop, decided to give up on the turn, and then the 4th diamond made out in the river, and he was like, oh, I could get away with the bluff again.
Marchese rechecking his cards, and that king is still not a diamond. And he finds the correct fold.
Yeah, these guys are both just too good.
So Brian Rast has raised tens from early position. David Peters with aces in the big blind.
Jack 10's ahead, right? Slightly ahead of up to which pair?
And he just calls. This is a really sneaky call, and I really like it. He's going to be calling out of the big blind a lot, so.
Well, he'll be glad he played it that slow and kept the pot small because, boom, Rast outflops him and hits a set.
Terrible flop for Peters. There's no way he's folding, but.
He's checked it over to Rast, and Rast bets 140,000.
And I can't imagine David does anything here but call. His hand isn't strong enough to raise anymore, and he definitely can't fold.
He does just call. Oof, well, if that was a scary flop, it just got worse with a 7 on the turn. It puts a 4 straight on board. It would be really tough to be confident with a pair here, even a pair of aces.
Not only that, but Peters knows that he can have a lot of jack type of hands when he calls out of the big blind. So his hand is actually weaker than the type of hands that he's expected to have here.
Well, Peters checks it over, and Rast is undeterred. He fires again.
Yeah, and despite all of that, Rast bets. And this is going to look pretty strong to David.
Peters does let it go. It's a good-sized pot over to the big stack, Brian Rast.
And by just calling before the flop, David Peters escaped losing a lot more chips.
So David Peters gets his aces cracked, but a nice laydown saves him from losing any more than 9% of his stack. Scott Seaver with ace-9 raises to 200,000 with the 3 shorter stacks behind him.
All in.
All in. Connor Drynan shoves 13 big blinds with a bigger ace.
Easy all in for Connor.
And
Ooh.
Peters picks up kings in the big blind.
Peters is probably not going to fold this one.
He's trying to decide how to get the most for his hand. Peters just calls, clearly trying to entice Scott to stick around.
Peters definitely wants Scott to put more chips in the pot, and calling is probably the best way to do so.
I'm gonna fold, but that's probably not right.
It's definitely right, as he sees when the cards are flipped over.
What did you have, Scott?
Scott being a bit coy about his hand.
I like how Kuznetsov just told Scott what he had in the previous hand. And now Scott's very tight-lipped when it's back on him.
8-5 queen, all clubs, and Peters' hand just got even stronger with the flush draw.
Not my flop.
That's a terrible flop for Drynan. He just lost the ace of clubs as an out.
Well, that might be his turn. The 10 gives Drynan an extra out. Only the 10 of diamonds or a non-club ace will save him now, or he is out in 5th.
Oh my god.
Wow. Red 10 on the river. What a card.
And I had the ace of spades also, so you had only...
I figured when you said 2 cards that don't matter, you were just being nice for me.
And I have the... Wow.
The blinds are still at 50,000, 100,000 with a 10,000 ante for the 4 remaining players. Even the short stacks have over 30 big blinds right now. Brian Rast with huge chip lead and King 7 of spades in the small blind raises to 300,000. Scott Seaver in the big blind. Jack 9 offsuit, he just calls. Jack 9-10, and just like that, 2 pair on the flop for Seaver, although Rast does have a double gutter and an overcard. Scott Seaver with the stare down.
Yeah, Scott Seaver seemed to make it his policy to stare his opponent down right from the beginning of the hand all the way through the end.
Rast bets 275,000.
And Scott decides to just call. I think he doesn't want to inflate the pot too much.
Queen on the turn gives Rast the straight. That's got to be an ugly card for Scott to see, but he hasn't seen it yet. He's still staring at Brian Rast. Rast is cutting out a bet. 600,000.
And this is a pretty terrible turn for Scott to see. His 2 pairs shrunk up considerably, and he's going to call here just in case Rast has a flush draw or something that he's bluffing with still.
Queen on the river means Scott's 2 pair is counterfeited now anyways. This might save him some chips.
Yeah, I can't imagine Scott's going to be putting very many more chips in the pot.
I'm all in.
Rast shoves.
Oh, come on.
Scott thought for a moment that he might have made a full house if the queen on the river was a jack.
I'm not going to waste time. I'm not calling on the queen.
And I'm not quite sure about Rast's bet. It had to have been designed to fold out the chop if Seaver had a king himself. But Scott can have a lot of full houses there, and it seems like a really risky gambit to take.
A lot of interested people on the rail watching, including a lot of the high-stakes poker community.
And this is tough for Rast. He has to just clear his mind and get right back into the mix. He can't be thinking about the last hand.
Well, the 8s have shown up again, and this time they're in Brian Rast's hand. He's raised, and Drinan has queens in the big blind.
All in.
Drinan moves all in.
It's like 3.
And unfortunately for Rast, this is a snap call. And in back-to-back hands, Rast might lose almost all of his chips.
I have 8s, he has queens.
It's a bad spot for Rast. He's going to need to get just as lucky as Scott did with his 8s. Rast isn't the shorter stack, so he's not at risk, but if he does lose this, he'll be down to fewer than 6 big blinds. 3, 3, 4 on the flop.
And that is no help to Rast. He needs an 8 and an 8 only.
Boom. 8s are not lucky for Connor Drinan.
And 8s are the hand. Maybe, just maybe.
Only a queen will save Connor, or he is out in 3rd. And he is out.
Oof. And that is just devastating for Connor.
Scott Seaver with pocket 5s raises it to 380,000. Brian Rast with the ace-9 of spades.
And this could get pricey. Both these players have very strong hands for heads up.
Brian makes it more expensive.
I'm all in.
Scott shoves the rest of his chips into the middle.
Wow, and this is actually reasonably close for Brian.
Scott must be happy when he doesn't get a snap call.
Absolutely. If Brian had a better pair, his chips would already be in the pot.
And it's a call. It all comes down to a flip to potentially decide the winner of $7.5 million and the title.
I have ace-9 of spades, he has 2 5s. Yeah.
Seaver's hand is ahead, but he has the smaller chip stack, so he is at risk.
And for Brian, this is a chance to get vengeance. He had him in the spot already once, and this time if he wins the whole tournament. $7.5 million, a shiny ring.
And Rast outflops Seaver.
Big flop for Brian. He is now way, way ahead.
Scott needs a 5 to win this pot. It has to be a 5. King on the turn. 1 card left. One last chance for Seaver. And the 6 on the river. Brian Rast is the first ever Super High Roller Bowl champion.
Congratulations.
Thank you.
And what a deserving champion. After taking that bad beat, he just fought hard, came back, and now he has the title.
Scott gave a little shrug there. He's gone off to talk to his friend. Second place money's not so bad.
Dude, that came back from that. I sat there, I said, I'm going to come back.
Last year, Brian Rast outlasted a world-class field on his way to a Super High Roller Bowl title and $7.5 million in cash. This year, the Super High Roller Bowl tradition continues from Aria Resort and Casino.
This is a big pot.
Thought I had you crushed.
49 of the world's best and wealthiest poker players. a buy-in of $300,000 and a first place prize of $5 million. 4 full days of live poker. The Super High Roller Bowl from start to finish gets underway right now. Do you ever find yourself opening up a little bit when you know guys are tired and a little bit less interested in competing toward the end of a day's play?
Absolutely. That's a really big part of tournaments, having the feel for those situations.
And recognizing also that people can be polarized when fatigued, where they either have it, because otherwise they wouldn't be out there stepping out, or they're just phoning it in.
Right. Taking a more conservative approach with their medium strength holding.
Exactly. Because they don't want to think as much, and there's a lot of thought that has to go into those gray area type plays, as we see 3 players in a raise pot pre-flop, and the flop yield is queen 7-6 with a couple of clubs.
Goes without saying, that's a nice flop for Budiga.
Yeah, top pair with a king kicker. Nothing much for Anthony Gregg, who's checked as well as Pertush. And Rainer Kempe checks his 2 4s. Here comes the turn card. Kempe picks up the bottom end of an open-ended straight draw.
That is a nice turn for Kempe. However,
2 flush draws on board for Pertush now. He's got top pair.
Budiga leads here. It really depends on how much as far as Kempe's decision goes.
And Pertush fires 20,000.
Don't see Gregg continuing.
He lays the 5s down.
And I don't think Kempe has quite enough to continue. If you know an 8 is good for sure, it changes things somewhat. But an 8 could be no good. Pertush has some combos with a 9 in it. However, 4s could be good at the moment. This is reasonable.
Rainer makes the call. A 3, 4, and 8 would make his hand best. And it's a 3 on the end, giving him the 7 high straight. That is the perfect card for Rainer Kempe. A disastrous one for Pertush.
And that's how you do it.
It's just that easy, boys. Look at Rainer sizing him up.
Kempe is a touch capped here. Can't really have 8-9. He can, of course. He could check 8-9 on the flop, but most of the time he would bet. So Pertush is kind of asking himself, what are his 4 combos, and thinking about trying to get some value from this king-queen, which is reasonable because Kempe could have checked back some 6x, some 7x, and doesn't really have 8-9, where Pertush does have some 8-9 here. So I don't mind Pertush's value bet, but it is ambitious.
1,000 is the bet.
And you could potentially get your guy to induce here by checking with some sort of busted draw on the end.
Sometimes, and I think Kempe may find a raise here just based on, I feel Pertush may have given away the strength of his hand a bit based on his mannerisms. That felt very value-y to me. And that's not to say he did anything wrong, and it's much easier to make reads when you can see somebody's hand.
Oh, wow, look at this. You're exactly right.
But we've seen a lot of flat calling on the end with not the nuts. But Kempe really felt like this straight was good. That's logical. Pertush really only has the 8-9 suited combos. He's not taking off out of the small blind with 8-9 off. He might not be taking off out of the small blind with 8-9 suited. So Kempe really believes this straight is good. It is, and it puts Pertush in a very awkward spot.
80K to call.
If you're going to make thin value bets, you have to be prepared to face these decisions.
Well, Pertush didn't find the auto fold. He's asking for a count here.
No, it's.
But could Kempe really be bluffing for his remaining stack in this situation with just 80K?
Great question, Ali. It's so hard to say. we can't get into Kempe's mind or know one of the beautiful things about poker.
Oh,
Pertush thinks he could be. Maybe Pertush thinks that.
To turn these over.
And that's why you don't stand behind a horse. And Fedor.
And we come right back to a possibly curious Fedor holes, and I love when we only get to see the one card. I really do.
Yeah.
Because start to imagine, what do you think Fedor does with the jack of spades? How about a queen? play along with Fedor. He knows that Helmuth has been splishy splashy to say the least.
Yeah, and a deuce 4 offsuit here, 3-betting to 90K.
That's right. It looks like Fedor is taking a flop. Excuse me.
Oh, it looks like he's going to charge him more to take a flop, isn't he? It's a 4-bet to 235,000.
And I
it's like a soul read.
I think after a little bit of Hollywooding, Helmuth is probably going to let this go.
What's going on here? I 3-bet the kid twice in 4 hours, and he 4-bet me both times. Are you in a hurry? You got a death wish? What the hell is going on here? This is sick.
Helmuth.
Nice hand, Fedor.
He's not scared to just get in there and limp. He's not scared to sometimes 4x pre-flop.
Right.
Blinds are 20-40. I've seen Berkey do things like make it 200. And I promise you that confusing your opposition generally is good. Sometimes the cost of that is making a quote-unquote bad play.
Being
unpredictable, hard to read and hard to figure out.
Right.
These are all things that do aid you in the long run if you use those things to your advantage.
Kempe opening with Snowmen, the 110. In the cutoff. And the small blind of Dan Smith making the call in bad shape with the 2 6s. He'll be heads up and out of position.
We haven't seen too many vicious coolers this tournament, Ali, like 8-6 deuce or something crazy.
And look at this.
I mean, listen, I just want the people to know, I swear on my life, I cannot predict the future. And that's just very odd.
You are a broom rider.
If that deuce came, I really would have been speechless, because this is already one of the weirdest things that's ever happened to me.
Set over set. One of the most horrific situations you can be in. I myself, on one of the few occasions in which I've played a higher stakes buy-in poker tournament, found myself in a similar spot against Gabe Kaplan. Cost myself a cool 20,000 on Poker After Dark. That one hurt. And this one's going to hurt as well for Dan Smith, who checks it. Over to Rainer Kempe.
Sounded pretty painful. To the great Gabe Kaplan.
165.
Right now, Dan Smith has major problems, and sometimes it's okay to spell out the obvious. Dan Smith, after this hand, could easily be crippled. He may elect to just start check calling, but even so, unless a 7 or 9 of hearts rolls off, Kempe has a lot of great cards to barrel, get check raised in all likelihood, and this is just so brutal for Dan.
And he's using a time extension here. Why do you suppose that is? He knows he's going to continue in the hand. Well, he's not trying to make it look weak, is he?
Of course, no. He's trying to decide whether to call or raise. I mean, there are times you are beat here, and again, being the relative chip leader versus another chip leader, this is an interesting situation because he might be well advised to simply call the flop. However, if he raises it, he does know that he will probably have to go with it. There are some extreme.
475,000.
475,000. Music to the ears of Rainier Kempe with 2 8s in his hand. A set. And he's got to believe he's golden here, right? He's not up against the 7-9 and probably not up against the 2 10s. Not impossible, though.
Not impossible, for sure. Golden is a touch more than what he's feeling, but he's feeling pretty good. It's one of these spots where
2 overs in the flush draw come to mind, maybe.
I don't think Smith
Queen Jack
check
of Hearts.
Yeah,
no?
exactly. I don't think Smith check raises Jack Queen of Hearts. The hand is too good. You kind of don't want to be forced to sort of fold it given stack sizes or decide you have to get it in because you've put yourself in a spot where
Kempe using a time extension.
Pot odds are just too good, and this is a really sickening spot for Dan Smith. And I just don't know how I just went out there and said we haven't seen a vicious cooler. I feel bad for Dan. Of course, me saying that did not influence the flop, but it's very weird. I'm having a very philosophical moment.
This is a situation where Rainer Kempe is that speeding commuter train and Dan Smith is that car stuck on the tracks.
In all likelihood, they will get it in. My only question, as crazy as it may sound, is there any way Smith finds a way to get away from this on the flop? Just given that we're on the bubble, he's such a great player.
And Rainer Kempe says, I'm all in.
Kempe's reached. Yeah,
Snap call by Dan Smith.
But you notice the trepidation in his voice. He called. He doesn't want to have to play this hand on the bubble.
So
two
sick.
relative chip leaders.
He's got more heart here. Would be a good one.
9 of hearts, all right.
It's looking pretty thin at the top of the screen next to the outs graphic.
He does have backdoor hearts. And of course, he can hit that 6. But yes, 9% is pretty thin and just a deflating feeling for Dan at the moment. So brutal.
He's rooting for a heart on the turn. Instead, it's an ace, and now he has one out, one time to avoid a massive blow.
Unbelievable, really.
Really.
Set over set in this situation. Just horrifically cold.
Dan Smith can't connect with the one-outer on the river. Set over set, one of the grossest feelings in all of tournament poker.
See 3 calls.
Berkey, undeterred by the outcome of the last hand, limping again, this time with ace-9 suited on the button.
And again, Kempe and Holt so range-oriented in their preparations and have a lot of ideas on what they'll do versus certain styles. Often that style is a player who generally min-raises pre.
Kempe with a real holding. Second straight time he's raised a limp from Berkey.
And a call.
He's got 2 7s, and this time Berkey is going to call for his whole stack. Well covered by the chip leader and at risk. He's behind with 2 overcards.
And just like that.
Is this kind of what Berkey was scripting? He was saying, I'm going to continue to do this until I get the right opportunity to try to double?
Yeah, I think A, it reduces variance, and B, Berkey was hoping that Kempe and Holtz to a degree would start attacking his limps and he would have some reships much like this, which is very reasonable. And it's a multifaceted approach, one that in the next level Berkey could stop limping and then resume. So
if Berkey can win this pot, he will vault over Phil Hellmuth for 3rd and chips, but he's going to need some help, and the board is 7 high, top set for Rainer Kempe, and a very uphill climb for Matt Berkey. If he doesn't get help on the turn, he'll be drawing dead and done in 5th.
Some possible splits.
Certainly.
Needs a spade, 5 or a 6.
And he does catch the spade.
Wow.
There it is.
Best case scenario. He now needs 1 more of those spades. 7 outs once for his tournament life. Rainer Kempe's thinking red card. The tension mounts. And here comes that river. It's a 4. 7's full for Rainer Kempe, and the end of the road for Matt Berkey.
Good game.
Good luck, Phil.
You definitely win best dressed.
Thanks.
All in.
Moving all in here with the ace.
Oh,
Oh, and he's been called. What is he up against? The ace-10. Disaster for Eric Seidel. Is that Fedor humming?
Pretty odd spot to start humming. I know me on my off days, mood-wise, may have had a choice comment or two for Fedor the Songbird, but
no doubt about it. Maybe that's just the awareness that he
balances his humming range. The kids are really on top of everything these days.
Look, if Seidel's out of here, that's an extra guaranteed 1.1 million into Fedor's pocket. So
it certainly is, and for Eric, who's battled so hard, and for Holtz, what a huge equity pot this is.
Yeah, 9-9 Trey. There's some chop outs here.
There's always hope for the short stack in this spot.
It's never easy. Kempy's going to have to sweat it out.
Now picking up some more chop outs.
Yeah, the ace on the turn.
Notice that paint.
Can't win anymore.
Seidel cannot win the pot outright. That is correct.
Very, very insightful observation. He does pick up many chop outs.
Nine, an ace, a king, queen, jack. Instead, it's a 6, and that's all she wrote for Eric Seidel, who really fought hard.
You can't say enough about Eric Seidel. You just can't.
How do you normally celebrate, Nick? You make a big score. You got a go-to?
That's a good question, Ali.
First, you got to win one.
You know what? It's too late, and why don't you keep your little jokes to yourself?
Two-time bracelet winner, one-time World Poker Tour.
There you go. There you go, Ali.
I know.
Thank you.
I know who you are, buddy.
I also have won multiple tournaments in New York City underground clubs when I was 16, 17. Took down quite a few, like 4 or 5 player tournaments. They know what's up.
Oh yeah,
you guys know who I'm talking about.
Those Colossus events.
They remember. $25 buy-in, 6 of us vying for New York City poker history.
Right.
1.2 million.
I myself.
1.2 million.
What have we walked into?
Looks like both players with a pocket pair. Holtz making it 400K with the Ducks.
This is close-ish for Fedor.
All in.
Oh, and he says all in.
Wow. And just like that, Kempe.
And a snap call from
a
Kempe.
4-to-1 favorite to take it down.
Fedor with 2 Ducks. A 4-to-1 dog, roughly, against Rainer Kempe's 2 8s.
For the spot of 2 Germans being heads up and the guy winning with 8-8, it's kind of... it's kind of the cherry on top.
Not sure Holtz is seeing any cherries on top at the moment.
You know, mentioning options.
No, he's kind of got the stem.
You know what? I won't be mad at you. I know you won't. I know you wouldn't be. I know you wouldn't be.
Tend to believe Fedor there, but nonetheless, he's thinking deuce. 10-9-5.
Running hearts, of course. But if Fedor doesn't help, Rainer Kempe is our 2016 champion, Ali.
And the turn card is a 4, down to just 2 outs once for Fedor. Otherwise, Rainer Kempe is our champion. This is for a $1.5 million difference between second and first place money. Can Kempe seal it? Yes, he can.
And
Rainer
there it is.
Kempe is your 2016 Super High Roller Bowl champion.
Wow, and I didn't expect this confetti shower. I was not told about this. Wow. Nobody consulted with me. Give Holtz the ring.
Sie waren das hier? Ah, guck mal, ein bisschen bling bling.
It begins in this city, in this venue, at these tables. 56 players will enter this room, each with a singular goal: winning the Super High Roller Bowl.
I would say that the Super High Roller Bowl is the best tournament of the year. and I say that with confidence.
$300,000 gets you in. $6 million awaits the winner of the one event on Earth for the highest stakes with the toughest field for the biggest money. The 2017 Super High Roller Bowl. This is where it begins.
Let's play some poker, boys.
And back down to the fell.
This feels like last year.
Somewhat, perhaps. A suited connector is a nice hand to have in your small blind 3-betting range versus really any. Oh my goodness.
What about is it nice when this happens? Because this is a classic.
Wow. I mean,
Top set against a straight.
A cooler like this early involving Phil Hellmuth is really astounding.
What sort of run out can Hellmuth possibly get away from here other than 4 to a flush or a straight, perhaps?
The runouts that Hellmuth gets away from kind of slow down the action anyway, were it to be an 8 of clubs or jack of clubs. So,
Correct.
of course, that's nice for Phil. This, it goes without saying, is really problematic, and he does elect to raise the flop, and
oh boy.
Bottom, I'm as random seemingly as Phil can be. When he raises 7, 9, 10 with 2 clubs in a 3-bet pot, it generally indicates strength of some sort.
Correct.
Whether it's...
What's the bottom end of that strength, though?
And Phil, most of the time, would call here on the flop with king, queen of clubs because he doesn't want to have to either get it in or simply incinerate that equity. And Bonomo elects to call, which is...
And he picks up a flush draw to go with his 10 high straight on the turn. Not that he's concerned about being up against Jack 8, of course.
Does Phil find that pot control-y check button somehow with 3 10s? I don't think so, although there are vulnerabilities to this hand. Sometimes...
And a lot of cards on the river you don't want to see.
You do want to protect against a lot of cards you don't want to see, but you have to think about the overall scenario in the tournament. Everything comes into play. There are some benefits to checking here, but it's very hard.
60,000.
Justin could easily check jam here, given that he could pick up a variety of draws. 7x of hearts. This is going to be, in all likelihood,
You may want to put the greens on your bottom.
an all-in from Justin, and
Oh, I know.
wow.
Yeah, I mean, could King Jack of clubs factor in here?
Wait, I'm giving too much information.
Certainly you fear King Jack of clubs, or King Jack in general, if you're in Phil's seat.
Although
Same
check
thing
raising the flop with King Jack in general, less likely, I would imagine, no?
could happen. Same thing from Justin. You fear running into a straight. My God, there it is.
And it's all in the middle.
Oh my God. I escaped.
Oh man, that's going to be hard to pair the board.
Oh my God.
Hellmuth needs a 7, 9, or queen here.
Wow. Threw him out. 30 minutes, go get that.
10 will work as well.
Oh, we'll go take your time.
15. I guess maybe I should have 3-bet before the flop. I knew you were going to 3-bet me light a lot today.
That's what I do.
I know. Wow, what a flop for you. It was amazing.
That depends on the river card.
No, I said what a flop for you.
Oh my God, wait till people get this update.
And the 3 on the river.
Guys,
oh my God.
Try to outplay me. The best player in the world. I'm just going to re-raise Phil with 8-6. He's going to flop top set, and I'm going to flop a straight.
And the stack sizes begin to increase as the field condenses. I'm sure we'll see some even bigger pots.
Wake up, cards.
Ace-10 suited for Czar Rast. That was his online handle.
It was. I've tussled with him many times, both online and live.
You were the takeover.
I still am the takeover.
You still
Ali.
are, okay. I haven't rumbled with you online in so long.
Yeah, I'm around from time to time when I duck out of the country and get that itch.
Of course, online poker no longer available except for specific states here in the U.S. We're talking New Jersey, Nevada.
Ridiculous. Ridiculous.
A little bit shocking. Certainly disappointing for the big fans of the game.
Everybody's suited here.
Nice guy.
And the board, 2 clubs. Queen 8-6. Rast with the nut flush draw. Hart with the flush draw and open-ended straight draw. And Katz with a pair of 8s.
Serious connection to the board via Rast and Hart. And given that Kevin is sporting a 20-some-odd BB stack, slightly more, I believe, very likely to be going in here versus Rast.
I'm all in.
All in.
And sure enough.
Of course, the correct play for Kevin.
Call.
And Rast says, I have to call. He happens to have the best hand, and it's got Kevin
like
in pretty rough shape.
A 2-to-1 dog for Kevin, and rough shape indeed.
You still got a bunch of
Oh, I know I got out. I just didn't want to see that.
Yes, that's true. You want to see ace queen.
Don't forget about the red 9.
Or the red 7.
Just put it straight out there. Blank it out, put it straight out there.
Just anything with a club.
Blank it out, put it straight out there.
Got a wrap. A wrap of outs. The hold'em wrap. Minus the club.
That's not my specialty.
Not really mine anymore either. But used to.
And here's the turn card. It's a
does hit that
5.
straight, so now it is Brian over a 4-to-1 dog hunting for those clubs. Only 7 of
It's
them.
your lucky dealer. You good.
That's my girl. That's my girl, huh? Come on, Mad Dog.
And at least there's a...
Hold on, Mad Dog.
Here comes the river. It's a 7, and Kevin Hart.
Hart retains life.
Kicking that. Kicking that.
111.
Oh, boy.
I believe Vogelsang wakes up with
Can you
aces.
please be quiet? I'm asking you very nicely. You I'm can't allowed to say talk. anything. Carrie, you can't.
Where is that in the rule?
Can you call the floor, please? You really can't even say a word.
That's not a rule in poker.
Yeah, it is.
What, talking?
You can't talk right now. Only heads up.
Everybody's getting a little testy, Ali.
Well, listen, a lot of money hanging in the balance.
That's
man.
right.
Stress getting to folks.
Kernick and Kuhn are about
Oh, you're
to
allowed
throw
to talk
down.
turn hand.
10 seconds.
What's the rule?
You are allowed to talk. Even with three-handed, him left. Absolutely.
Okay.
Absolutely.
Okay.
Can I have 30 extra seconds? Because I've been trying to get him to stop talking. We've been calling him before. Absolutely, he should get extra time. I've used the time. You should have as much time as you want.
115 when he called for the floor. It was at 115 when he called for the floor. I looked.
Multi-way tops, even if a player is all in,
Okay.
still considered a multi-way
Not a word.
top.
My apologies. I was
So,
wrong.
How much time was left? So Justin's already used the time extension, so he has until 1 minute.
Here,
Can I say
I'll
something?
give him one of my banks. I'll forfeit it.
Can I say something that was a munch of talking? So he really should almost start over.
So a reasonable,
said that.
Well, let's not get carried away. How many time banks are we going to make up here? I mean,
Yes. Justin, you
That's
agree
fine.
Reasonable? Okay, 30 seconds starts right now.
So it's 648 more to call, right?
648,000 more to call. Yes.
I call.
Call. You got aces?
Yeah.
You got aces. How do you wake up with aces there? All right. Just need a red queen, I guess. Damn, that's a good spot for aces, huh? This is my first all-in. All-in call it is.
So it's 6s against queens against aces for far and away the largest pot that we have seen thus far in this year's Super High Roller Bowl, with not one but 2 players at risk in Vogelsang and NLHE carry Katz.
The 648, that or whatever it was that Addamo just called now, also close. I need some help from the players at home, the very experienced players in these situations. I'm just not sure. My knee-jerk reaction here is that Addamo did not even need to call that initial 20 bigs, but certainly it's okay. And a lot of drama heading to this flop as Addamo picks up some 7s.
8, 9, 10, and NLHE picks up some jacks.
Hefe, Jack and Queen hunting.
Justin did also.
Yeah, I can't worry about
Notice Vogelsang has 50% to win this hand. He's fading sevens, jacks, queens, sixes.
Right.
Yeah, you're right. Come on, Taylor, we need a
Just
jack.
the smallest of favorites
Boom.
against the aggregate hands.
What a nice card to see if you're Christoph.
Sure.
What a massive, massive pot this is for him in terms of real world dollar EV.
Right,
I mean, this is
2.263 roughly.
Oh my. Dramatic river. Rip his lip off there, Christoph. Easy.
Here comes the river. It pairs the board and
Vogelsang
two aces
holds.
hold. And that is it.
Deflating for Gary Katz to wake up with two queens and ship out of the small blind.
We know not what either player holds, simply that Schindler was the open raiser and Kuhn defended. Jason has checked it over to Jake, who is going to continue to the tune of 75,000 into the pot of 230.
Hey.
And I think it's a
Insta-call.
snap call from
Might
Schindler
see
here.
some straight draws from Kuhn.
Well, it's a bottom set for Jake Schindler.
Another pair of eights, by the way. You do see a straight draw for Kuhn, which makes a lot of sense.
7-9. And Bonomo, the first man over there to root against Kuhn. No, that doesn't appear to be the case, but
The hovering over them is a bit odd, but they're all good friends.
It's been fun run either way, boys. I prefer to get there and be a pain in your but sometimes you don't get to.
Hard not to like Jason Kuhn.
that is the truth. You kind of root for him here, you know? The pain of the money bubble looming
Of
over
course,
him. And
it's hard not to root for him, especially given how many chips Schindler has, that he'll be okay. And
right. Can Jason Kuhn hit a 6 or a jack to complete a straight, make the best hand, and stay alive? Or will he be the dreaded 8th place finisher? It's the latter. As
Wow.
the deuce rolls off, and your pick to win it, Nick Schulman.
He definitely made me and a lot of people proud with his stellar play, as always.
Yep.
Tough to bubble. Tough day for him.
And we are one bust out away from drawing the curtain on tonight's action and setting the stage for the podium finishers.
All in.
Oh, this looks like possibly a bit much given the stack of Shalabel, but of course ace-10 of diamonds.
Call.
Quite ahead. Oh my goodness.
I got aces.
Vogelsang
And
with the call.
This is why you don't do this when another player at the
aces.
table. Oh my God! And Vogelsang pacing because he wasn't really expecting this situation, and Shalabel just counting his lucky stars.
You know, Sukernik has kind of shown this propensity to be willing to just gamble it up and ship it and kind of intimidate. And
It got him here so far, and Sukernik has really played very well in a lot of spots. I think he overextended himself here, given the stack of Shalabel, but onto the flop we go.
And could Shalabel be laddering up yet again?
This is a major ladder up here.
Here comes the flop. Leon's thinking diamonds. Only one available. The king out there. A dangler for that running Broadway. We got to put a diamond up there just to keep him drawn live, don't we? Or a runner to a straight.
That's right. And
Christoph's thinking, just put the 4 of clubs out
course,
there.
yes.
Here comes the turn. It is a diamond.
The suspense is always there. It's just never easy. Yeah, that's it's a very expensive card that just rolled off for Vogelsang, worth about, I don't know, hundreds of thousands in equity, probably less, but crazy.
Can Sukernik snap aces?
What is that king of diamonds worth?
Here it comes. Oh,
There it
it's
is.
the 3.
Okay.
And Sukernick finishing in 4th place.
Incredible showing for Sukernick. Round of applause warranted.
Schindler now with Jack 8 suited.
Call.
Right in there.
Yep.
Check.
Christoph, as usual, taking his time, regardless of his range, and then making his decision, which is a check, and 10 trade deuce on this board.
Both players, of course, sort of connecting to this board as Schindler has some backdoor possibilities and swirling around that 10. And Vogelsang, top pair, 7 kicker. A very good hand playing heads up. Versus this smallish bet, might Christoph raise simply to get some chips in the pot, which was with which what figures to be the best hand.
Call.
No. Onto a turn.
Ooh, look at that.
Has to be the most fun turn card in the deck, Ali. Christoph makes 10s and 7s. Schindler with a gut shot and a flush draw. A very standard spot for Jake, of course, to
400,000.
continue betting. One assumes Christoph will raise here.
Raise.
And this is one of those spots,
1,500,000.
Nick, where that lack of time extension really looks to play in, as Christoph is check raised to 1.5 million, another 1-1 for Jake to call.
And I think Schindler's call here is quite standard and will be getting made. I don't think Schindler comes over the top here.
10 seconds.
He calls, perhaps has some river bluffs in mind if he misses, but
Call.
see what this river brings. Schindler finds himself as a 3-1 dog.
Don't look now, there's 3.5 million in the middle. This is a big one. And the river pairs the board with a deuce, and not necessarily your favorite if your Vogelsang, as any overpair, now has 10s and 7s beat, but it was a limp pot pre-flop.
That's right, and I think Vogelsang feels quite confident with these 10s and 7s. You're absolutely right. Of course, overpairs now do counterfeit the 10s and 7s, but still certainly bet for value here.
2.3 million. 2,300,000.
2.3 million from Christoph Vogelsang.
That's mashed potatoes and gravy.
Yes, it is, and deuce of clubs, of course, not the river Jake Schindler was looking for.
10 seconds. All in.
Whoa! Oh my goodness, Sally.
All in.
Wow. Christoph with only 30 seconds to decide here. I think 10s and 7s is good enough, but man, it's a lot easier from up here. I did not see that coming, Ali. Schindler, all in.
10 seconds.
10 seconds.
Call.
And Vogelsang makes the call.
Schindler's bluff does not get through. And that's it.
Good game.
We have our champion, Ali. Wow.
Yes.
It's one of poker's most exclusive tournaments. A $300,000 buy-in feeding a massive prize pool of over $14 million. 48 elite players came to test their skill in a 4-day battle of strategy, aggression, and endurance. This is the 2018 Super High Roller Bowl.
I don't think Chewy's ever been in a market.
Ace-9 in Ivey's hand this time. He makes it 6,000 here on the flop with top and bottom pair. Petrangelo sticking around as the third heart rolls off and gives him the flush. That was a dramatic pause that I put in there, as it wasn't self-evident.
I think Petrangelo's considering leading as he defends the big blind here.
Yeah.
The 7 of hearts is rich with possibilities regarding Nick's range in form of the 8-10 and all the flushes and some 2-pair combinations. And the idea behind the lead here is that Ivey gets very pot control-y on turns with his ace-X, and we want to simply build the pot with our flushes and charge certain hands that have equity. And oh my, Ivey rivering 9s full of aces. Petrangelo's hand absolutely strong enough to lead here, and he will. And of course, Ivey will be raising either in the form of a shove. He goes so big that it looks like Ivey will shove this river. And Petrangelo is going to go into a tank, probably think aloud as he often does, and we will probably get some inner workings into his poker mind.
And he
graces
has
us
Ivey
with his thoughts.
well covered here.
He does.
Oh, and Ivey.
I like this.
Yeah.
Why not? You know. This is going to be a difficult laydown for Petrangelo. He might make it, but it's going to be tough. Is Ivey doing this with King of Hearts 10? Is he doing this with
the dry nut
Ace-7?
flush.
Does Ace-7 ever do this? Queen 8 with a, it's going to be really hard to get away. Hear what Nick has to say.
So far it was an F-bomb.
You do now have a bluff catcher, Ali. Phil never proudly does this with something like Ace-Jack, nor a straight.
What about trip 9s?
No.
Never.
No,
Never,
not
ever.
first that sizing. On the end, trip 9s are happy to call or turn their hand into a bluff, but again, bluff catcher. I think having a flush here just, it makes it hard. Let's go through range. Ivey has 9s full. He has other full houses, given that Nick led turn. So he has the aces, jacks, 7s, all the 9s full. That's a very healthy amount of hands. To counteract that, his bluffs are King of Hearts X, some straight draws that had 1 heart. There might not be enough. Ivey also has bigger flushes. Petrangelo might find this fold. If you think he's under bluffing things like Ace-7 and King 10 with the King of Hearts, there is a chance Petrangelo puts this hand in the muck. It's pretty reasonable, frankly. This is a dicey, tough situation.
It's hard for your opponent to have the hearts as well.
But they're out there.
Yeah, and
they're out there.
Is this the line that he takes?
I mean, he just calls a lot of his flushes on the end. Maybe the king high ones put it in, but his range is rich with full houses. There are some bigger fluffs and bigger flushes, and the problem is it's not that easy to find bluffs, but Ivey's very capable. King of Hearts Queen, King of Hearts 10. Just other stuff. I don't know, 7-10 with the 10 of hearts. There's combos out there that you can find, but there are many full houses that loom here with all the combinations of the 9 in conjunction with the board. I think trips for the most part flat here. Not that easy to find a ton of bluffs, and pretty interesting to see if Petrangelo finds this laydown. And when I say finds, I don't even mean he's finding the correct play versus range, or of course right now it's correct. I'm inclined to think probably this hand is okay folding here. Probably pretty safe. If we could sim this spot out a million times, this actual spot live, I don't think Ivey takes off here that often with King 10 bluffing, so let's see.
It's 135 total? Yeah.
Gross spot, Ali.
Indeed. $250,000 chip pot.
Another food order in for me.
My hand out on this 30? Yeah, the rest of my
Petrangelo has time bank issues as well. He's out of extensions, so he must make a decision soon. 20 seconds.
Okay.
10 seconds now.
Great fold. Found it.
Yep.
Beautiful.
Time
well
banks
done,
well
done,
invested there.
Petrangelo.
Yep.
Absolutely. That's why you use him.
$125.
Back at the outer table, take a look at this. Badziakuski has flopped an open-ended straight draw up against Stephen Chidwick, who has the overpair with 2 kings, and Makita has bet $125,000 into the pot of 150.
I believe Chidwick will just call here.
Call.
Sure enough. Another 250 into the middle, 400,000 the pot size. Chidwick checking once more.
Maybe Makita will be okay to just check back here and try to hit, occasionally bluff the river on some runouts after getting called on Jack 10-5. However, there are some straight draws that Chidwick may have that have to fold in some ace high. So it's close, definitely has outs.
350.
Oh.
350.
Tell you what, Makita's not the one. He is barreling away.
Well, he's leaning on Amali, and of course Chidwick will call.
It's the higher variance approach, but it's worked out for him to this point.
10 seconds.
Though to be fair, I think the leaning sort of started more after he took that big bundle off of Chidwick with the set of aces. Steven calls again, and if you're Makita, you got to be asking yourself, I got an almost pot-sized bet in on the flop that got called. I put a meaty one in on the turn here that got called, and on the river, I just got an 8. Third check out of Chidwick. Where does Makita have him?
Probably around Jack X. 5X is absolutely allowed. Some 10s. King, Queen is possible. Makita would know that he's bluffing now if he chooses to use this hand as a bluff. And of course, something like a shove is an incredibly bold play on the bubble, in the 600K bubble. If anybody's capable, it's this dude, but I don't know, Ali. We shall see. All in here would be tremendous to watch. I don't think we'll be fortunate enough to see it, but he is still thinking, Ali. Fully aware he would be turning his hand into a bluff, essentially, if he puts something crazy out there.
Or conversely, might he think that if Chidwick had some sort of draw, it's best to check back with the showdown value of an 8?
I feel sizing-wise, I mean, it's a pretty enticing move to just put Chidwick in. It's also quite maniacal, but think about it. If you're Chidwick with Jack Queen, Jack King, even 5-4, do you really want to call off 1.8 million when Seth Davies is over there on the other table with 30 bigs? And he does do it, Ali. Wow. Chidwick is capable of calling, by the way, but let's see. What a play by Badziakuski. I was just having fun up here, but he did it.
1.3 million.
Let's see if Chidwick comes with the call. Wow, I guarantee you he won't have any time extensions when he does whatever he does.
This is a massive pot here on the order of that which these two shared earlier in today's competition.
What a play by
Down
Makita
go the Kings.
Badziakuski. Beautiful. And I'm surprised Chidwick didn't think about it a little bit longer. But what a great, 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 great play.
Picking up the action back at the table. 9-7-5 with a couple of clubs. Negreanu with the gut shot straight draw and the best hand with the 2 6s.
Badziakuski getting some big time odds to call with ace-queen off. 9-7-5, 2 clubs, not the best flop, of course, for ace of heart, queen of diamonds.
Odds that Negreanu certainly is aware he is giving Badziakuski, and he has ranged him without question. So doing this with a measure of awareness is Daniel.
Certainly, always. On to the turn.
Oh, that'll work. Negreanu now with the 9 high straight, 1.5 milli in the middle.
I think range-wise, Daniel's range might play is almost a full check in this spot. Of course, many ways to go as his hand just wants to put chips in, and I don't know. You can throw something small out there, nobody's losing any sleep over it, but I think this check is more precise on a high theoretical level, perhaps. And curious if Badziakuski decides to turn this ace-queen into a bluff, as we see Daniel does have one of those combos that smashes this board, but this is a Badziakuski-ish kind of board, meaning the button is doing okay here versus the small blind 3-betting range just flatting, and Badziakuski may want to lean on the other combos of big cards, try to get them out there. I like this bet of 375 quite a lot. Makes tons of sense, even though he's unfortunately drawing dead to a chop this time. I think this bet is very good.
Obviously, it's difficult to look up at a screen and take a snapshot of the statement. This bet is very good when you have ace queen against the 9 high straight, but
I just think
with the explanation.
It's a high level bet. Even ace king has a really brutal spot. And Daniel's check call here is automatic. There will be no raising here with this 6-6.
10
we
jack
minimize damage versus 10 jack, and we allow nonsense to fire away. So I think Daniel's check call is standard.
Board pairs on the turn, and obviously that does present certain issues.
Nikita will check here. That bet was partially designed to get value from like ace 10, maybe a little bit of ace jack, maybe put ace king in a weird spot, deny equity to like king jack, or king induce the check call. I think Nikita checks here, but he could go big. Let's see.
10 seconds.
Oh, I think he was about to say something, Ali.
1.4 million.
Oh, Daniel, well done, buddy. There will be no folding here. I mean, he's scared of 9-8. Don't get me wrong. He's scared of full houses, certainly. But yeah, 6-6 is just way too high up in your range here to consider folding. So
let's see.
10 seconds.
Oh. Well, he didn't even go with the extension there. He just knew.
Yeah, there was just no folding.
Pocket 9s for Addamo on the button.
$200,000. Call.
Daniel defending with the 2 unders. This will be a tough proposition.
Oh.
Top set against second pair with an open-ender. Certainly does lay the groundwork for some additional chips to be deposited into this pot. Daniel checks it over to Justin.
As we've seen from the heads-up match thus far, how hard it is for both players to make a continue-worthy sort of holding. It's kind of our first one on any sort of big way. Middle pair, open-ended straight draws, rather big hand. Playing heads up, no limit, and top set speaks for itself. Daniel could go a couple of ways.
500,000.
A smooth $500,000.
Smooth $500,000, and on a board as wet as this, Addamo might be very well served to raise, and based on sizing considerations, we'll see how Daniel continues.
What a dream, by the way, when you're holding top set.
Top
Granted,
set, I
it's
mean,
not the
obviously
nuts,
it's straight in. There's a couple of hearts out there, but it's the essential nuts. I thought Daniel maybe could have just check called here we're not doing that great
1.25 million.
versus the range that inflates the pot here. Nonetheless, his play is certainly understandable with middle pair in this open-ender. What does Daniel go with here? If you think you have some fold equity, I guess you can just mash it in. You're kind of in a flippy situation versus a lot of hands, but of course you're drawing to a chop versus straight and in poor shape versus set.
He has 3.9 million back.
A lot of chips.
Gonna use a time extension.
Yeah, tough, tough, tough. Don't think Justin is doing that with all that many flush draws. I think what we see a lot here from Justin is very, very good hands. Not to state the obvious, but 7-8 now is not doing that well versus range. I think to continue, I don't really want to jam. I wouldn't have check raised flop, so I'm a bit uncomfortable and kind of have to recalibrate. Maybe there is just too much out there to get away. I don't see Justin doing this with 6-8. Looks like Daniel's going with it. He does shove it in. He gets it all in on the flop. Justin calls, and here we go, Ali.
Right, I got the other stuff.
Justin Bonomo is a 3-1 favorite to win this year's Super High Roller Bowl.
Good flop. We need a 5 or a 10. Any 5, any 10.
Neither player holds a heart, so flush is not an issue.
And Justin has the crusher turn cards. If any full house or quads variety would end this thing.
No back doors.
Board pairs, and it's over.
Will Daniel get there? Or will Justin Bonomo be our 2018 Super High Roller Bowl champion?
Was it a hasty stuffing?
I think it might have been a little hasty, but after the check raise, things get a bit complicated. The play is reasonable, and honestly, heads up when you flop middle pair open under. Everything's reasonable to get it in. Let's see what happens.
Here comes the turn. A king.
All right, one more card. 5 or a 10.
Daniel Negreanu.
Otherwise, Justin Bonomo will be your Super High Roller Bowl champion.
You said it, Daniel.
5 or 10. That's what we need.
See if he'll get it, Ali. You hunching, buddy? No hunch.
I don't know. 8 outs once. Feels like a 7-9 holds.
One time.
But wouldn't it be exciting?
Let me squeeze it.
The river. Here's the board.
Good match, bud.
Justin Bonomo.
Well done.
Nines full of sixes.
Oh.
And as Daniel said moments ago, Justin Bonomo is your 2018 Super High Roller Bowl champion.
Absolutely incredible performance start to finish, without a doubt.
You get to take home the cool $5 million first place prize, but our friends at Rockstar would like to present you with the Super High Roller champion ring.
We don't need that.
One of poker's most prestigious high roller tournaments is back. With a $300,000 price of admission and a $3.6 million first place prize, luring 36 of the game's elite to a 3-day fight on the felt. But only one will follow in the footsteps of Brian Rast, Rainer Kempe, Christoph Vogelsang, and Justin Bonomo as the next champion. Their journey starts tonight at the 5th installment of the Super High Roller Bowl.
Is protect yourself at all times. I got to bet, yes.
That was grimy. And I feel like it's grimy in a cash game. But to say you got me or you got it or I can't call or any of these sorts of things.
If you look somebody in the eyes and you're like, you got me, and then you get a read and you're, no, you don't call. Yes, it's a little grimy, but at the same time, I wouldn't do it. I'm not advocating for angle shots, but it is protect yourself at all times.
So fair or
I would
foul?
always say foul in an icky moral way.
Fair in a technical way?
I don't know if it can be defined with just the fair and foul. It's gross, but it is protect yourself at all times. Make sure they fold if you're out there, if you're not sure.
Makita's not looking to protect himself as he has flatted Negreanu's 5K open with 2 9s, or perhaps it is in the interest of protecting himself, or his chips rather.
I can really do it.
Not looking to bloat it pre.
I was thinking like either bet in the dark or check in the dark, but none makes sense. Bet in the dark would be sick. Neither makes sense. Like throw out 15K, that'd be sick. 15, just bet 5 in the dark? I don't know, man. I have to look, see what comes. Okay, we've got some to work with here, right? You and me. Let's go. We got 6s, we got 7s, we got 8s, we got straight draws, we got flush draws, we got all kinds. So, What we got to do here
Is
is put
check.
one blue chip in. Go ahead.
Not only 5-9.
I can think of a card that would create some spiciness.
Or more. It's up to you.
Yeah,
Whatever.
yeah, definitely.
And that, of course, the king of clubs.
Okay, I know. I'm not asking for advice.
And the next table to break.
Yeah, I did, though. 'Cause yeah, he's a Oh, man. You don't like that bet?
So,
I
so
can't
our
ask
table's
that.
the next to break. It is the next to break.
Okay.
So in the event that we break
It's against the rules. Rules.
Bads weighs his options.
You should. 16.
Comes with 16.
Fine.
We break
16,000. This guy, I knew it. I knew this frickin' floppy was gonna do
Daniel
that.
calls. No Daniel
Oh,
under the gun
don't do it
here.
to me, man.
Kind of
Come
repping
on, I got
a
good
big pair.
cards.
He can have some of the stuff like this, but
Give me what I need.
feature on this
does have some big pairs here given this line. And
Oh.
wow. In she comes. My
And
goodness.
Negranu knuckles, by the way, turns the stone nuts, and it's going to look a lot like he's worried about the four-liner here with his range.
Naturally. Of course. Negranu can have 10-10. He can have the Jack 10
Babe, you'll
suited.
feel it. So good.
I think Bats bets this,
He bets
Nick.
right now. Oh.
It's a great hand.
10 seconds.
We see
Yeah, buddy.
it's a little under a 3-1 dog running
I love
into
a
the
good straight this time
absolute
of year.
disaster bazooka of the world.
You think he just checks back so he can call all bets on the end?
Aces, kings, and queens are now bowing out.
hard.
We might be well served to check.
Nines full on the
Well, the
end for
turn
Makita,
brought
who
it
knuckled
away.
the turn, and
The
how-
river brings it back in, and yeah, tough one for Daniel.
Switch it up now.
It's actually going to be tough for Daniel to give Makita credit for a boat. The nut straight is strong here.
Not that many boats, Zoe. Exactly right. It's very strong.
I played good cards.
That's right. That's some very
Pretty good cards. Good cards.
60,000.
That's really bad news for me.
60?
Ooh, I was going to do it to you really, for real, on the turn. I was really going to do it to you on the turn. All right, I need a minute for this one.
If he folds this, Ali,
And what did you bet on the flop?
I'll be pretty blown
16,
away.
16, 32. So none of that matters. You either got it, or you don't. Question is, what could you have that
10 seconds.
It is under the gun one.
full house makes
Guarding
a
the
lot of
positions.
sense, right?
7-handed.
I'm going to use one of these because I'm going to take my time. So, full house. Which full house? Let's see. Sevens or eights? Sevens or sixes? Sixes or sevens? You would check back the turn for sure. 60,000 now. I think my hand might be too good to fold, but ho hum.
Let it go one time, Daniel.
What do you have though? Raise me on that flop. Not that, because you bet that. Yeah, I think you just have a full house, bro.
Whoa.
Or a really solid, crazy next level bluff. Or maybe you just have a 10.
That's the thing. Weird.
See the deer.
10 seconds.
Does he come with this
I still haven't made up my
fold?
mind yet, so I'll use it.
No, he comes with
All
the
right,
second
take
time
it. Sure,
extension.
why not?
So, get on in. I raised, that was the button, so I was under the gun here. So you don't have. Just a no. Jack, no. Budnikovsky, good player. Good player. If you bet less, I would have paid a long time ago. No.
60 into
I'm
47.
gonna try to win, like you said. You know, I'm trying to win. Otherwise, I wouldn't use two of those.
10 seconds.
Oh, do it, Daniel. What a fold. Awesome.
Wow.
Sevens or sixes? Fours? Find out.
6.
Beauty.
Oh, wow.
Oh, what a rough spot for Jake.
Cooler alert.
Yeah.
And on this sort of texture, it is real tough to see a path.
What happened pre-Ollie? Do you have a
Yeah,
a
Smith
line?
opened to 4,500. Schindler 3-bet it to
Yeah.
14,000. Smith just baiting his man.
Yep.
Flats. Doesn't look to get any more in there pre. Now he is knuckled. And Smith is just thinking maximization here. What line will be the one that yields the most profit? These cards just don't rate to have connected with Jake. And flats. Board pairs on the turn, and the 7's not supposed to help anyone.
So ugly for Schindler, yeah. Everybody's been in this spot a million times.
Snapchat? Not really. Deeply or age? Yeah. I was told I was too old for it. Oh, nah. Not too old. I don't like it. I already have Instagram and Facebook.
Yeah, I'm not a fan of it. I mean, Instagram has all that anyway, if you want to do that, yeah.
They stole it, right?
Yeah, they did steal it.
There's 30 pairs above the 7 that we beat.
Facebook has theirs, too.
Yeah. Snapchat's useless.
6 that we
What
don't.
do they have in the market? Corner of the market, nothing. Oh, they have filters.
Yeah,
One that we
some
choke
cool
with.
filters.
Some hands that have an 8 in it that aren't even paired. A little bit. Just a really rough spot for Mr. Schindler, and
what's the bet?
you empathize. Been there. But he's done pretty well for himself, and maybe he'll hit a king. But yeah.
Well, the bell tolls for Jake Schindler, who has no add-ons. $28K, second barrel.
And this no Nietzsche working a little bit, by the way, kind of giving Smith the once-over. Not even in the hand. Maybe he's just looking at something else, but I think he's kind of eyeing this pot, you know, paying attention. Looks at Dan, looks at Jake.
By the way, if I'm Schindler, I'm feeling pretty good about 2 kings right now.
Oh, yeah. Kind of looks like 10s and 7s for Dan. Something like this,
Maybe
of course.
jacks.
I mean, it's, you know, Smith opened under the gun. Doesn't even have the goofiness. And
this is an awful card for Smith. He makes aces full, but just a ton of action.
It's interesting because we love king-queen to keep barreling, yet I would gravitate towards leading here because kings and queens just simply shut it down. Jacks as well. Maybe Dan just leads. I don't know how.
And it could look like a desperate lead, by the way, if he did, as we see him check, right?
It's one of these spots where he's not going to lead. He doesn't have a lot of bluffs here, but it's a spot where I just want to lead with aces full and check a lot of most other stuff. And I know that's unbalanced and bad, but it comes up so rarely. I don't know if Schindler's just taking off with something like 2 Broadway cards. Maybe King still can try to get value, which is pretty sweet if we're Dan. We have all sorts of checks on the end. It's great to have great hands in our checking range, of course, but...
Do we take the ace X's out of Smith's range at this point if we're Schindler? I feel like we can and maybe go for value, right?
Ace of spades and another spade is possible.
So the peel with ace big of spades?
Ace king is allowed to just still have fought. Even ace queen can fight a little bit. Something like ace 6 suited is, I guess, impossible, but... Schindler's weighing going for value. What's unfortunate for him is things like jacks and 10s. Might check fold.
Oh, no.
Oh.
Is that all of it?
Yeah.
Ladies and gentlemen, say goodnight to Jacob Schindler.
Understandable. Kings are incredibly strong there. If we think about it, especially with the king, sure. I mean, great hand. Top set for Winter, open under for Foxen.
Buckle up.
A pot could be a Bruin, Holly.
Exactly half pot, laying 3-1 to the open ender. Now a heart draw added to the repertoire after Foxen flatted. Just about $250,000 in the middle. Alex staring on pretty intently.
Sure. It's
And
very
Winter,
conceivable scenarios where it all goes in here.
looks like he's trying to steady that breathing.
Right. Very possible Foxen makes a semi-bluff here and puts Sean in.
How much did he bet?
145. Jam here is pretty natural. You have some fold equity and just under a 2-to-1 dog versus this, the absolute bazooka. So let's see.
Time extension.
Chip lead pot on our hands, Ollie.
What do you do if you're foxing with this holding, Nick?
I think a little bit of calling and a little bit of raising. Both are good. I could easily see jamming it in if I was out there. Sort of depends how wide you think Sean is. Do we have an additional read on how Sean is navigating this spot with the 3-bet pre-bet bet? I think it's unusually strong. Perhaps I'll call.
Alex has Sean well covered.
All in.
All in.
Does jam it in. Of course, Sean is calling, and he will hate to see this hand. Just
right. That's 7-8 of hearts.
Feeling when your man has something like King Queen, etc., which I don't know does this. But here we go, Ali. What a huge river for both Winter and Foxen.
Yeah. Straight and flush draw is as good as you hope to have without having the set of nines beat in this spot. 13 outs once for Sean Winter's tournament life in a 1.226 million chip pot.
Here we go.
To the river.
Boom.
Oh!
There it is.
Yeah.
Pretty rough for Winter. 3 bets, big blind button, 2 black nines, 9-6-3 rainbow. Ugh. Just really a gross way to bust, obviously. Good game, Sean. One of the best. He'll be back. You know the drill. Brutal. Chidwick out 10-8 suited, respecting the under the gun open. Looks like Talal has defended the small with 7s, understandably. Foxen out with the Queen 6 offsuit.
Heads up.
Matthias.
Oh no, Adrian.
Oh,
looks like 1.4 million is coming over to Shikurchi in all likelihood, unless some really scary cards come off that slow down both players. But set over set on the 8-7-4, 2 clubs versus the small blind defense. Pretty brutal flop for the Conquistador.
Yeah, we've
just
got
4%.
Train wreck in progress here, Nick.
Oh.
90.
Talal's knuckle draws a bet of 90 from Adrian. There's some draws out there. Shikurchi may look to put the action in now. Unclear. Fuse has been lit, though. And it looks like a raise.
335.
335,000 total. No, man.
You feel for this.
Yeah.
After the long grind, great player. Bottom set. No good. Just 1 out. We can feel the pain. Brutal.
10 seconds.
And, it's flat, Ollie. Maybe.
I'm
Maybe
surprised.
a road to a version of some kind.
I really thought Matthias was ready to get it in there and charge any of the prospective draws or over pairs. And now a 9 of clubs is not a welcome sight for either hand.
Player. Looks like Talal's grabbing a kind of cute 3rd pot bet. Just see what he grabbed initially. Let's see.
Talk to me. Adrian looks intrigued.
275.
Yeah.
This is blatantly a very poor card if you're in Adrian's seat. Maybe just call and find a way to avoid the total disaster on the end. Let's see.
He tends to agree with you. King, not of any concern to either player.
be a bit concerned if you're Talal as well. Adrian called a very meaty raise on the flop. Clubs fall right in there, of course.
All in.
He goes all in, and it might be time bank time for Mateos. A set is a set, very hard to make. It's a great hand, but this 7, 8, 9 with the 3 clubs situation, if he gets away, it'll be outstanding. Let's see, he does call.
Yeah.
Such a good hand. Yeah, can feel the frustration from Mateos there. It's a tough one.
That is a decimating blow to Adrian's stack.
I had the big chip lead on Galfond in one of the World Series events, the No Limit Deuce, and yeah, he made his charge. And to the showers I went. Foxen hoping to do the same. King Jack for Haxton, Ace 8 for Foxen. A lot of hand heads up at this stack depth. Might it be going in, Ollie? Haxton with the slippery limp, and if Foxen shoots it up, which he almost for sure will, an application of aggression from Haxton seems utterly standard. And it could be going in right here, Ali, because Ace 8 suited is a hell of a hand as well. 20 some odd bigs heads up.
Some of it's going in. 225,000 to be specific.
A limp jam from Ike would make a lot of sense with this hand. Again, heads up. King Jack. Very under-repped. He'll be limping in with a lot of trash, especially with that big blind hand.
All in.
He does go all in, Ollie, and I think Foxen will be calling.
He did indeed.
And here it is, Foxen with the best hand. 60-40 to retain life in this super high roller bowl, Ollie. Here we go.
Can he get a spin? Taking the best of it. 3-2 favorite. Ace 8 of diamonds against King Jack off as Haxton limped the button. Foxen raised it, and then Haxton shoved. A snapper from Alex, who is ready.
Of course. Here we go.
Here comes the flop. Ace, Queen, 6, looking good for Alex Foxen. All clubs, neither player with a flush draw. Haxton does, however, have a Broadway draw.
That's right. 10 hunting. Backdoor trippies. 2 pair, but Foxen comfortably in the lead. About 4-1.
See the percentages. An overwhelming favorite.
Out, Sully.
Oh, yeah.
Outs
the King of
emerged.
Hearts on the turn.
Still 4-1. Haxton 10, Jack King hunt him for the title, and Foxen hoping to keep it clean. Here we go, Ollie.
Only 9 whammies in the deck, everything else, and Foxen will double. 2.6 million in the middle. If Ike improves, he wins it.
Nice split screen there, both watching on intently. Here it is, Ollie.
So
River
much
coming.
riding on this card. The river.
Bang,
it's a
there
jack.
it is.
Runner, runner, 2 pair.
A little
for Ike
anticlimactic to win it with the worst hand pre, but
Thanks.
what a deserving victor. Ike Haxton.
Well, what do you think it's going to take for you to continue to stay at the top for another decade?
I don't know. Let's hope I find out over the next decade. I don't know.
The list of champions is long.
Brian Rast is the first ever Super High Roller Bowl champion.
Christoph is our 2017 Super High Roller Bowl champion.
What a deserving victor. Ike Haxton, bravo.
Tonight, the best in the world try to add their name to that list to be a champion of one of the most prestigious events there is. The Super High Roller Bowl, a $300,000 buy-in 2021 edition is next.
And BK, 14 bigs, 7-7. Do we have fold equity? Let's see. Perhaps it goes in now, Ollie.
On.
Yep.
Curious to see how Brewer handles this. Man, I think we have to action gamble, but oof.
Yeah, Klein's ace 10.
It's like 130, right? 138.
Disinterested.
After the
I'm winding
prerequisite Hollywood of sorts from Salvo, looks like he's out. What does Brewer do here against the 14 BB Jam? He's just in. We do what needs to be done. Heads, tails.
And we don't necessarily do it because we think King Queen is in good shape, but we feel the price is right. And now Kenny will spin the wheel with an edge in equity. Best hand going to the flop. Can he hold?
Well, a massive situation for both men.
Yeah. Shortest and second shortest stack at the table.
the cruel nature of poker upon us, although these are short stacks who again have to gamble, but it is now up to the deck to decide.
Thank you.
Oh, brutality.
I'll pair the board, dealer, a little sweat. Can we get a board pair?
King or a queen, perhaps, for opportunities?
Right, there you go.
Oh,
it's never easy with BK, but
there is the queen, and now 3 outs for Bryn Kenny. He needs a king and a king alone to chop it up here. Is it there?
Good game, guys.
No.
Good game, Bryn.
Good game, sir, BK.
Our first casualty here at the final table. Meanwhile, Bill Klein is open to 45,000. Michael Addamo looks down at 2 queens, which have been somewhat omnipresent here.
35.
Up we go. I think within both Foxen and Bonomo's right, by the way, to take a bit of issue with the fact that at least 200,000 in chips were kind of hidden from view in the original configuration and Sean stack there.
Fair enough, the chips need to be visible. Awkward spot for Klein.
Adamo second in chips. Klein first.
Perhaps we respect the nature of the chip situation, although Klein might have big ideas. Ace-Jack off is a big ideas kind of hand as far as bluffing is concerned.
We will end at the end level or within the
Look at this, Ollie.
Okay. Whichever comes first.
Bluff me?
95.
Kind of clickback territory?
I doubt you have
Or
much.
no, meatier than that, huh?
Meatier than a clickback, and for Addamo, we saw in a semi-similar spot, Bonomo went with the just call here. See what Mike comes with shortly.
This is a big flop for me.
Well, we watched Bonomo against Addamo flat a 4-bet in position with 2 queens and ultimately be forced to fold. Addamo also
maybe a 6-7.
going to flat.
That's a straight.
It's true.
Klein has now bloated this pot to 640,000.
You knew it was one of the two.
Thought you had a 6 in your hand. I was getting a 6-5.
And he's flopped a jack on the Jack 10-7 board, Nick. Trouble awaits.
Well, 640 out there. Let's just kind of see how this one plays out, Ollie.
Super savage if I called it. You show me a fucking 9. That'd be sad.
Probably can bet like king 5.
Maybe.
I believe that's 200K just south of third. Highly awkward territory for Addamo, but an overpair nonetheless. And as we touched on before,
Not
he's
for that much.
been pushing Klein around a little bit, he might think.
This is not the time, though, in this spot, is it? Big stack against the second biggest stack.
No, I'm not saying that, but when we're trying to assess the relative strength of our queen-queen, some of the meta, a million out there, Ollie. What a situation this is, and the rest of the table should probably stop talking. Really tough card for Klein there.
Yeah, the 7 doesn't rate to be involved with Adamo's range. And now he has himself Jackson 7s with an ace kicker.
King 5.
That's about the most brutal card in the world for Klein. It never hits Addamo and is something of a brick. Looks like he's counting out 300-ish, perhaps a stack counting of sorts.
$350, I believe.
I think you're right, Ollie. It is 350.
Third pot. Still developing.
Queens are concerned, Ollie. Adamo's concerned, but we're going to see a river worth just tons of actual money, EV-wise.
Now that Klein's been called pre-flop, on the flop, and on this turn, which puts 4 to a straight out there,
Oh, and he does put it in, Ali. And
2 tens, 2 jacks, 2 kings, 2 aces.
wow. You very well said, Ali. Kings and aces, we don't know if we're in Addamo's seats, but that's 6 combinations of boats. Another 12 combos of those over pairs that might not take this line.
What did Addamo ask?
Would you jam aces here? And then he said, probably. This is very intense. Time bank's coming.
Welcome to the blender.
Truer words never spoken, my friend. Ten seconds remain. Oh, and he does pay it off. And Addamo just continues to get it done. Wow.
Klein.
Oh my God.
Will live, but with the faintest of pulses. 3.4. Up top, along with the ring. 1-9 in second, and that $1 million membrane.
Oh, yeah.
Seemingly impregnable. But with Brewer sitting on 11 bigs, it could happen at any moment. Nick blinds at 15 and 30,000.
My defense is impenetrable. My style is impregnable.
I agree, which is why I didn't
It's Iron
do it.
Mike, baby.
I mean, I didn't take 6.
Tyson?
I know,
Correct.
but I'm just saying, like, in this field,
The
it's
sweet
all the same.
science.
Gets
Never
no more
far from
intense.
Honestly, like, I could have
Gets
just
no
went
more intense than this.
Probably
Ali.
they wouldn't have got the cut in time.
No, I mean, it's fine. I just won't be in, like,
Blinds up to 30K now.
all the game.
Is Addamo considering big boy moves right here? He is
not
putting
just
them in
considering,
with the suited
executing.
10, so note the bubble application of
Break in?
pressure from Justin here with 10-4 suited.
Oh, and Brewer wakes up
just
with a
calls.
nice
Here we
queen.
go, right away.
Flip of my life.
And a 10 in the muck already, narrowing Bonomo's
Can I win this one after the ace-king?
winning prospects.
Well, as Brewer said, the biggest flip of his life. Winter with a massive sweat as well. Two to 1 favorite on $1 million bubble, Ali. This is the real deal.
695 in the middle.
Ace, queen, queen.
Can't be too
Not to be greedy,
out there,
yeah.
Chris, but
And the flop is
my.
Queen 5-7, top pair against the heart draw, and it's never easy, is it, Mr. Brewer?
no, I mean, just look at him, guys. He's squirming a little bit, but as is Winter pacing. Cleanliness is godliness. Fading a heart now, and that's all. 4 to 1 favorite for Mr. Brewer to double and slide into third. At least chip stack wise, and
The mantra now,
well,
no heart, no heart.
oh
King of hearts.
man,
It's hilarious, man. I lose ace-king to 9-3 suited on the bubble, and then ace-queen to 10-full suited on the bubble. I'm the best.
I'm gonna buy you something nice.
I mean,
Did you like that?
I'm the best.
That was good for you.
well,
I had 10-9 off, no heart, so I was happy with the flop because I guess you're more likely to hit a heart.
Palpable steam coming off of Chris Brewer, a consummate professional, but a disappointed one nonetheless, as he is left on the
Actually, you've been fucking
outside
my money on final
of this
table.
bubble as it bursts, courtesy of his elimination. And now all 3 of these gentlemen are guaranteed $1 million+ for their effort here in Super High Roller Bowl 6. Did you say
2.6 and a Bitcoin?
penchant earlier? Did I catch that? I mean, I
Actually,
let
that's
it
pretty
slide
much what I
during the hand. I know you
Really?
Yeah.
like to focus on the
Bitcoin's what,
action, but
40K?
here in between, as we see Addamo with the
I
ace
haven't
jack
looked-
suited
I try not to look
on the
during
button.
these series.
Ali, you know I
Just wanna
did.
verify.
You know I did.
We didn't want to use penchant, perhaps there.
Isn't it French? Is it not penchant?
Are we in France?
Is it not?
I mean,
I wish you guys could see how the way this guy is just like, he's so smug.
Do you say Las Vegas? Or
Oh,
do you
yeah.
just say Las
Ace
Vegas?
Jack 10s, but sure, here he is.
2 red 10s for Winter, going to be a welcome sight here in the face of this open from Addamo.
Indeed, sub 30.
Oh,
it goes in, and I mean, for Addamo Ace Jack hooted, it's snapped. So
Yep.
here we are.
Gentlemen, start your
playing
engines.
some poker.
Can Winter do it again, Ollie?
This is also a small flip for you.
This has been epic spins for Sean.
That's a decent pot.
It's a big pot.
A decent one.
You don't feel it, man.
1-6 and change out there. Bonomo taking a quick peek and then returning to
still
lurk
sick,
in the
you want me to
shadows.
double. So
It'd
you
be a fun three-handed. We could play for 5 hours.
Win-win. You fold a 10, Justin?
Will the 10s hold on the flop?
Or something.
Wow.
So far, so good. And those 10s now turning into blockers to the Broadway draw for
I
Addamo.
want a 6.
You want an ace and a
I want
jack?
a 6 of diamonds.
You want an ace and a jack? For
I want
straight.
a 6 of diamonds.
Well, you can't ever be dead on the turn, so that's good.
What's up?
There's no turn that you're dead on,
Yeah,
right?
6 of diamonds.
Oh my.
Okay.
That's interesting.
You had 7 deuce, so you didn't block
Something
board
like
pairs?
that.
A set of 10s on the turn, producing Broadway for Addamo. Now, Winter
I'm not
needs
gonna
the
get
board to
greedy. I do
pair.
not want quads. I will take it, though. I will like king, a red one?
We see the cards at the top of the screen, guys.
Will it pair?
Okay.
No, it does not.
Right? You win? I think.
Yeah, I win. Straight win. Good game, Sean.
Good game.
GG, Sean.
Good game. Good luck, guys.
GG indeed,
Yeah,
Ollie.
I can't get that lucky. That was too many flips in a row.
Winter
What a
collects his
fighter
million.
that dude
You
is.
get your rematch.
Enjoy that,
It
Millie,
was an epic
sir.
battle last time.
I mean,
It definitely got very
pleasure
lucky.
watching him navigate.
Queen 10 suited now on the button for Justin. Opens to 80,000. Now, suited napkins for Addamo.
But suited, as you said, Ollie. See a flop.
Oh, how about that for a flop? Deuces and a diamond draw for Addamo and a complete whiff for this Queen 10 of spades.
Well, indeed, what Addamo had in mind.
Check.
This is not really the Queen 10 of spades territory at all.
Check.
Relatively quick check from Bonomo, all things considered, and that is not a good card for him.
Disaster as he hits the queen and draws dead versus Addamo's flush.
250,000.
Overbet into the 190 of $250,000.
Well, as it stands, Ali, a fantastic choice. Great instinct / ideas / so on. Addamo has a habit of kind of identifying the perfect play for the perfect time. Bonomo, of course, undeterred, scared as he...
Hello and welcome back to 2022 Super High Roller Series. We've got bonus coverage for you, that's right. We've already got event number 2, the 50K short deck in the books. And here, we've got the 25K no limit hold'em. So we've seen some PLO action. We've had short deck, and now it is no limit hold'em. We are live in Northern Cyprus at the beautiful Marriott Royal Hotel, Casino, and Spa. I am David Tuckman. Brent Hanks alongside me, and we have a star-studded affair for you. Stephen Chidwick. Wow, what a table this one is. Phil Ivey again, Addamo. Brent, this is going to be a fun one.
I don't think I've ever had Addamo and Ivey together. We're in for a treat. I want to see full carnage out of these players today. Day one coverage, we know they're very deep. Officer Eibinger also at this feature table.
Yeah, this is going to be a lot of fun. There is no doubt about it. So we're playing No Limit Hold'em. Let's we can turn our head back to that in game. I believe the players start with 125,000 chips in this one.
Yeah, either 100 or 125. I'm certain.
Coming from the other one.
Exactly. Ivey, a little defense, facing the min raise from Nicky P.
And it's always interesting to watch these players kind of navigate the early portions of these tournaments. $25,000 got you into this affair. Registration's still open. We just saw Ivey finish in second place for $504,000 in event number 2. We'll see if he can back that up. He is currently third now, by the way, in the PGT standings.
Yeah, up to level 8.
Up to level 8?
Which really is incredible, considering how few events he's actually played on the PGT Tour. He's gone nuts at the Triton stop here in Northern Cyprus prior to the Super High Roller Series beginning. And just to give you an idea of that top 5, if you head over to pgt.com, take a look at the leaderboard. Ali Amshurovich is number 1. He has 4 wins alongside 14 cashes and $2.3 million. Isaac Kempton is second.
Thank you.
Ivey now in third. Alex Foxen is in fourth, and Tony Sinistage is in fifth.
9.
Yeah, in fairness, I didn't even know Ivey was playing poker, much poker, until this past week. I mean, we heard about him in Northern Cyprus earlier in this week when he had a nice score and won an event with the Triton Series. But I don't even know how much poker he has played in 2022. So really impressive. I am very anxious to see Addamo and Ivey tangle here. We've seen plenty of Addamo. He has just been crushing. He is short stacked, though, right now, all in for $33,000. And he could get, I think he's going to get called in at least one spot, maybe 2. Chidwick, by the way, has got some chips. He's got $250,000.
Yeah, he does.
Once again,
and he's got a great hand here on the button. The question is, we've got Bedir, who's come into the pot with a couple of 9s. Bedir, a bit of an unknown. He came onto the radar last Super High Roller Series here in Cyprus. He had an outstanding performance. He traveled to Las Vegas to play a bunch of events during the fall months of 2021.
No showdown.
And you can see how things are now awkward all of a sudden for a couple of 9s. What are we doing as Chidwick overcalls with ace-jack suited? You sort of shrivel up a little bit, worried that Chidwick has a monster here. I have to believe ace-jack suited is sort of the bottom of the range for Chidwick to put any money into the pot. Otherwise, it's probably 8s plus.
Is the thought here with Bedir, is the thought here to re-raise? Are you considering folding?
I don't think I'm folding, but it's for me, I'm between call and all in. Again, considering Chidwick, how narrow the range is to put money into the pot, I do believe it's going to be like 8s plus and ace-jack suited at the bottom. So 9s are, you're sort of stuck in no man's land, but let's see what Bedir does. It looks like he did flick in the call. We'll take this thing 3 ways. Addamo all in and at risk with ace-10 in very bad shape at the moment.
Yeah, pot's 107,000.
Ooh.
Well, it makes it a lot easier when you flop a set, and that's exactly what Bedir has done here. Bottom set for Bedir, pair of 10s for Addamo, drawing nearly dead. Chidwick open-ended with backdoor hearts, so certainly some equity there. And Bedir's going to check it.
Let's see what Chidwick does. He, again, you have to be worried about Bedir. This sort of texture, you know, the queen 9-10, it could absolutely smash him, and it has. That is a cause for concern out of Chidwick. I wouldn't be surprised if he just takes the equity right to the dome, open-ended to the nuts. There it is, a little knuckle. Oh,
wow. Just quads for Bedir. Chidwick still open-ended. Yeah, I mean, I guess there's no side pot yet, so there's probably not a ton of value in Chidwick betting to get Bedir to fold, right?
Absolutely
Still got to beat Addamo.
You have to beat Addamo, although you had a lot of equity, even if Addamo did have some sort of pair. Look at this little baby sizing. I think it's going to be just enough to lure Chidwick into the trap. You're getting such a good price while open-ended.
And a king or an 8 on the river would certainly be interesting. See how Stevie Chidwick navigates this. Once again, Brent Hanks, David Tuckman here for the Super High Roller Series bonus coverage. This is event number 3, the $25,000 No Limit Hold'em event, and Chidwick does make that call. This pot now, the main pot's still $107,000. The side pot now $36,000. Jack of Spades, Chidwick with not exactly the card he's looking for.
No, that's a great card for Chidwick not to lose any more money. We know Bedir's going to be betting. Bedir hoping that Chidwick has a king in his hand or better.
Okay.
Yeah, that's the.
Are you playing short deck or long deck?
And Bedir's going to go for it. Just quads. You got to love the super high rollers. They just act like there's nothing there. I tell you, in my local 25-cent, 50-cent game, guy turns over quads, everybody's like, whoa, wow.
Oh, amazing hand. Chidwick, he knows how fortunate he is right now to have avoided an 8 or a king on that river. Bedir, again, I mentioned it earlier, he had one hell of a Super High Roller Cyprus Series in 2021. I mean, he final tabled almost every other event. He was easily the player of the series as far as cashes and final tables were concerned. He is right at home here inside the Marriott Casino.
And a beautiful spot in northern Cyprus. The Marriott Royal Hotel, Casino, Hotel, and Spa. As we watch Bedir, he's not going to make quads here as he lets that one go. There's Danny Tang. We've seen a lot of him over the last few years. Won himself a bracelet a few years back at the World Series.
Eelis Parsinnen there. He's a PLO expert, but he's clearly come out to fire the entire series. Officer Eibinger, sandwiched between Ivey and Petrangelo. Very talented young German, I believe, now residing in Austria. He took down one of the Triton events as well.
And I believe Nick, by the way, who we're looking at right here, Petrangelo is 7th, by the way, in the PGT standings. Might have slid to 8th with Ivey moving up.
Good time, yeah. Poker. Good. What'd you do? I play poker.
Yeah, Petrangelo started 2022 on fire. He took down the Stairway to Millions main event as well as a preliminary event, both of which were PGT qualifying scores.
Even Miami. What's the clock on this?
Picked right up where he left off at the end of 2021. He had an outstanding finish to the year and also a tremendous start. See if he can keep it going here.
No, I was
in
saying
Cyprus.
Like he was in Vegas and there was a tournament in Florida. He flew there, went there. Yeah.
One time.
8,500. I like playing down there. I haven't played in a while. They keep conflicting with other stuff. This stuff. Like there's one right now this week. Big tournaments. No short deck there though.
Players are talking about a series in Florida, Seminole Hard Rock stop, and they are getting a great turnout. Buddy Nick Schulman is out there playing right now as we speak. Number of the high rollers.
Yeah, they had a 50K high roller there, which is a qualifying event for the PGT standings. Eights versus King Queen here, and there's a king. No spade in Chidwick's hand. Bedir does have the 8 of spades on this Ace King Deuce all spade board. 23,000 in there. Chidwick.
Any spade in your hand is a flush draw, and you're getting the right price to go ahead and peel.
Well, especially with that tiny little bet. I mean, 5,000 into 23, you're getting, 5.5 to 1. Ace on the turn. 33,000 in the pot. Bedir checks once again.
I'd like to see something similar out of Chidwick. It's sort of a safe card. You remove various aces that your opponent could have on the turn. You want to deny equity from various flush draws, which is exactly what Bedir has. There it is.
It's a similar bet, a little bit high, a little bit more. Again, he's giving his opponent the right price. I mean, Bedir's 25% to win the pot, and he's getting 5 to 1. So he's just getting the right
5 to 1
price.
on your money, but you are concerned you could be, dead in these spots. But you at least have to get to the river, give yourself a fighting chance.
Yeah, he has no idea if a spade comes off, if he's good or not. And he's going to check it one more time. Chidwick checks it back, and Chidwick does win the pot. A modest one, but they all count. Once again, welcome to bonus coverage here. Super High Roller Series in Northern Cyprus. We'll be here for the next, maybe 3 hours or so.
I think so.
They don't tell me much, but as long as there's poker, I'll be talking about it, and I know Brent will as well. I want to say hi to everybody in the chat: Wisco Baron, Pyro Goyle, Zachary Duran, Mean Green, Keely Bradshaw. Thanks for joining us, guys.
He play, I think, bro. No.
Much appreciated, all the support. The fans on YouTube. Make sure you subscribe to the channel if you haven't already. Just do it right now. Show the support. Don't miss any of the live coverage we're going to be bringing to you for the next, I don't know how many days. 10.
I have a 5.
One more player.
Well, I mean, even after this, we're talking about the Poker Go YouTube channel. You know there's going to be plenty. I mean, when it comes to Poker Go, there's all sorts of stuff like this, the Poker Go Hold'em app, right? You can play free Texas Hold'em poker from the creators of High Stakes Poker, Poker After Dark, and more. You can be part of the shows that help shape the game with an authentic online poker experience. Poker Go Hold'em is available now on the App Store, Google Play, or by heading over to pokergohold'em.com. And as a bonus, if you join now, Brent Hanks is the voice of that game. That's right.
Get in there. Check it out. It's free to play. Download it. Let us know what you think in the chat while you're playing. If I had any chips in my account, I'd get in there and play with you, but they busted me 2 nights ago, and I haven't been replenished. I can't believe that they're not going to give me any free chips for my own game.
No chips for you. No soup for you, sir.
Oh, soup. What a perfect start, by the way, for this feature table coverage. Little bonus extension. We got the Masters on right now. Tuck, I know you're watching it. I've got it right here next to me on a big monitor. Just getting ready for one hell of a day. Not to mention a little bonus for the Hanks family. Today is my 1-year-old son's birthday. Turned the ripe old age of 1 today.
I'm saying.
Yeah. Oh, happy birthday. What's the little guy's name?
Jonathan is his name. We're going to be celebrating after coverage today. Got the family coming over. I'm probably going to have a couple of cold ones.
That's good. Well, happy birthday to Jonathan. Congratulations to the Hanks family. That's great.
It is a wonderful day.
Yeah, Saturday morning here on the West Coast, wherever you might be in the world. Good morning, good evening, good afternoon. King Queen versus King Queen. Pretty fair fight. Congorin with the free roll right now with one heart out there. This will get chopped up if it goes to showdown. It looks like it might. Nobody seems content in putting any money in there. And sure enough, they're going to chop this one up.
They did pre-flop, ran that sucker up to 76,000 to hit the middle. Two beautiful hands. Maybe Gingoran has thoughts about bluffing here. Not sure if he had already checked. Now Bedir, look at this, a little stab.
Yeah, make it look like maybe he checked back, check an 8 one time or something.
Yeah, maybe pocket 7.
Even a small pair. Yeah, I was gonna say, yeah, even a small pair. Try to get some thin value from an ace high type hand, but gets that king high to fold.
Asfale suited mi var?
Are you guys done, or are you gonna have more kids?
No, done. 3 kids. It's ungodly amount of children around here.
It's a lot of kids.
Oh.
We have time. Speak about this Turkish. Sorry, guys.
And they're absolutely insane. All boys.
King Queen suited.
You know what it's like. You got two.
Yeah.
I do. I have
sons.
2 boys.
At
Yeah,
least they're a little older.
I have 2 boys. Yeah, 4 and 8. I mean, I'll tell you, one was okay. One, you're like, okay, I got this. I got this covered. You figure it out after a little bit. Once after 6 months, 9 months, you're like, I got this down. And then, we're stupid enough to get a second one, and then you feel like, oh, now I'm crazy. 3, I don't know what you were thinking. I really don't know what you were thinking with 3.
Well, there wasn't a lot of thinking in the moment, Tuck, if you know what I mean.
Yeah, probably not. But between the 2 of us, we got 5 boys. We could get a basketball team.
Oh, could we ever? You got a couple of hockey players. I know that. Those kids, they can put the puck in the net.
Well, they'll fight you. They'll punch you in the nose, that's for sure. Get a raise here from Stevie. It's kind of nice to see some Hold'em. It's always nice to mix it up. We get so much no limit Hold'em, when you're doing these live streams, that it's nice to mix it up. A couple of days ago, we had PLO. Feels like a couple of days ago. That was just yesterday. We had short deck yesterday. We had short deck earlier this morning. And now we get some no-limit Hold'em. So it's a fun week with a lot of different games being represented here. Top pair for Bedir. And he's got second pair as well. So top 2 with the King 10. Unlikely to get a ton of action, but maybe Chidwick feels compelled to come along for the ride for a little bit. He's got a pair of 8s.
Yeah, Chidwick's
hanging there with 6-3.
Backdoor cards cooking too. He's got the hearts going 3 to the straight flush. He probably feels all right. Whenever he does connect with 2 pair, he will walk and tread carefully. If I'm Bedir, yes, it's a wet texture. King 10, powerhouse of a hand. Even if I had a singular king, I'm sizing up on this board. Whenever your opponent has connected, you're almost guaranteed to get a little bit of action.
Looks like he's going to take your advice. Well, he bets 14,000, so not quite as much. I thought it was going to be a 19,000 chip bet. 14 into 31, so not huge.
Seemingly,
Chidwick have enough to continue.
Chidwick again with a great little price here. You peel for the snowman, you peel for the heart equity, the backdoor straight combo. I wouldn't be surprised to see Chidwick come along for the ride.
Yeah, if he hits a 7, that'll just get him in trouble.
36.
How about this?
Well, he's taking the bait. I mean, I wonder if the small sizing has induced this.
It certainly has, and I think he feels like, how can I attack the non-paired hands that Bedir can absolutely have, as well as even if he were up against a king. He's trying to pick up some turn equity to apply additional pressure on later streets. You're going to see this sort of maneuvering as the stacks are remarkably deep right now. If they were a little bit shallower, absolutely wouldn't happen. Bedir just shuts it down. He says, let's get it over with.
Okay.
Yeah, and I was curious to see what Bedir would do in the face of that raise on such a wet, dynamic board, and we got our answer pretty quick. He said, you want to party? Let's go. Otherwise, it's over.
Check with each 3-bet jam.
What a table here. Addamo, Ivey, Chidwick.
Chat bet, chat raise, 3-bet jump.
Also having Petrangelo here, who, you know, during one time, his course about high-stakes MTTs on a training site, considered to be the Bible for high rollers and for tournament players in general. Of course, Officer Eibinger, also a coach and instructor as well, play at the highest of levels.
I often wonder why, you know, I get it why people coach. I think you get a lot of, you get a lot out of it, right? I coach, you know, myself, not at this level, obviously, and I'll coach sports, and I understand, you know, you're giving back, it's great. But sometimes I wonder why somebody like an Eibinger or somebody like a Nick Petrangelo, why they want to give away their secrets when they can make so much money with them.
Well, I'll tell you what, they probably made a lot of money doing these training sites and websites as well, Tuck.
I'm sure.
And the game continues to evolve, right? I mean, what came out 2-3 years ago throughout that coursework, extremely valuable, no doubt about it. But, you know, the skill set, the solvers, everything has changed exponentially given the technology available to help you study poker, to continue to get better.
Yeah, I've got a backlog of things to study, and I'm still on 2017 material. But hopefully I'll get to by the time I get to 2022, I'll be on 2026. I'll forget it. I'll never catch up.
That ship has sailed, Tuck. You know, you mentioned you got the 2 kids, I got the 3. Who's got time to study? You got to be single, playing poker, dedicated to the craft. As hard as these guys work, as often as we see them play at the tables, I promise you they're putting in just as much time away from the felt as well.
That's amazing, too. Really is. Tang betting 16,000 with just ace high. Gungoran not convinced, it looks like, and he's going to call with just a pair of 5s. River pairs the board. That's a nice river card for Gungoran. See if Tang shuts this down.
Well, I'd like to see if Tang goes for it and for Gungoran to make another big call. He is undeterred, a non-believer at the moment. He did have a gut shot to go along with his pair of 5s. Tang clearly had alternate plans with that ace of spades in his hand as well as a 9. He's going to be, I think, a little upset to see what he just let beat him. I'm not saying a bet on the river would have worked either. Gungoran looked like he might be ready to fight.
Yeah. They're replacing the bomb. As you can see, we get a new time clock out there, and it's a new bomb, 30 seconds. The players have 30 seconds stacked on their hands. If they need more than that, they can use their time extensions. You wonder if Tang would have fired a number of rivers, but the board pairing, specifically a 5 or a 7, might have scared him a little bit. Tang now below 100,000 chips.
Under the C cards? You took my cards from the table.
I want to just to know about the
Maybe my I didn't use.
Cebime koymuşum ya. Hangi ara benim cebime?
Yes.
We got a little time bank drama going on here.
It looks like it. Eibinger's, Officer Eibinger's, he's entertained by the whole thing. So is Nick, who's on his left.
Bu sigarayı çok içiyoruz ya. Çipleri de koyuyorum.
Blinds 2-4-4, 2,000, 4,000, with a 4,000 big blind ante. Brent Hanks, David Tuckman here for the Super High Roller Series Europe. Eibinger raising it up to 8,500. Hey, did you see the latest I saw a tweet from Patrick Antonius about a new innovative time clock, and curious what your take was on it. Did you see what he was doing?
No. Well, I mean, anything is better than what's out there right now.
Well, he was saying 10 seconds to act pre-flop on your hands, but it automatically becomes 20 seconds on a 3-bet if there's a 3-bet. And you've got 20 seconds to act post-flop, but you've got a lot of time banks cards. So basically, it's kind of an adaptive time clock that changes based on what action has happened before you. You get more time if there's a tough decision. Take a look at our Merit Poker featured table. Bedir pacing the featured table at 342,000. Matthias Eibinger at 238,000. Gungoran on 208. Ivey with just 78K in this one. Now, it is a multiple re-entry tournament, so if these players do go broke, they can rebuy in. $25,000 will get you more chips.
Tuck, get back to that clock sort of development from Patrick Antonius. I absolutely love it. I don't think that players need more than 10 seconds if there hasn't been action in a pot already. The 20 seconds, if you're facing a 3-bet, makes a ton of sense. Additional sort of extensions also make sense. I love it. Anything that can help speed up the pace of play absolutely needs to happen. And none of the players here today are taking too much time, in my opinion. You know, they're not letting it all count down to 30 before they decide what to do. I'd say about 75% of the time it's going to be a brisk pace of play, but man, there are situations that are just brutal.
And not just from the viewer's perspective and the commentator's perspective. I just think from a player's perspective. I still remember my dad sitting in the booth watching play one time when I was commentating, and my dad was like, "This is boring. Why is he taking so long? I don't understand this." I'd love to see. It's kind of amazing that the World Series of Poker, you know, one of the biggest tournaments out there, obviously, and certainly one of the most prestigious, has yet to adopt some sort of a time clock, except for the high rollers.
Yeah, and I understand it's difficult. When you've got that many tables, that many players, you know, there might not even be enough iPads in Las Vegas to put down at every single one of those tables at the World Series of Poker. But it certainly seems like when you get down to, say, the final 3 tables, you start to put a shot clock in play, pick up the pace.
Yeah, there's also a question of, I think, you know, I think you hit the nail on the head. I think when you've got 2,000 people in the tournament, they're also dealing with a lot of inexperienced dealers, and this is no fault of the dealers. They're bringing them in. They don't have a lot of experience. Do you really want to give them more tasks to do outside of just running the game? Now they've got to deal with the time clock as well. So I certainly understand that, but I'm with you. I think you get down to whether it's 3 tables, 4 tables, whatever it might be, you got more experienced dealers there. You put a time clock in there. I mean, because day 6, day 7 of that World Series of Poker main event, that can just be brutal.
Absolutely. We've seen it year after year as well. Chidwick, pretty one on the button, considering maybe a little incoming 3-bet. It's also nice to just simply have position. And
good
call.
call.
He will take the route of 3-betting. How effective as well. You notice Eibinger threw King-Jack offsuit into the muck. He was in the big blind. Part of the reason why a 3-bet is so optimal. You fold out better kings that could potentially be behind you.
That's for sure.
He is now front and center in position. Petrangelo obviously not going anywhere with Queen 10 suited. These guys are deep. They want to play pots. Let's see 3.
Yeah, I mean, that 3-bet sizing from Chidwick, the intention of it is to isolate one player, get bigger kings to fold, because that sizing's never going to get the original raiser to fold, right? That's not the intention.
It's not, and oftentimes what you're going to see is if you're in position, your 3-bets are typically on the smaller side, 2.5x, closer to 3x, whereas if you're out of position in the small blind or the big blind, larger sizes have a tendency to occur, talking 4 or 5x sizing. Great stuff there by Chitty, bang, bang.
Yeah, he just picks his spots so well. Pantera saying, you know, talking about shot clocks and everything, he says, well, if we had better commentators who could fill the dead air with interesting chatter. I agree from a viewer's standpoint. I just think also from a playing standpoint, though.
Yeah, it's better.
I don't play a lot of poker tournaments. I just play a handful, but you know, I have no interest in playing a poker tournament where people are tanking 45 seconds a minute pre-flop. That just doesn't interest me. I'll go do something else. And trust me, you want me in your poker tournament. I'm the guy you want. You know? Middle-aged dad.
Not a lot of discipline out of you.
I want
Yeah.
You want me.
Like 10 seconds, otherwise
That's
the
a
hand
great
is not
tournament. Three?
every straight.
No, not 10 seconds, less than that.
I think Ivey might be talking about length of time as well. He wants 10 seconds less, perhaps suggesting 20 seconds is all you need rather than a full 30.
Yeah.
And you have like time banks is fine, right?
No, they're talking about the same thing that we're talking about.
So basically it's just like a backup in case you time out that you're not folding. And
Yeah, there's some live cash games done in LA now with shot clocks, and there's time banks, and the games run fine. I mean, just very rarely are people even using the time banks, and I just think it's a really effective way to kind of monitor people, make sure that they're playing fast. It's really just about players
that's
not taking
sad,
advantage.
man. Having to think about time clocks needed for cash games. I mean, what a miserable cash game experience. That's supposed to be fast, loose, aggressive. Everybody's splashing
this just
around,
ensures
having
it.
fun.
That's the nice thing. This just ensures it. And I will say that in this cash game in particular, the time banks are very rarely used. Once in a while, there's a really tough decision where, you know, somebody is facing the, you know, a check raise all in for, you know, 1.5x pot. And you're like, whoa, wait a second. What just happened here? And you might need a minute to think about it. I get that.
And there's no problem with that. You're going to face big decisions, genuine decisions all the time.
Yeah. The one thing that I'll say, and I am kind of optimistic about it, is we're watching the best players in the world play poker. And the best players in the world are often going to be the super high rollers. And I think they're leading the way. They clearly want the game to be played faster. They're okay with shot clocks. And I think that with them leading the way, it bodes well for the rest of the game.
yeah, everything above 2 million in cash is
Hope Jones in the chat, I totally agree. She says that baseball is less popular now because people don't have the attention span anymore. That's a great example of a sport that has to address and is starting to address length of time in these games. You know, when a baseball game is now lasting,
I think everyone wants to do it. They just don't want to
3 to 4 hours.
They don't want to pay for it and do
To it becomes unwatchable. At least if you're at home. Even if you're at the
Vegas.
game, that is an extremely long experience.
Yeah, and to Hope Jones' point, and what you're going at is, I wouldn't mind watching. I mean, I don't want to watch 3 or 4 hours of baseball no matter what, but I wouldn't mind watching a 3-hour game if they were actually playing it. It's, you know, the pitcher getting the ball back, you know, rubbing his leg, looking in, rubbing the ball, taking his time. I don't need 40 seconds between each pitch. Come on, let's go. Ivey's going to raise it up here.
A lot of it has to do with the analytics involved with the game. So much now is dialed in as far as what pitchers are most effective, lineups. But a lot of changes. They're trying to speed it up.
Gongoran with a pair of 5s. Third diamond out there. Still no money in there post-flop. See if Ivey goes for thin value on the river.
This would be pretty thin.
Well, he checked the flop and the turn.
Stick by Ivey. Little 5K bet. Might get called exactly by a 5. Beautiful.
What do you think about emojis?
I think Ivey got max value there.
Like we should have some GG emojis for live poker.
Emojis?
Yeah.
Isn't that just your face?
Yeah, but like...
What is that?
On GG, you can.
emojis.
Yeah, like whatever. Well played, nice hand, hurry up, you suck, and those kind of emojis.
You can just say those things.
Yeah, but it's more funny, like if you put it in front of you and you have this face or something.
For live poker,
Yeah.
you can just look at my face. You suck.
Yeah, but that's rude, right? If you just say it in your face.
If the players are talking, we'll do our best to lay out so you can hear them. Brent Hanks, David Tuckman here for the Super High Roller Series. I want to thank you all for joining us. Let us know where you're watching from.
I don't think there's a prettier hand than Queen Jack suited. That's just gorgeous. Show us how it's done, Chitty.
Is that your
Something
hand?
about the puppy paws. You know, the Queen Jack of puppy paws, that suited variety. That one in particular, it's got to be of the club variety.
I've always been partial to the 5-4 hearts, but I can see where you're going with the Queen Jack suited. Queen Jack suited is one of those hands where if you raise and you get 3-bet shoved on, you really hate folding. You just hate it.
Oh,
you're like, oh, I want to see the flop with that one. I see London, Chicago, Arizona, Pennsylvania, Scotland, Missouri, all in the chat. Thanks for joining us.
A couple folks out of Australia. How about Missouri? What's going on, Roy Henson? How you doing, man?
How about the Doyle Brunson? Tang in there with 10 deuce, and he flops top and bottom.
Yeah, Tang. He got a little price out of the big blind. He did a little gambling. Did some pair hunting. How about we collect 2? Up against a gutter from Gungoran, and Petrangelo's got some sticky 7s. I don't think he's overly in love with the texture, but he's also probably not that fearful. Yes, we're concerned about someone containing a 10 in their hand, but otherwise we may take a shot right here. Try and win the pot on this sort of texture, even 4 ways.
Oh, and it checks through, and now Chidwick's got a queen. This pot's got 38,000 in there. Tang's going to check again. Sneaky little check here.
Tang, yeah, he knows that
he's
queen
hoping to
probably is connected with somebody. If you're Stevie, you're just not at all worried about being up against 2 pair on this sort of board. Does someone really have 3 deuce, 10-3, 10 deuce? Unlikely they have queen 10 as you're holding a queen in your hand.
Chidwick's going to bet 10,000 into 38. Pot's now 48,000. Petrangelo is going to let the 7s go. Gungoran.
Danny Tang just licking his chops. He's hoping Gungoran puts a little money in there. It doesn't happen, but how about now? 48,000 in the middle. Tang's got 77 behind. Could he just grip and rip and put Chidwick to a very difficult decision on sort of a draw-ish board, a couple diamonds?
I played a ton last year. Like
Certainly
after we
straight
went
draws
to,
available.
Yeah, Jason's clubs at that place. I played so
He'd
much
be
last
targeting
year, and I
a
started to play pretty
queen.
well.
You're going to play when you get back?
Yeah.
Probably?
Yeah. I I have a house.
Yeah, and there
Canada,
exactly
so
what he
we'll be
does.
going
Tang
up
moves
there.
all in
And
here.
there's
This
really
is
good
tough for
golf in
Chidwick.
the Rocky Mountains, so it's totally different, obviously.
Bugün mü?
In the woods.
8'de break var. Shorter there, right? Or further?
Sonra 6 level down.
Pretty
And he does make the call.
Yok abi.
It's higher altitude.
To
so
your
it goes
point, I
farther,
just don't
but,
think
like, there's
Chidwick
more
puts
humidity.
Tang on 2 pair
Yeah,
very
so
often.
it's I think I hit it pretty much the same, but
Draw
golf
a
courses
kind of
obviously
dynamic
look a lot
board,
different. They're
and
pretty
Tang
sick.
does rip it, gets
yeah,
action. This pot's 191,000.
I injured, like, I had a little injury.
Unfortunate turn card for Chidwick. He's going to need to get lucky. Queen Jack or 3 on the river. Nope. Tang fills up.
Excessive yoga.
And doubles up.
Yeah.
I was doing a little too much yoga.
Did you like
Eat your heart out, Doyle Brunson. How about 10s full with the old 10 Dewey?
It's fine now. I can golf you.
Yeah. My buddies came out from the East Coast and we played Shadow. Like right before I came out here, we played Shadow and Cascada. Oh, okay.
Talking
Here,
golf now?
Ivey. Yeah, Ivey and Petrangelo talking golf. Petrangelo just played out at Shadow Creek, he said. That piqued Ivey's interest.
Blind you now 2,500, 5,000. Yeah, I heard Shadow and I heard Cascada. I haven't played Shadow. I played Cascada.
Same.
That was the first time. Did you play a bunch at Cascada or mostly?
Only played a couple times.
Yeah, that was my first time I played there, and we played Shadow, and yeah, that was really fun.
Yeah, I played Shadow a lot.
Ivey raising it up with King Queen suited.
I'm not sure if the levels went up or if Ivey just sized it up a little bit more.
No, they just went up to 2,500, 5,000.
There you go. So it is a stone min raise, King Queen suited. Ivey looking for action. He's going to get it out of Tang. Ooh. And I think this is out of the small blind. Ace-10 suited for Tang. Ivey, decision time. Does he feel like flipping? Knows he's never dominating anything. Tang would unlikely do this with a hand like King-Jack, even of the suited variety. King-Jack suited. He's up against Ace-10, 60-40 scenario.
Yeah, Ivey started this hand with about 18 big blinds. He's in there for 2, and he is going to relinquish the King-Queen, and Tang takes it.
That's so painful to do, and he understands that Tang, again, you think about the range of hands he would just be moving it in with. It's probably 7s, 8s plus, and it's very likely going to be, you know, Ace-10 suited, clearly, that we saw, Ace-Jack off, Ace-Queen, Ace-King. You're not in great shape. I thought, Ivey, we might see a little old-school gambling there. Just King, Queen of shovel's too pretty, a little too powerful. You're never dead. Unlikely you're up against kings.
I feel like you had like 10s or something like that.
You say as if 10s is not a big hand, man.
That's what I said. It feels like you had 10s.
Oh, no.
Petrangelo raising to 10K. Now, I've noticed something about Nick's game here, and obviously this is just 3 orbits, but he has raised an early position with suited Queen 10, here suited King. Not necessarily a premium hand from up front, but he has opted to do that.
He's just getting, you know, relatively pretty hands, decent hands to be opening pots with. I don't think the intent is to simply try and be the aggressor from early position. It's just more about the cards he's being distributed. They're good enough to raise.
Well, we got a bit of an action flop here. Chidwick with a flush draw. Nick with top pair. Backdoor clubs.
And it is interesting, right, for Chidwick. If Petrangelo does come with some sort of bet, which it looks like he is grabbing 6,000. Chidwick has the sort of situation where, yes, we have a flush draw, but on a paired board, King 3-3, Chidwick has all the 3s. Petrangelo doesn't have any. It would have to be Ace-3 suited. That's about it. So Chidwick could really apply a lot of pressure in these spots. A very effective check raise if he does decide to do that. Now, granted, he is just getting a great price to peel with hearts. But there it is, the check raise out of Chidwick. And he would do this with a 3.
I'm assuming Nick's hand is too strong to fold at this point. Reevaluate the turn.
It's too strong, right? But Nick also understands that Chidwick should be check raising and can be check raising various flush draws representing a 3.
I would assume the flush draw that he might not be check raising with would be an ace-high flush draw, though.
Unlikely, yeah, Tuck. I think that's more of a check call candidate. This is pretty filthy as well. Even if you're Petrangelo right now with King 7, you're fearful of that 3. You don't want to be double check raised.
The double check raise, just so sexy.
Really is. I'm not saying Chidwick would have done it, but certainly may have considered. Now he's connected with a 10. He has to know, or at least would assume, that a 10 is no good. Would Petrangelo take a similar line with 7s, 8s, 9s? Maybe. If Chidwick bets, and he's not, he's going to knuckle it over. He's hoping he's up against 7s, 8s, 9s.
He sees the bad news, and Nick Petrangelo does collect the pie. He's up to 144,000. Chidwick down to 106,000 as we continue. This is day 1 coverage of event number 3, the 25K No Limit Hold'em. 55 entrants so far, 39 remain. Registration's still open. Players can re-enter as often as they want to in the Super High Roller Series. I believe it's till level 8. Levels are 40 minutes long. Brian Hanks, David Tuckman here. We have we've seen a couple of champions already. Yesterday, Tom Vogelsang won the PLO event, and this morning, Mikita Badiakowski just went wire to wire. Came into that final table as the chip leader and never looked back. Just dominated it throughout. Eventually defeating Phil Ivey, heads up for $756,000. With that second place finish, Ivey vaulted himself into 3rd place in the Pocogo Tour standings. So, Chidwick limping in. Ivey picks up kings. There's a raise.
This is sort of guaranteed action for Ivey. Chidwick's hand is just plain and simple. It's too good. It might
Ivey's
even
not
be good
very
enough to
deep.
just simply stick it in. No, he's not. And I think Chidwick recognizing that. Unlikely Ivey would do this with air. We do see it on the PGT from time to time. Just a monster for Ivey. No action, though. Now, Chidwick, not a diamond on board. So hard to continue.
Now, far be it from me to question Ivey, but I'm asking you, when you only have 57,000 chips, why not check that back once and let your opponent catch something? Is there a thought to do that with top set?
I think it, sort of came back to just Chidwick limping in and then calling a 3x raise. If Chidwick had any sort of draw, queen 10, any jack, unlikely he has a king, but if he did connect, I think he's going to get action for that $7,000 continuation bet. I mean, he damn near tried to bet the minimum.
I'll try that next time, because I always get short towards the end, and like having a fresh 6 in a pocket is pretty good.
Too many gummies.
And I think really what it is unfortunate for Ivey is how much this game has evolved. I mean, Chidwick had ace-3 suited, and he looks over at Ivey's stack, which is under 15 bigs, and what does he do? He just limps in. He doesn't put it all in pre. He limp calls. I mean, you rewind that 5 years, and that money's just all in pre-flop. Ace-3 suited's all in, blind versus blind, and Ivey's looking at a clean double-up.
I mean, maybe that goes limp, raise, shove.
Right.
And yeah, exactly. It is a double-up, but Chidwick essentially loses the minimum. I mean, he loses 3 big blinds in a situation where many players are going to lose 15.
Yep.
Ivey all in here with 8s. Over Gungoran's open. So it's 82,000 back over to Gungoran.
A local here, this is those weird spots where you have the opportunity to bust Phil Ivey or play an all-in pot against Phil Ivey with queen 10 suited. You see loose calls from time to time because of these strange dynamics revolving around who you're against. This guy, Ivey, he does let the queen 10 suited go.
I mean, you didn't go to...
Yeah, I have seen that
Series
time and time
champion,
again.
right?
I imagine
didn't see that.
there are situations where Phil Ivey or
Mega,
somebody of that
world
ilk
champion.
The World Series
gets
Yeah.
folds that other players would not get.
Or the year before.
Maybe doesn't get 3-bet as often as other people might, but also might get action in spots that other players would never get because of the opportunity to bust Phil Ivey, Phil Hellmuth, Daniel Negreanu. Take a look at our feature table leaderboard here, brought to you by Merit Poker. The Finn, Eelis Parsinnen with 68,500, Chidwick with just 91,000, Ivey now up to 112. Bedir is our chip leader at the feature table with 332,000 chips.
No surprise, this is home court for Bedir. He did it the last time around in Northern Cyprus here at the Marriott Royal Casino and Hotel, and he is doing it again. Selahaddin Bedir, local legend around these parts.
Do you want to go win bracelets or not? Don't
I'm
really
gonna
care.
play some World Series tournaments just to do it.
Yeah.
It's not like.
Did you hear that, Tuck?
I did not. What was
When
that?
I get in like the work mode, you know, you just play and you play another one and you play.
Yeah.
It comes easy.
True.
Versus like,
If
you
you
take time off and then you go back, it's like, for me, it's rough the first week.
Especially there. It's going to be weird, especially during World Series. Like, if you take a couple weeks off, you go back, it feels hard to, like, really stay in there, you know?
Yeah.
It's going to be completely different. Like, I keep visualizing us still at the Rio, but it's not going to be there.
But like, you know, you could play the cash games and then you could sign up late.
Yeah.
Play, just leave the game and go play and play for a couple hours and you make it to the next day you do.
I'm interested. I wonder what it's going to be like at a new place, different place.
What did he say?
You heard it.
Did Ivey say that
Ivey
he's
is
gonna
coming
play
to
it?
the World Series.
Yeah.
Yeah, he says he just wants to
every
play.
2 levels, Bruce.
Just wants
Every
to
2.
play because of what it is. Ivey is coming back. I told you. He's coming back hard. He's playing a full schedule at the World Series. Yes, he'll play cash games. They're too big to pass on. But then he's going to come over and he's going to late reg and play a bunch of events. Look out, baby. The return of Phil Ivey.
Petrangelo flops top and bottom here with ace deuce. And for those of you who play, fantasy poker, put Ivey on your radar for sure. I mean, Ivey should always be on your radar, but you've got to be, cognizant of how many events somebody like him will play. And if he is true to his word and he's going to play a full schedule, then you want him on your team. That's for sure.
I believe him. Daniel Negreanu alluded to this, that he thinks that Ivey's the return is fully here. He's got the lawsuits behind him. Everything's gone. He's done. It's in the past. Ivey is back, and I think he's back with a vengeance.
Get a bet of 10,000 by Bedir, a raise from Petrangelo, and the hand is over.
How much did he shove?
2 I'll be close, right? Think so? Probably. I have like 80 out.
We're looking at
Ivey
Eelis
talking
Parsinnen.
about that King Queen of Spades hand where he raised folded to Tang.
Sure.
He and Eibinger are talking about the hand. Eibinger said it's close.
Imagine how respected you are as a poker player, where Ivey is asking you whether something is the right play or not.
Take his cards. Take his sweatshirt now. It's me.
Well, Ivey knows, man. He knows how much the game has changed, how good these kids are.
Break.
I cannot stop to take something from people,
Right? No weed in the break.
Okay.
This one you skip.
I cannot promise about it, but okay. So.
These guys talking about smoking a little bit of the ganja at break, I think. Whatever floats your boat, Tuck. A little too early for that here in Las Vegas.
Yeah, legal here in California, legal in Nevada. I don't know what the, I don't know if it's legal or not over there. Gungoran raising it up here. A little bit more than last time. He made it 10K and folded the queen 10. This time he goes 13K with ace 10 and does not get any action.
You ever dabble with the goods, Tuck? You ever get into the old cannabis experience?
You know, I have.
Regularly, or?
No, I wouldn't say I'm definitely not a regular user, but you know, when it was legal, I did dabble a
Say you
little
run to
bit.
the toilet now. How much money are you losing per hand?
Well,
when you're not in the big blind.
I can assure you it's not the same for everybody.
Well, yeah, obviously, roughly.
That's all.
Whenever
I know.
I dive in, it's just straight to the moon. I mean, I'm in full orbit.
Some people might be winning money.
Can't handle it as well as I used to.
Ouch.
No, yeah.
I'm saying some people.
I'm not gonna lie, I'm a
Ouch.
fan.
Oh,
no hangovers.
What if you're
I
gonna
mean,
get
the
cooler?
hangover's gone. It's a nice, easy feel. I mean, I tell you, especially
I
if
could handle it playing
I've done
poker,
something active. No, not when I play poker, but if after
Okay,
if
let's
I play a
say
hockey
you have
game or
20
something
minutes.
like that,
Okay, let's say
just
the
to
best of
relax
the
after
best.
that.
How
Kind of
much
nice.
do you think you're losing per hand?
Sarugi
Depends on the
in
table
chat
again.
says, now we're
That's
talking
annoying.
about pot.
I just
Apparently
wanna
that's where we go
roughly
here.
Yeah.
Why
But
not?
it's day one. Yeah, it's day one. I mean,
It's bonus coverage, you know. We're not going to make a TV episode out of this. We can talk about some of the greenery. It's legal.
well, I mean, in fairness too. I mean, it's
How long are you gonna be
day
gone for?
one coverage.
2 minutes.
Bonus coverage, as you mentioned. You're watching the
minutes
game,
max.
and if a
2
good
minutes.
hand develops,
3
we'll obviously
minutes is
turn our
$40.
attention to the good hand. But you're
$40?
watching some of the best players in the world.
Per
Enjoy
hand?
it.
No, for
Probably a lot of people out there dabbling right
It's
now as
based
we
that in
speak,
a
just
full
sort of
hour
kick
you make
back, feet
800.
up, enjoying the show.
Why not?
On their way to the moon.
Average.
How many?
I actually went to a cannabis
30
dispensary
hands an
with
hour?
Doug
No
Polk
way.
when they
More
first
like
opened up
20.
in Vegas.
Is that right?
Yeah.
I'd say 20.
Maybe 15 to 20. Okay, in a normal cash game table, which people are usually faster compared to this, I think, in my opinion. You get dealt like roughly 22 hands an hour.
22.
It's been a long time since
Am I
you played the
thinking-
cash games, huh?
I'm thinking shuffle machine maybe.
Yeah, shuffle machine, including shuffle
All right.
machine. Yeah. Oh, am I?
You have big blind uncle.
I'm? No. I should be big blind.
It's a misdeal, I guess.
What we got going on here?
Yeah, I think he should be big blind.
This one's not your fault.
He was more blind last time.
I think so.
And you were big blind.
Good job.
We got a misdeal going on. They're talking about the.
But there's two.
I mean, listen, we're talking about the ganja.
Action start.
They got a
Let's go,
misdeal going on. They're
No
talking about
action.
how many hands they're getting in an
Action.
hour.
Race.
It's bedlam, I tell you, in northern Cyprus.
I think everybody's on that.
Oh, okay.
Those were supposed to be
I'm running good.
Oh
They're
my
supposed to be
God.
mine.
Whoa.
Ivy's on his phone. He's probably downloading Poker Go Hold'em right now. I mean, there's no doubt
Oh,
he
he
is.
is.
And
Yeah.
yeah. I mean, he's almost definitely playing Poker Go Hold'em, and you too can play free Texas Hold'em Poker. It is. It's from the creators of High Stakes Poker, Poker After Dark, and more. You can be part of the shows that help shape the game with an authentic online poker experience. Poker Go Hold'em is available now on the App Store, Google Play, or by heading to pokergohold'em.com. Play with Phil Ivey right now.
20% ROI, average
You time it
6
right.
hours in the tournament.
You don't lose anything.
How do I
Different
divide
though
the
because
buy?
you're,
The buy?
you're
No,
playing
he
higher
showed me.
stakes.
How did-
No, I say if you time it
No,
right,
she gave me cut and she showed me. It's
if you fold the most amount of time.
I think it's better to do big blind for 100. Like obviously you lose less money if you skip early.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to a day, though, Brent, that cannabis becomes as accepted and as mainstream as having a beer. Like, it's just not a big deal.
I think it's pretty much there. I mean,
I think it is among, you, me, our generation, younger, of course, but it's still kind of looked at, I think, in other ways by others.
What's the best?
I think it's certainly coming, though, when we're on our way that way.
Hi, Jack. then you're guaranteed. You're not gonna miss 3 hands.
Brandon Gibson says I had an edible at 7 in the morning, and it's in full effect. Well, good for you, Brandon.
There you have it. Yeah, little cannabis butter on the toast.
Risk it.
Been there.
Oh. Queen high flop here. Chidwick with a pair of jacks.
I think there's also a big difference what table you are. I think on some tables you keep an average hand stake way longer than another table.
I don't think this table is like slow.
No, I think it's like average, right?
Christoph's not here.
Okay, one more time. Small and
With the time bank, the guys that are still slower, Christoph and Makita.
Day one at No Limit Hold'em, very different than day one of short deck, as we saw yesterday. Day one short deck, all we saw.
You retired from slow.
All in after all in after all in. As the players were pretty short at our feature table. Here we're seeing a lot of controlled pots. Some interesting check raises.
I'm tired from playing slow. I like it.
Players talking about golf. A lot of fun going on here on this Saturday. Of course, it is Masters weekend. Anything going on in the Masters there, Hanksy?
Speaking of, I you know, Tony Finau, I love Tony. Just misses a little baby par putt to drop a shot. You can't be missing those on Saturday at the Masters. Tony, get the putter together, man.
Yeah, not if you want to win. Not if you want to win. You got to make those. Gungoran with a pretty little suited connector. He thought about it, but he's going to get rid of that. Tang also with a suited connector.
Out of the small blind, because of Eibinger's sizing up to 13, not getting a tremendous price, though we do have a very fun hand. We're partially committed. Tang likes to gamble. He's going to splash it in there.
Why not? He's in pretty good shape. Not a bad flop for sixes if you're not going to flop a set. This is a pretty darn good flop. He's got a gut shot, only one overcard. Tang's got overs. He's got some backdoor equity going on as well. He checks.
Tang could have plans as well. If he had any middling pocket pairs, I suspect he would flat from the small blind. He's got two overs, backdoor hearts, backdoor straight. Pending Eibinger and the sizing and what he comes with, it's a chance Tang could consider dialing up a check raise, a little crafty play out of the Tang.
Eibinger bets it's a little bit less than 1/3 the pot. He bet 11 into 35. Back over to Tang. That is Danny Tang. Who is, I mean, the funny thing about Danny Tang is he's relatively new to poker. I mean, I want to say 7, 8 years ago, this is a guy who was playing 1-2.
Look at this deck.
Yeah, you called that right. I mean, he knows that he's going to be all over those. A lot of turn cards are going to give him some equity that he might continue on.
Absolutely.
Whether it be a 10, a 6, a heart. I don't think Eibinger's going to go away, and not with sixes.
He's hoping that Eibinger has, you know, a hand like King Queen, Ace Jack that decided to stab this board. That check raise is very effective. The times we're called, we are now suspect. We are concerned. We're up against an overpair. Yes, it could be fives or sixes. I don't think this ace changes too much, although Eibinger could have a hand like ace 3, ace 4, ace 7 suited that he would have opened.
I assume when Tang check raises, though, he doesn't have many aces, right?
Unlikely. You know, maybe ace deuce suited, but I think that's more of a check call given the price. And I think a lot of those aces that you're mentioning, Tuck, they're probably just 3-betting pre-flop out of the small blind more often than not.
And Tang recognizing that, so he checks on that ace of spades. Eibinger with the sixes. Does he check it back? He does. Pot is 108,000 chips. Something I've noticed good players are more apt to do than inexperienced players is when they see a good flop to check raise on, if the turn doesn't cooperate, they'll abort the mission. They don't want to throw bad chips in there after. They go, okay, you know what? Yeah,
Fives or six are good.
I'm not going to continue this bluff on a bad card. I'm sure there were plenty of turn cards that Tang would have continued bluffing with.
I would have bet the turn every time.
Recognized the ace of spades wasn't good, and I see good players doing that, and inexperienced players
You're trying
not.
to run, right?
Yeah, you're exactly right. And you heard Tang say 5s or 6s are good. You seem to know exactly where Eibinger was at in the hand. Just waved the white flag, give it up.
That was a long hand.
Didn't think he could fold him out.
Back from retirement.
Low player retirement.
Yeah.
Wisco Barron saying Ivey is the Michael Jordan of poker. I mean, I think the comparison is appropriate. I mean, he's certainly, you know, whether you want to say he's the Michael Jordan or.
You watch any Masters?
Depends on your generation, right? For you and I, it's the Michael Jordan of poker. For younger kids, it might be the LeBron James of poker, whoever they think is the GOAT.
Masters.com.
Right.
I'm not trying to start a fight here with the YouTube.
No,
channel.
I mean, listen, if it was me,
No,
I'd say
I
it's
am,
the Wayne
because
Gretzky.
it is Michael
He's the
Jordan,
Wayne
okay?
Gretzky of hockey.
I mean, he made the cut.
Or the Connor McDavid of hockey.
There's a guy that has a big
Yeah,
E, so
I don't
he's,
see.
like,
I don't
really
even
far
know who
away from
Connor
the league.
McDavid
He's
is.
like-
That's how
he's
out of
5
touch
back.
I
How
am.
do you
with
not
the
know
old
who Connor
hockey league.
McDavid is?
I know. It's pathetic.
He hit a lot of good shots, honestly.
You know, the only
first day
highlights
he
I
shot
see are on
1 under,
SportsCenter for
and then
hockey.
yesterday
They
was
put the
really
puck in
tough.
the
It's
net.
like cold and windy, and he started really bad. He was 4 over. The rest of the day he played really good. He missed a
I'm
couple
Team
putts
Jordan,
coming in,
though.
could've
I'm
been
not
better.
Team LeBron.
I mean, it's unbelievable. Obviously, like his ankle is bolted in. Like he can't even. He has no flexion in his ankle. He had to completely relearn how to swing with his back foot. It's crazy. Like, I mean, there's only one person that could probably do it, like, ever, right? To just rebuild his leg out of steel and just figure out, like, he's beating guys that are just in their prime. Crazy. I mean, I think he's obviously just, like, unreal on that golf course, too, and you can hit a lot of different shots, and it's not
That
necessarily...
golf course is made for him.
He's got to be the best ever on the golf course, or one of them, and because you can, outthink your way around it versus other people, and you don't really need to hit bombs. It's a lot of strategy, obviously, compared to other stuff. So, but still, I mean, unreal. Yeah. He's hitting it good, legit hitting it good.
Like, I'm kind of a newbie, but that's really new to me. That like there's so much strategy in golf. Like I thought, like there's the one way that you're basically supposed to go, and like,
it's like too long. Like that's a long conversation, but you have to position yourself in every hole. Like there's a lot of risk
but
reward.
there's so much different options that you can
Yeah,
go for.
I mean risk reward is probably the easiest way to say it.
Mhm.
You have to manage your way around the golf course in that way.
Got an all-in and a call here. Parsinnen, the thin all-in, 59K. Chidwick with ace-7.
That was quite a shove by Chidwick. He got a better ace to fold, but Parsinnen stuck it into gamble with queen-jack suited.
Are the good players, all of them, playing it aggressive in terms of risk reward, or like?
And with the dead ace, I mean, you can see that Parsinnen, pretty much a coin flip here. But there's an ace, 1 heart. Parsinnen drawing pretty thin.
Basically, you can go all
Got
in
3
as
to the
well
royal.
as the end if you.
Now he's drawing dead.
Well, yeah. It's different. There is a lot of variance in golf too.
I just want to put this out there, Hanks. Yesterday, you and I were talking talking golf, and the people in the chat were yelling at us. Said stick to poker. Same people. They're fine with these guys talking golf, though. Just putting that out there.
It is great to hear, you know, Ivey Petrangelo talking about Tiger Woods and everything that's been going on there. They're teaching Eibinger about golf a little bit.
But then you sacrifice accuracy of all those situations. And then when you're trying to get it on second shots, like approach shots, a lot of times.
This is their way to set up Eibinger and get him on the golf course.
Brings in a lot.
Because, you know, get him on the golf course, and the next thing is they're gambling, you know. I mean, does anybody play golf and not gamble?
Figure out the highest EV shots.
It's the only way to
Have
play.
you ever played?
That wasn't the case back
Have
then.
you
He's
ever
tied
played
for
golf
19,
as an adult
but, like,
and not
one
gambled?
guy has a huge lead. He's plus.
No, I mean not in the last 10 years. No, there's always some sort of action.
Something, right?
Whether it be little or big, there's always something. Yeah.
I mean,
I don't want to play golf with people that don't
the guy
want,
that just recently
you know,
became
action
#1.
to play.
What's the
Really good
point?
Young guy, Texas guy. He shot.
Oh, it's your big one.
You bet on golf matchups ever off? You ever DJ on those?
Just with my friends. No. Just like for fun with my buddies. You?
Those are fun. Yeah, just.
You mean your own
flips?
Or just like for the
Golf
tour guys?
matchups.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
Like find somebody to flip with.
Exactly. That's what I do with my buddy, but for $100. Like,
yeah, we do more than that.
I believe that. Who you do it with? Vegas guys or?
Sometimes you do a little. There's a couple big golf.
It's obviously
golf.
fun to find those in the Masters or the majors or whatever,
Yeah.
some flips like that. I actually, the first 2 days, I was just picking scores. I just picked 2 scores for Tiger, and the other kid got every other score in the game.
I had Tiger the year he won the Masters. I think I had like 16-1 or something like that.
Which year?
Like 4 years ago when he won.
In 2019.
Got an interesting flop here. I don't
It's
want to interrupt the
unbelievable that
conversation.
the books,
Trip
like,
tens
he was
versus
only
open-ended straight
he was
draw.
16-1, like he was probably like.
Ooh, and the straight comes in. Bedir
No one
with trip
expected him to
tens.
win.
Congorin with the
16-1
straight.
was like pretty funny odds.
Pretty low.
Yeah.
Pretty high. I mean, pretty low. It should have been
Low,
more
like
than
he.
that, probably.
Yeah, exactly.
I
had a force
Everyone's
bet.
gonna bet on him regardless, right? So
yeah,
they probably just print.
Bedir bets
No, that's what I'm
21,000.
saying. It's funny how
Congorin
he-
just
that's-
calls.
He's got to be one of the guys that.
No, sorry, he raises to
I don't know
65K.
who knows what he was this week,
Pardon
but you
me.
know a bunch of people bet on him. and he
136 to
probably-
1 or something.
Oh, really?
And a quick
heard
call
that
here from
they will
Bedir.
talk.
This pot now
I think he had,
162,000.
you know.
I had no idea myself, but somebody in the table says like 136 to 1.
Bedir checks.
But that was at the
Congorin
point
all
where it
in
was
for
unsure if it's going to
123K.
go.
So
Like, it was-
123 to win 285.
Oh.
They were
River's gonna
speculating,
bail
will
out
he play
Bedir.
it? They don't know, and at that time.
Bedir can't beat anything, can he?
2019, he was
Nah, not
probably like-
anymore.
Should have been like.
Could have beat, you know, some sort of club straight draw.
It's great. Or no, actually, he was playing good at that point by then. He had already won the TPC. Still higher than 16 though. It's really bad for him that it's like, it's cold and windy and like play is really slow right now. Like that's not good.
He's done really well at the Masters overall, though, right? Like
he's won 5 times. Yeah.
5 out of how many major wins?
14.
14.
Nice let that from Bedir.
I saw some stat today. Like
overperforms a good bit.
He's up 9.5.
That stuff probably matters a lot.
We don't beat anything. Unfortunate for Bedir.
Every time, and like, it's just
He is hitting a lot of flops, though, no doubt about it.
And just
like the mental strength, probably.
Knowing all the
Left
short
a
game
lot.
shots,
Yeah.
the short game shots are unique.
Every green.
Yeah. I saw a stat today. He's up 9.5 million at the Masters. Tiger's made 9.5. And that's like, I mean, the prime of his career is before 2010, so that you know, that's a lot of money.
I'm not up
Last
9.5
5
million, but
minutes
I
to
am up a
Oriental.
little bit as I
You know, the
did bet
biggest thing
Tiger
that's,
Woods to
like,
make the
super
cut.
surprising now though is he has speed. Like he's like on one leg, he's still like getting ball speed that's like above average and stuff. So he might just like win another major. They're saying. I'm crazy. I thought he was completely
which
done.
leg is it? That's fuck.
How many times has he been completely done?
I mean, seriously, dude. It's crazy.
Get a raise here from Gongoran. Tang's going to 3-bet.
Back foot. Pushing off of it is the thing he said. Like, if he, he's got to push
So
it
after
off.
winning a big pot with Queen Jack, and Goran right back at it with 10-9. Tang 3-bets to 29K.
He needs a turn.
I don't
right?
think
Push
Goran's
off
going to
and
come
then
along
it
for the
puts
ride,
more
but he's a
stress
bit of a
on his
wild
back,
card, so
which
you
is
don't know.
bad, because obviously he started with a bad day. That's what he said. In like a presser or whatever.
think Goran might be feeling
Yeah,
it a little bit, you know, the momentum.
4 or 5 times.
A little confidence after that last pot. He's going to get away. A little discipline. Nice
Actually,
3-bet by
I was
Tang.
thinking that year,
Ace
2019,
3 suited.
when you had him, he was actually playing well at that point. He won some big tournaments that year before that. I remember that.
How did the hand go? He raised, he 3-bet jam small blind, and you call for A7 off, right? Oh, but was it you two that went all in?
Raise, call, squeeze.
Okay. You okay. I'm surprised he wasn't in there already.
I was expecting the suited connector to be a bit lower than
Yeah.
I was hoping for the 7-8.
So you have him crush?
Tang with the Phil Hellmuth. How do you fold that? How do you fold Queen 4 offsuit now?
Well, I guess not.
PLO.
He clearly didn't see the hand.
Very good.
Yeah, I mean, I just don't understand.
Hold him.
Semi-retired.
Hold him.
Right?
Hold him. Doesn't play much hold him.
No, I
Bro,
think
you always raising under the gun.
What can I do wrong?
Huh?
E, like 3 E's and numbers.
Nick with the bro, you always raise under the gun. He makes the call. He hits a pair of threes. Bedir with kings. 10,000 pre-flop, 10,000 post-flop. There's the call from Nick.
Very cool.
Petrangelo currently 8th in the PokerGo Tour standings.
Okay.
Sort of a, a safe turn card if Petrangelo suspects he could be up against King Queen, Queen 10, maybe unlikely Queen 10 as we hold one. Basically any unpaired hand we peel to try and take a little safe texture on the turn.
You like a double barrel here?
Sizing here. I do. I mean, if I've got kings on this board and I get called, I'm trying to build a pot. I'm hoping I'm up against a jack. You also have to deny equity from various draws that can be present.
I feel like you have the nice flush draw. That's what I think. Nothing? Oh.
He doesn't have a nice flush draw. He also doesn't have nothing.
Yes, of course. I would too.
No, I'm just rushing because it's re-enter. If somebody wants to.
You can re-enter.
This is it, like 17 seconds.
No, if you bust in the last time,
Yeah, you can
always.
bust next time.
I mean,
Not you, anyone. I mean,
play.
You feel like flush draw, right?
I felt like you had
We've got a
something good
break
that
coming
wasn't
up. When the players go on
good
break,
yet.
we will as
But
well.
you were already there.
I play good.
But we will come back for
You think
more
like
action.
this, right?
I believe we're going to play 2 more levels after break. So we got about 80
moving
minutes
off
of
this?
coverage or so, 40-minute levels.
They should, right? They can't just like, they usually rotate them, right?
I am here for it.
Well, with the legend on the table, they might
And I
want
believe
to
it'll
keep
be
us
the
longer.
same table as well.
Are we moving off?
We're going to have more
Oh,
Ivey.
if it's not if it's not the same table, I'm rioting.
Oh, yeah, I'm
Ivey
just
or
not
we
going to come
riot,
back
right?
after break. Yeah.
Yeah.
It's not going to come back. Go ahead and they can.
So
they don't need
this will be the
commentators
last-
anyway, Tuck. Whoever they put out there.
I mean, in fairness, they're this chatty bunch. It's great. Hearing them talk about Tiger, I don't think I've ever heard Nick talk so much. It's fantastic. I love it. Bedir gives him a little action, and I imagine this goes check, bet, fold, and we go to break, but we'll see. anybody ever thought that Chidwick looks like the Terminator? Maybe it's just me.
Wow. I don't see it, but like
It might just
Arnold
be me.
Schwarzenegger?
No, not like Arnold Schwarzenegger, but like, the stripped-down version. More on that when we come back from
Take
break.
us
To take
to
a look
break,
from our
Jesus.
Yeah, we take a look at our Merit Poker leaderboard. Gungoran, our chip leader at the feature table with 274,000. Phil Ivey on 100,000. More poker action from the Merit Royal Casino when we get back. We got about a 9-minute break. See you then.
Last year, Brian Rast outlasted a world-class field on his way to a super high roller bowl title and $7.5 million in cash. This year, the super high roller bowl tradition continues from Aria Resort and Casino.
This is a big pot. Try to hit you crushed.
49 of the world's best and wealthiest poker players. A buy-in of $300,000 and a first place prize of $5 million. 4 full days of live poker. The Super High Roller Bowl from start to finish gets underway right now. You ever find yourself opening up a little bit when you know guys are tired and a little bit less interested in competing toward the end of a day's play?
Absolutely. That's a really big part of tournaments, having the feel for those situations.
And recognizing also that people can be polarized when fatigued, where they either have it, because otherwise they wouldn't be out there stepping out, or they're just phoning it in.
Right. Taking a more conservative approach with their medium strength holding.
Exactly. Because they don't want to think as much, and there's a lot of thought that has to go into those gray area type plays, as we see 3 players in a raise pot pre-flop, and the flop yield is Queen 7-6 with a couple of clubs.
Goes without saying, that's a nice flop for Budiga.
Yeah, top pair with a king kicker. Nothing much for Anthony Gregg, who's checked as well as Petouche. And Rainer Kempe checks his 2 4s. Here comes the turn card. Kempe picks up the bottom end of an open-ended straight draw.
That is a nice turn for Kempe. However,
2 flush draws on board for Petouche now. He's got top pair.
Budiga leads here. It really depends on how much, as far as Kempe's decision goes.
And Petouche fires 20,000.
Don't see Gregg continuing.
He lays the 5s down.
And I don't think Kempe has quite enough to continue. If you know an 8 is good for sure, it changes things somewhat. But an 8 could be no good. Petouche has some combos with a 9 in it. However, 4s could be good at the moment. This is reasonable.
Rainer makes the call. A 3, 4, and 8 would make his hand best. And it's a 3 on the end, giving him the 7 high straight. That is the perfect card for Rainer Kempe. A disastrous one for Petouche.
That's how you do it.
It's just that easy, boys. Look at Rainer sizing him up.
Kempe is a touch capped here. Can't really have 8-9. He can, of course. He could check 8-9 on the flop, but most of the time he would bet. So Petouche is kind of asking himself, what are his 4 combos, and thinking about trying to get some value from this king-queen, which is reasonable because Kempe could have checked back some 6x, some 7x, and doesn't really have 8-9, where Petouche does have some 8-9 here. So I don't mind Petouche's value bet, but it is ambitious.
1,000 is the bet.
And you could potentially get your guy to induce here by checking with some sort of busted draw on the end.
Sometimes, and I think Kempe may find a raise here just based on, I feel Petouche may have given away the strength of his hand a bit based on his mannerisms. That felt very value-y to me, and that's not to say he did anything wrong, and it's much easier to make reads when you can see somebody's hand.
Oh wow, look at this. You're exactly right.
But We've seen a lot of flat calling on the end with not the nuts, but Kempe really felt like this straight was good. That's logical. Pertush really only has the 8-9 suited combos. He's not taking off out of the small blind with 8-9 off. He might not be taking off out of the small blind with 8-9 suited. So Kempe really believes this straight is good. It is, and it puts Pertush in a very awkward spot.
80K to call.
If you're going to make thin value bets, you have to be prepared to face these decisions.
Well, Pertush didn't find the auto fold. He's asking for a count here.
No, it's.
But could Kempe really be bluffing for his remaining stack in this situation with just 80K?
Great question, Ali. It's so hard to say. we can't get into Kempe's mind or know. One of the beautiful things about poker.
Oh,
Pertush thinks he could be. Maybe Pertush thinks that.
To turn these over.
And that's why you don't stand behind a horse. And Fedor.
And we come right back to a possibly curious Fedor holes, and I love when we only get to see the one card. I really do.
Yeah.
Because start to imagine, what do you think Fedor does with the jack of spades? How about a queen? Play along with Fedor. He knows that Helmuth has been splishy splashy, to say the least.
Yeah, and the deuce 4 offsuit here, 3-betting to 90K.
That's right. And it looks like Fedor is taking a flop. Excuse me.
Oh, it looks like he's going to charge him more to take a flop, isn't he?
52 raised to 235.
It's a 4-bet to 235,000. It's like a soul read.
I think after a little bit of Hollywooding, Helmuth is probably going to let this go.
What's going on here? I 3-bet the kid twice in 4 hours, and he 4-bet me both times. Are you in a hurry? You got a death wish? What the hell is going on here? This is sick.
Helmuth.
Nice hand, Fedor.
He's not scared to just get in there and limp. He's not scared to sometimes 4x pre-flop.
Right.
Blinds are 20-40. I've seen Berkey do things like make it 200. And I promise you that confusing your opposition generally is good. Sometimes the cost of that is making a quote-unquote bad play. Being unpredictable, hard to read and hard to figure out.
Right.
These are all things that do aid you in the long run if you use those things to your advantage.
Kempe opening with Snowmen, the 110. In the cutoff, and the small blind of Dan Smith making the call in bad shape with the 2 6s. He'll be heads up and out of position.
We haven't seen too many vicious coolers this tournament, Ali, like 8-6 deuce or something crazy.
And look at this.
I mean, listen, I just want the people to know, I swear on my life, I cannot predict the future. And that's just very odd.
You are a broom rider.
If that deuce came, I really would have been speechless, because this is already one of the weirdest things that's ever happened to me.
Set over set, one of the most horrific situations you can be in. I myself, on one of the few occasions in which I've played a higher stakes buy-in poker tournament, found myself in a similar spot against Gabe Kaplan. Cost myself a cool 20,000 on Poker After Dark. That one hurt. And this one's going to hurt as well for Dan Smith, who checks it. Over to Rainer Kempe.
Sounded pretty painful. To the great Gabe Kaplan. 165. Right now, Dan Smith has major problems, and sometimes it's okay to spell out the obvious. Dan Smith, after this hand, could easily be crippled. He may elect to just start check calling, but even so, unless a 7 or 9 of hearts rolls off, Kempe has a lot of great cards to barrel, get check raised in all likelihood, and this is just so brutal for Dan.
And he's using a time extension here. Why do you suppose that is? He knows he's going to continue in the hand. Well, he's not trying to make it look weak, is he?
Of course, no. He's trying to decide whether to call or raise. I mean, there are times you are beat here, and again, being the relative chip leader versus
another chip leader. This is an interesting situation because he might be well advised to simply call the flop. However, if he raises it, he does know that he will probably have to go with it. There are some extreme...
475,000.
475,000. Music to the ears of Rainier Kempe with 2 8s in his hand. A set. And he's got to believe he's golden here, right? He's not up against the 7-9 and probably not up against the 2 10s. Not impossible, though.
Not impossible, for sure. Golden is a touch more than what he's feeling, but he's feeling pretty good. It's one of these spots where
2 overs in the flush draw come to mind, maybe?
I don't think Smith
Queen Jack
check
of Hearts,
yeah,
no?
exactly. I don't think Smith check raises Jack Queen of Hearts. The hand is too good. You kind of don't want to be forced to sort of fold it given stack sizes or decide you have to get it in because you've put yourself in a spot where
Kempe using a time extension.
Pot odds are just too good, and this is a really sickening spot for Dan Smith. And I just don't know how I just went out there and said we haven't seen a vicious cooler. I feel bad for Dan. Of course, me saying that did not influence the flop, but it's very weird. I'm having a very philosophical moment.
This is a situation where Rainier Kempe is that speeding commuter train and Dan Smith is that car stuck on the tracks.
In all likelihood, they will get it in. My only question, as crazy as it may sound, is there any way Smith finds a way to get away from this on the flop? Just given that we're on the bubble, he's such a great player.
And Rainier Kempe says, I'm all in.
Kempe's reached. Yeah,
Snap call by Dan Smith.
But you notice the trepidation in his voice. He called. He doesn't want to have to play this hand on the bubble.
So
Two relative chip leaders.
9 of hearts, all right.
It's looking pretty thin at the top of the screen next to the outs graphic.
Does have backdoor hearts. And of course, he can hit that 6, but yes, 9% is pretty thin and just a deflating feeling for Dan at the moment. So brutal.
He's rooting for a heart on the turn. Instead, it's an ace, and now he has 1 out, 1 time to avoid a massive blow.
Unbelievable, really.
Really.
Set over set in this situation. Just horrifically cold.
Dan Smith can't connect with the 1-outer on the river. Set over set, one of the grossest feelings in all of tournament poker.
See 3 calls.
Berkey, undeterred by the outcome of the last hand, limping again, this time with ace-9 suited on the button.
And again, Kempe and Holt so range-oriented in their preparations and have a lot of ideas on what they'll do versus certain styles. Often that style is a player who generally min-raises pre.
Kempe with a real holding. Second straight time he's raised the limp from Berkey.
And a call.
He's got 2 7s, and this time Berkey is going to call for his whole stack. Well covered by the chip leader, and at risk. He's behind with 2 overcards.
And just like that.
Is this kind of what Berkey was scripting? He was saying, I'm going to continue to do this until I get the right opportunity to try to double?
Yeah, I think A, it reduces variance, and B, Berkey was hoping that Kempe and Holtz to a degree would start attacking his limps and he would have some reships, much like this, which is very reasonable. And it's a multifaceted approach, one that in the next level Berkey could stop limping and then resume. So
if Berkey can win this pot,
He will vault over Phil Hellmuth for third and chips, but he's going to need some help. And the board is 7 high, top set for Rainer Kempe, and a very uphill climb for Matt Berkey. If he doesn't get help on the turn, he'll be drawing dead and done in 5th.
Some possible sweats.
Certainly.
Needs a spade, 5 or a 6.
And he does catch the spade.
Wow.
There it is.
Best case scenario. He now needs 1 more of those spades. 7 outs once for his tournament life. Rainer Kempe's thinking red card. The tension mounts. And here comes that river. It's a 4. 7's full for Rainer Kempe, and the end of the road for Matt Berkey.
Good game.
Good, Phil.
You definitely win best dressed.
Thanks.
All in.
Moving all in here with the ace.
Oh my.
And he's been called. What is he up against? The ace-10. Disaster for Eric Seidel. Is that Fedor humming?
Pretty odd spot to start humming. I know me on my off days, mood-wise, may have had a choice comment or two for Fedor the Songbird, but
no doubt about it. Maybe that's just the awareness that he
balances his humming range. The kids are really on top of everything these days.
Look, if Seidel's out of here, that's an extra guaranteed 1.1 million into Fedor's pocket. So
it certainly is, and for Eric, who's battled so hard, and for Holtz, what a huge equity pot this is.
Yeah, 9-9 Trey. There's some chop outs here.
There's always hope for the short stack in this spot.
It's never easy. Kempe's going to have to sweat it out.
Now picking up some more chop outs.
Yeah, the ace on the turn.
Notice that paint.
Can't win anymore.
Seidel cannot win the pot outright. That is correct.
Very, very insightful observation. He does pick up many chop outs.
9, an ace, a king, queen, jack. Instead, it's a 6, and that's all she wrote for Eric Seidel, who really fought hard.
You can't say enough about Eric Seidel.
We are back. Welcome to the 2022 Super High Roller Series Europe. We're in Northern Cyprus at the beautiful Marriott Royal Hotel Casino and Spa. Event number 3, day 1 coverage of the $25,000 No Limit Hold'em event. And we have quite the final table, and what a gorgeous, absolutely gorgeous hotel, live from the Marriott Crystal Cove Hotel Casino in Northern Cyprus. The sun has set there, despite the fact that it's just morning here. And look at this featured table. Ivey, Petrangelo, Tang, Chidwick, Eibinger, and they're all chasing Gongorin, who is our chip leader at the feature table with $274,000. I am David Tuckman, joined by my co-host, Brent Hanks. We're here to call the action. Thank you for joining us on this glorious Saturday.
How about Artur Martirosyan now moved to this feature table? There will be action, no doubt. Some of the best No Limit Hold'em tournament players in the world right here at this feature table.
There will be blood. And I am here for it. I believe we have a couple of levels of poker for you, so stick with us for the next hour plus. I see you all in the chat. We are paying attention to the chat, so if you have any questions for us, feel free to ask away.
136.
There he is, the Terminator. Chidwick. I can't believe you don't see it.
I don't see Arnold Schwarzenegger.
No, not Arnold Schwarzenegger. Okay, remember the stripped down version. After Arnold Schwarzenegger loses his skin and his body, and it's just the machine at the end of Terminator. Now look at Steven Chidwick and tell me he's not
the
Terminator.
robot.
Yeah,
you believe he's the robot.
I think there's a resemblance.
Okay.
Wait till
All right.
now.
I
Look
mean-
at that.
Oh yeah, I mean,
Not
yeah. all
Arnold.
right, it looks like okay. It's a robot.
Right. The actual Terminator. Not Arnold. No.
Uh-huh. Oh. I'm with you now, Tuck. Yeah.
I mean, Chad is all over it. They think I'm a genius. I can see it already.
Does that mean any like sort of, physically fit, bald-headed human being can look like the Terminator robot? I mean, so like Ivey,
No,
he's got the Terminator
Phil Ivey-
robot look too, or
No, not at all. Phil Ivey does not have that Terminator look. There are many bald men who are physically fit who do not have that Terminator look. Stevie Chidwick does, though. And I, for now on, will call him the Terminator. I might be the only one who does it, but I'm going to do it. I believe.
You're alone on that island, I think, Tuck.
I'm okay with that. I'm alone on many islands,
Yeah.
okay? Eibinger here with the best hand with just king high. Let's see who bets at it. Who wants it? Psycho546 says Phil Ivey is in last place. Comeback going to happen. Don't fret. I believe registration is still open. Ivey could get knocked out and then just rebuy into this one. So this is very early on in this tournament. Very, very early on. Yeah, see, Roy Henson says, I see it. I see the Terminator in Chidwick. Roy Henson recently.
That's your burner on YouTube. I know that's you, Tuck. You're Roy Henson.
Checks through once again. 10 on the river. Nobody makes a pair. Does anybody want it, or are they going to let Eibinger get the showdown with King High? I think the only way everybody will buy this is if Chidwick lets me or somebody else use like body paint, and we can paint him a metallic color, and then I think you'll see it.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Yeah, I'll talk to him about this. See if we can get this done. Chidwick's gonna bet. See if he can get a king high to fold. He is. I don't even know if he's targeting a pair. I think he's targeting exactly king high, and he gets the king high to fold. The Terminator takes one down. Yeah, I can see it. You like it? I could. You're loving it, aren't you?
I'm loving it, Tuck. Yeah, I'm loving the Terminator. Yeah. Yeah.
What levels we play today? 12?
Well, it's still the final table.
I want to thank Merritt,
Final table.
Same as yesterday.
Poker, GG, Luxon
40
Pay
people left.
for bringing us this action.
40 now.
And for those of you who are enjoying it on the Luxon Pay YouTube channel or the Merritt Poker YouTube channel,
I'll go fast.
thank you for joining us.
It'll go
If you're
fast.
watching it on the Poker Co. YouTube channel, please hit that subscribe button.
It's kind of
We
shallow.
are doing our best trying to get up to 250,000 subscribers.
Just do it right
We're
now.
just a couple of
click
thousand short.
subscribe.
Easy,
Click
right?
a thumbs up while you're at it. Yeah.
Monte Rosen raising the 12K with eights. Bronovan T says, is Daniel Negreanu or Tom Dwan in this tournament? I don't believe so. Negreanu did not make the trip out there. He was on Twitter expressing some FOMO, talking about how he wanted to make it out there, but he did not. And I have not seen Tom Dwan anywhere.
Sort of surprising that Dwan didn't make the trip, considering his allegiance to the Triton team. He's almost always there.
12,000.
Blinds right now 3,000, 6,000 with a 6,000 big blind ante. Eibinger raising a minimum raise to 12K with 5s. Gangorn picks up 6s. Once again, Brent Hanks, David Tuckman here for the 2022 Super High Roller Series. We're back at it tomorrow. No rest for the weary. We are back at it 7 a.m. Eastern Time. Wake up on your Sunday, have a mimosa, have a Bloody Mary. Who had a Bloody Mary this morning? Bloody Memoria. Bloody Memoria.
I haven't had one yet, but I will, Tuck.
Oh yeah, well you got to celebrate your your kid's first birthday with a bloody something. That's for sure. Martirosian, well, he is all for blood on this hand with kings. See what there?
Sizing too by Martirosian, keeping Eibinger, Gangorn interested. The door is open certainly for a 4-bet if they think that Martirosian could ever be light, which is certainly the case from time to time. Martirosian, a very aggressive player.
Yeah, it's a pretty good squeeze spot, right? I mean, he happens to have the goods right now, but he doesn't need to.
Maybe Gangorn does a little mining. Put the helmet on, click the light on.
And Gordon makes the call. Pot's now 133,000. Queen, queen, 10. Is that a flop that should worry Martirosian? I mean, we can see it doesn't, but
you know, you're still way ahead, way behind sort of situation, right? If we're up against a queen, not loving life, all other pairs we are still just crushing.
Martirosian's going to bet here, see if Gangorn can convince himself that his opponent's got ace-king. Pot's 156, 23,000 to call. And Gangorn, not a believer, he's going to raise to 85,000.
Wow, this does put Martirosian at a very strange spot with 2 kings. Unlikely to go away anytime soon. But this is pretty brutal. Gangorn hoping to just take it down right now.
Martirosian makes the call. Pot is 303,000. These players are just 112,000 behind.
This may slow Gangorn down. If we're betting, we're representing a queen and only a queen. You have to be worried that Martirosian could have had some ace-king, ace-jack types of holding. Certainly need to be worried about Martirosian having a queen as well.
Is ace-king or ace-jack calling that big raise in the flop?
Maybe ace-king would peel. I mean, it's, you know, you would think that a queen would likely want to slow play, just call the flop. I'm not saying you would always rule it out.
Check, check once again, and Martirosian's kings are good here. I mean, clearly we can see the cards, and it's unlikely for Gangorn to have king-jack if you're in Martirosian's seat. But when he raises that flop, king-jack's got to be one of the hands he might be raising with, right?
Absolutely.
Straight draw? Nonetheless, though, after that raise in the flop, it goes check-check on both the turn and the river, and Martirosian wins a nice pot. He is our big-time chip leader at our featured table. And if you want to be the chip leader at your Poker Go Hold'em table, you can be. That's right. You can play free Texas Hold'em Poker. It is from the creators of High Stakes Poker, Poker After Dark, and more. Be part of the shows that help shape the game. with an authentic online poker experience. Poker Go Hold'em is available now on the App Store, Google Play, or by heading over to pokergohold'em.com. You can play with the avatars of Maria Ho, Antonio Esfandiari, Phil Hellmuth, Daniel Negreanu, and many, many more. Plus, you get the sultry voice of Brent Hanks calling the action.
That's right. Download it now for free.
See if you can hold on to your chips longer than Brent Hanks can. I bet you can't.
12,000.
Oh, short and sweet, wasn't it? They busted me in one hand.
Short and sweet. Story of our lives, huh?
Yeah.
Eibinger raising 12K with just one card. That's how good he is. Now, we can't see his other card. He's got the queen, and unlikely to have Tang beat in this spot. Tang with the ace-queen. Mentalistic says, surprised the table is so quiet. They were very talkative before the break. It'll come in waves.
Oh, it's the most we've heard out of Phil Ivey, maybe in years.
Ever.
A lot of conversation between he and Nick
Tang
Petrangelo
all
about
in.
golf. And Eibinger, nobody home.
Nah. Ball till we fall, says I like Hanks. Yeah, me too. We're going to keep him around.
I like you, ball till we fall, 82.
Yeah.
Noah Repko, go Bills. Love that little Bills icon by his name as well. Let's go, Buffalo.
It's April. Really?
It's always Bills season, baby. You guys can't see this at home, Tuck can, because we're linked up with a little camera setting, but I've got a big Bills Mafia flag right behind me.
He does, he does. And for those of you who can't see it, I know Brent can. Over my right shoulder, I've got a
I see
terrible
the Islanders
Jets helmet.
jersey, Tuck.
I've got an Islander jersey, and I've got a Jet helmet behind me as well. You can see that over my right shoulder?
I do. I see it. Yeah, right there. Proud of you for keeping it up. Is that also a Jets banner right above the helmet?
Nah, it's a Philadelphia Eagles banner.
Eagles.
It's an Eagles
okay.
banner.
You just like the color green.
Yeah, yeah. I'm all about green.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, I can convince myself that it's. I couldn't find something, celebrating the Jets winning anything, so I had to find the Eagles. At least I can. It's green, at least.
Ooh, look at this here. Bedir to 35, up over Petrangelo's race. Gangoran wakes up with 2-7s. Does he think it's enough to just slam it home?
No, he's just going to call, but that is a large percentage. Yeah, he put 30. Wow, and
Oh, my
Matarozzi picks up
gosh.
9s. It's just big hand after big hand here. Remember, it is Petrangelo who actually was the original raiser with 4s. Min raise. Bedir, second time he's picked up kings since we've been broadcasting.
Martirosyan already has a pile of chips, 400,000. This is treacherous territory for him.
Yeah. Oh, he just
boy.
moved all in here, and what a dream scenario for Bedir. And you know what? If you're Gongorian, you might just want to gamble. I don't know. He just lost a big pot. I don't know if he folds. Bedir goes in there. Let's see what Gongorian does.
He's put 35 in. By now, he's got to know the 7s probably aren't good. What's the best case? You're up against ace-king, ace-king.
Yeah, but I just...
You might just...
It's the rebuy period.
Tuck, put the puck in the net. Rebuy period.
Yeah, it's the rebuy period. I mean, clearly it's a gamble, but, maybe somebody's got ace-king. The other guy's got ace-king too, right?
Happy?
What a dream scenario for Bedir. It's our biggest pot that we have seen so far. Over 500,000 chips in there already. And that might be what Gangoran is thinking. I mean, do I want to stick 77,000 in there and possibly be the chip leader? You know what they say, Hanks? No gamble, no future.
No gamble, no future. Yeah, they do say that, Tech. And I don't blame him for giving it some thought. I mean, the initial 35 he flicked in was questionable. He does get away from the hand.
Kings versus nines. If a 7 falls off, Gongoran might flip the table over.
Did you have an ace?
Oh. Only I work. And that's for Titan as well.
There's a 9 right there in
dear.
the door. Martirosian threatening to run away with this right now. Bedir looking for a king or running spades. Well, he can pick up a jack now. 10 of hearts gives him a few more outs. You can see him in the top of your screen. Looking for a jack or a king. It is a deuce of diamonds.
That's fine.
And an unfortunate run out for Bedir. A dream scenario where he could have had over 500,000 chips turns into a nightmare. And that man right there, Martirosian, now with
nines are running hot today.
Almost 700,000 chips.
Absolute pile for Martirosian. I have to imagine he's the
Did you have fun in the short deck?
chip leader right now.
Well, you can go over to the PGT live reporting.
I mean, yesterday, like, did you enjoy it?
Yeah.
Take a look and see.
Right, PGT.com. Check out live reporting. Maybe I can get a little update for us. Let me take a peek, Tuck. Huh?
Maybe I will play whole series.
The resources are there for you.
Yeah. All right. Up to 64 entrants, so it's a huge field. Yeah, I believe Martirosian is the chip leader after that pot. The listings have Andras Nemet at 640,000, Ali Amshurovich 620, Vyacheslav Boldigan at 320, Sinan Unlu 300, and Chris Brewer, the magical mullet, rounds it out in 5th place. And Martirosian, yeah, he's going to be the chip leader right now.
Phil Ivey with a meager 85,000 to work with, but we have seen him spin that up before. See if he can do it again.
Blue has the same hand.
17,000.
And Eibinger's going to take his trash hand and raise it up, and I don't know if Ivey's going to go anywhere. We'll see.
For Ivey, I think this is a limp jam, King 8 suited. Eibinger just has an absolute stone zero holding. Ivey does just make the call.
Yeah, pot's 40,000.
Yeah, he's trying to really muscle around and outmaneuver Phil Ivey here with an absolute nothing of a hand. And it might work as Ivey does not connect. He may have been better off limp jamming. Obviously easier for us to say as we can see the cards. King 8 suited's pretty strong, and we know that Eibinger, he's so talented. He's going to take napkins like this and try and leverage as he realizes Ivey is handcuffed.
And Eibinger does outplay Phil Ivey there.
Officer Eibinger at your service. Jack 3 off. I'm not afraid of you, Ivey. I'll show you how it's done. Beautiful stuff.
That's also something that I find very intriguing. You know, when we see Ivey playing, say, the World Series of Poker against inexperienced recreational players, no doubt a lot of those players are in awe of Phil Ivey, intimidated by Phil Ivey, and why wouldn't you be? I certainly would be. But these players are not at all. You know, they put the work in, they put the hours in, and there's nobody that intimidates them. So that is not in the game.
Tuck, a lot of these guys, Eibinger, Chidwick, I mean, the majority probably feel like they are simply better players than, you know, a better player than Phil Ivey when it comes to no-limit hold'em tournaments. Now, every other game in the world, now Ivey's still has the edge. And Ivey, obviously, a great player. These guys are very comfortable with their skill sets.
Yeah. I think you hit the nail on the head. I mean, a lot of these players, they just put the work in, and they're so comfortable. And, in fact, it was, you know, you heard Ivey actually talking to Eibinger earlier about that king-queen of spades hand, asking him, you know, what's the play there? And Eibinger said it was close. So Nick Petrangelo with an open-ended straight draw, just 5 high right now. Gungoran with a flush draw. Pot is 33,000. Rory McLean says, why would these people think they are better than Ivey? Well, I mean, just to be clear, I think it's a question of are they better than him in this variant? And the answer is probably yes.
I think Ivey would be the first to tell you that you put him up against the Stephen Chidwicks, Ali Amshurovich's, Alex Voxens of the day, then he's a dog. You know, he'll tell you that. These kids are better. Nick Petrangelo, another great example. They're very well studied. In fact, Ivey will go to them with any questions he may have about particular hands. We've heard it time and time again throughout this final table. Ivey was picking the brain of Matthias Eibinger, a big pot that was played.
And that king-queen spade hand I was talking about.
This stack looks easy to build in short deck. Very hard to build and hold.
Chidwick with the very pretty Jack 10 suited.
Short deck 3 hands.
Oh, it is. A delectable, collectible.
More shots.
Suited connectors. Another one for Eibinger.
Yeah.
Yeah, I can't imagine Eibinger folding here. Question of does he want to 3-bet this or not, and he just calls.
Yeah, in position.
Well, that's the
I like it on the button. You want to see a flop here. You don't want to 3-bet, put yourself at risk of getting blown off the hand by a 4-bet. Now, if he had king, queen, king, jack offsuit, certainly no problem 3-bet. If I get stuffed on, I can absolutely fold.
Pair of 10s for Chidwick. Gungoran calling with the 9 deuce.
Oh, the Montana banana, Tuck. Underrated hand.
Yeah, sensing a little bit of frustration from him, I think.
Just trying to make things happen.
Yeah, and you know, you can start to feel it. You lost a big hand with the 6s against kings. Then he had 7s, put 30% of his stack in, didn't see the flop. We've all been there before. You get frustrated. You try to make something happen. I get it. Another 10 here. Chidwick checks back, and he hits trip 10s. Eibinger now drawing dead.
You play online a lot, right? Huh? You play online a lot, right?
Not a lot now. We play only for Sundays now because no game. To go tournaments.
So what else you do normally?
Huh?
So what do you do from Monday to Saturday?
Studying, chilling.
Chidwick's okay. G checking it.
I want to study from that.
River's a king. Who's going to take a shot at it? Does Gungoran take a shot at it? No. Just gives up.
credit to Gongoran. Don't put a nickel in the pot. And Chidwick did
directly
his
play
best.
75.
I think if he did have an ace, even a hand as good as ace-queen, he likely would have checked the flop on over to Eibinger as well. Eibinger did not take the bait. He was happy to see a turn. Chidwick did his best to check trip tens again on the turn.
To the 75K.
Feigning weakness. And look at this. He goes for the 3-check with a premium.
Yeah,
Eibinger now would have to
Eibinger's
turn
got
that 7 into a bluff. If he were to bet here, he's hoping to bluff. He'd be targeting a king.
Nah, you see the grimace on his face. Not only is he giving up, but he also knows his 7 doesn't have showdown value. He knows he's beat.
Maybe I didn't have practice, you know.
Eibinger too smart for that.
Yeah. But in shot that is very easy to make mistake, and you don't even do it.
Very exciting news. My my 8-year-old's got a little league baseball game today. Apparently he hit a double, which means he hit a ground ball to the second baseman.
That's awesome.
Yeah, that means he hit a ground ball through the second baseman's legs, and he got the second base in all likelihood. But hey, we'll take
Beautiful.
it.
Every double matters, Tuck.
That's because you're playing
I think so.
on the stage
They all
where everyone's
count.
got 30 ante.
You are watching this Super High Roller Series Europe. We're at the beautiful Merit Royal Hotel, Casino, and Spa in Northern Cyprus, where some of the best poker players in the world have come together to play Pot Limit Omaha, Short Deck, and No Limit Hold'em. The stakes range from $25,000 all the way up to $250,000. That is the Super High Roller Bowl, which will be happening on April 13th, 14th, and 15th here.
You're good.
Make sure you join us all week for the exciting coverage. Coverage starts each day at 7 a.m. Eastern Time, and you can join us here on the PokerGo YouTube channel. Make sure you hit that follow button. Give us a thumbs up.
No.
The more you support us, the more free content we can bring to you. So hit that subscribe button. Give us a thumbs up. We do appreciate it. Thank you all out there. Matthew A., Roy Henson, Dimitri, Andrew Anderson. Thank you.
He's not giving
Ask
away.
someone who's good at shot deck.
Huh?
Ask someone who's good at shot deck.
You. In final table.
Stevie is still low champ.
Phil.
Yeah, there you go.
There you go.
Pretty 1-4, Petrangelo, grip, rip, Jack 10 suited. Gongoran now another small pair. He might just stick it in now, Tuck. You know, you've had enough.
Yeah, it wouldn't shock me at all. I mean, you kind of want to have some fold equity with this hand, but the last 15 minutes have been brutal for this gentleman. And I certainly would, I can certainly relate to his frustration. Give him credit. You know what? He has done very, very well to kind of stay the course and not give away those chips. Tang, though, is going nowhere, I don't think. Not with ace-queen.
All in.
And he is all in. And, whoa, Martirosian picks up jacks behind him.
Cow. What?
Look at that. Ace-queen, jacks, and jack 10.
I'm more than happy, right?
I think so, yeah.
For a snap overcall.
Well, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, a snap overcall. I mean, jack's your best hope when you got ace-queen.
Short deck,
Don't open for.
This is a 300,000 chip pot. The side pot is 146,000. Martirosian in the lead right now. But we got a classic flip. See if Tang can catch an ace or a queen.
You okay? Come on.
10 high flop. Jack's still good.
King of diamonds. Wait. It's just an extra out.
I would root for an ace if I were you.
But that's
6
the
of
rule,
hearts.
You can't ask for the ace. Like,
On the river. We bink it in on the river. Bing! Yes.
oh,
Oh, wow, he
God.
called it. He called it. He said bink, and the bink came.
I don't.
Tang was feeling it.
The bink. Yeah, the bink came in the form of the ace of hearts. Nick Petrangelo has been eliminated. See if he rebuys. A triple up there for Tang, who's going to be right around the 500,000 chip mark.
I'm going to lean yes on the rebuy for Petrangelo. No chance he came out here to fire one bullet in this sucker.
Yeah, unlikely. Danny Tang on 446,000. Martirosian on 520,000 as we look at the Merit Poker leaderboard. Ivey nursing a short stack with just 71K. Matthias Eibinger, 228,000. And Steven the Terminator Chidwick on 250,000 chips.
Still rolling with the Terminator, huh?
Oh, I won't let this die,
chitty,
man.
bang, bang.
I'm not letting this die. No way.
Here for
No
bonus
how.
coverage. 3,000 of you tuned in on YouTube. We thank you all so much for joining us here today.
There's a look at the legend, the 10-time bracelet winner, Phil Ivey, who's currently third. That's right, third in the PGT leaderboard standings. That tracks pretty much all tournaments. What is it, $10,000 and above?
10K price point at the bottom. Anything bigger than that, 10K plus.
Are there any tournaments that are excluded from that based on, or anything, or is it pretty much any
I don't
form?
think any of the EPTs count. So, you know, a couple, what do I say? A couple tournament providers, if you will, have asked to be excluded from
Fair
the
enough.
PGT. Yeah, that's fine.
Well, Ivey's hit an ace here. Chidwick with nothing.
That's 7, yeah.
If I had the best 7, I don't understand.
That's 7K.
How you mean, like?
I bet 9K.
Ah, that's how you mean it right
15
now.
big lines for
yeah, doesn't really matter. Something
the goat.
Small difference. 7, 8, 9, 10. All is good.
Eibinger picks up the ace of clubs. Can't see his other card, but that's enough for him to raise. Let's find out what his other card is in a moment. But he's going to min raise it. Blinds are 3,000, 6,000 with a 6,000 big blind ante.
228.
I think blinds are going up in about 5 minutes. And they'll be 4-8 with an 8,000 big blind ante.
228.
Tang with ace-6 of hearts. Aggressive player. He's going to let that one go. Martirosian with king-10 suited. He's likely to come along for the ride. He's going to peek at the levels and see what he wants to do. When a player does that, are they looking at the clock as a randomizer? What's going on there?
You know, he could have, because there's a world in which we're flatting the king-10 suited on the button. And, of course, once in a while we do decide to 3-bet these sorts of hands. And the intent with 3-betting, obviously, is to, well, in hopes we get called or we get a lot of folds. We don't ever want to be 4-bet. If that were the case here, Eibinger would, Martirosian would absolutely be 3-bet folding a hand as good and as pretty as king-10 suited.
Yeah.
And all these players, they're just so well balanced the way they mix.
Still don't know what Eibinger's other card is.
Yeah, I mean, he's never calling a 3-bet with much less than like ace-10 of clubs. It could be a hand like ace-jack off, where he did not want to 4-bet all in. You keep the worst aces in by electing to just call. It is difficult to navigate post-flop now, of course, whenever we are unpaired. And there is a world in which he could just have a couple of bullets here.
I was going to say, how balanced is he here? I mean, does he ever flatting with ace-king, ace-queen, or is he always 4-bet ripping those?
It must have been a hand like maybe ace-10 of clubs,
or
and he
ace-jack.
just got off of it. Yeah.
Yeah. That's Martirosyan just being aggressive and earning himself a pot. Martirosyan lost a few chips to those jacks, but he's back up to 565, and there's Kerry Katz.
LFA.
Yeah, he bubbled the 50K short deck, and I thought it was really, really interesting and quite funny. So he was the bubble boy, and not just the final table bubble boy, but the money bubble as well. 6 players got paid in that one, in event number 2. And we had 6 at our final table, which we aired earlier this morning. Kerry Katz was eliminated yesterday in 7th. And he had ace-king of diamonds. He was up against Makita's jack-9 off. Makita put some pressure on him, and Kerry said, I don't give, you can fill in the blank, about a min cash. And he stuck it in with ace-king, and unfortunately for him, a 9 on the turn and 9 on the river. And Kerry was gone in 7th place, but he is here to battle.
This table has gone dead silent, hasn't it?
He started the deal.
There we go.
Yeah, you did.
We're going to liven up a little bit.
It was just, you flipped over the king of hearts, but the first shuffle was... No. Kerry told me...
No.
Kerry showed me the clock and said you were lucky because there were 7 seconds left. 100%.
Yeah, I think they're good.
So I take it Kerry's hat has not been shipped out to Northern Cyprus.
Funny,
I thought maybe
because
they'd
you
call
showed
somebody
me
up and have him
this
ship
time,
it
yeah.
out, or maybe order another one.
I've never seen him do that.
Well, he definitely wanted it. He reached out and asked if I knew anyone going to Cyprus. I told him to check with Daniel, and then I knew Dan Smith. There was a chance he was going out. I don't know. Maybe it's on a flight.
I don't think I've ever seen him play poker without a hat on.
He always has a hat on. It's his lucky hat.
Well, we'll see how this week goes for him. If he wins a tournament or two, he may never wear it again. And if he strikes out, he may always wear it. So. Martirosyan staying aggressive. Over 500,000 chips in his pile. Once again, Brent Hanks, David Zuckman here for the 2022 Super High Roller Series. We're back at it tomorrow, 7 a.m. Eastern Time. Make sure you join us each and every day. Nothing there for Eibinger. Martirosyan continuation bet should get the job done. We'll see.
Thank you.
And it does.
Higher blind level and lose more.
My job. That's why I'm your favorite American player.
Some nice accumulation for Martirosyan after losing that massive coin flip, 3-way all-in between Petrangelo, himself, and Tang. He was up over 700. That dipped him down to around 500. He's now right around 600 again.
Talking about Tiger making the cut.
And somehow he fades that river, by the way. He's up to over 1 million chips. By the way, the chat is overwhelmingly positive on Kerry Katz's hair. I don't think any of them thought he had hair.
Oh, he's got a great head of hair, doesn't he?
That's what they're saying. I mean, here, look at Johnny Reddy says, first time I've ever seen Katz without a hat. I didn't know he had such beautiful hair.
Somewhere
Lines are up
there's
4,000, 8,000.
I don't want to stay anymore.
A picture of a very young Kerry Katz, probably in his 20s, circulating out there. Jason Kuhn had it. I think there was a picture maybe yesterday that came out. Kuhn was looking at an old photo of El Jefe, and he had a bit of a Chris Brewer-like mullet back in his 20s.
Well, in
So he
fairness,
went
I
through
mean,
a
in
little
his 20s,
phase.
the mullet was probably in then, right?
Yeah, it had to be in.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And Chidwick's going to raise it up to 24,000. It's a big raise. Blinds are 4,000, 8,000 right now. So he goes 3x with the ace-9 from the cutoff seat.
Did you look into the Wim Hof courses already? Like where they have them?
No, I haven't. I'm gonna start looking at the end of the World Series. Stuff like I'm not even thinking
Actually, I had a bet with, or not a bet, but thing with Dan Smith. Some tournament over the summer, like if one of us won it, they would pay for us both to go.
Main event?
Hmm? No,
Or any
it's
tournament?
like one of the high rollers.
How much is it? Anyway,
I don't know.
can't be that much, right?
No.
10, 20?
Where were you when Phil Ivey and Stephen Chidwick conversing at a feature table?
Yeah, I was just thinking that.
I was right here.
The GOAT and the Terminator. Having a conversation right here on the spot. I love it. Love to see it. Ivey picks up 5s. Only has 77,000. He's got less than 10 big blinds. He's in the cutoff seat. Stick them all in there.
I know everybody's waiting for Ivey to get all in and search of that double up here at this feature table.
First pull up.
He's got the stack to certainly have to maneuver.
You came alone
He's looking for the double.
Family and girlfriend.
Yeah, no doubt. No doubt about that. This is just event number 3 of our week. We've got 10 events in all. As I mentioned, culminating with the 250K Super High Roller Bowl. April 13th, 14th, and 15th, and you can watch all the action here. You don't want to miss a minute of that one. By the way, we've been referencing the Poker Go, the PGT leaderboard. Ali Mazurovic is our leader right now with 1,493 points after yesterday's performance. Isaac Kempton in second with 1,375. And it is Phil Ivey who is vaulted ahead of Alex Foxen. And Ivey is third now. Foxen fourth. We saw Nick Petrangelo get eliminated earlier on, just a few moments ago. He is currently 8th on that list.
It's not big enough.
The beauty of the, what we're trying to do with the PGT, top 21
complaining? Your wife
will qualify for the PGT Tour Championship in December.
Nothing to do.
Meaning that guys are going to be chasing points.
Everyone's got good other house.
Throughout the calendar year. A guy like Isaac Kempton is simply a great example of, a player that you might not think would be in contention for the PGT. He was going to play all of the high rollers, but because of his score that happened at the Win, and now coupled with this $500,000 free roll at the end of the year, he's out there playing a number of the PGT events, incentivized.
Yeah, I mean, you got a $500,000 free roll for the top 21 players. If you're in contention, I don't know how you don't play. Other players, by the way, other notables on this list, and obviously they're all notables. Jake Schindler, Carrie Katz, Daniel Negreanu, Tom Vogelsang, who won the PLO here at the Super High Roller Series Europe. He's there. Laszlo Boitis came in second place in that one, currently 19th.
Can I have a sparkling
Eric
water?
Seidel is
Thank you.
21st. So right now, Eric Seidel would be the final person in there. Some players on the outside looking in. Mike Watson, Lucky Chewy, Andrew Lichtenberger, Joseph Chung. All just on the outside looking in, but a lot of play left. We got an all-in here from Gungoran with the aces. Katz doesn't like it, but
he doesn't. You know,
not
Katz
many.
has great instincts. He understands he's up against a big hand. The problem is King-Queen is just, oh, man, it might be too big to pass on.
For nine,
Just
what,
give
for
him the
9
money.
big blinds?
Right.
Ooh, that was a big hand. Nice.
Yeah, he knew it. His instincts were spot on. Just, it's a sub 10 big blind shove. I mean, what are you going to do?
I wish it was short duck. I'd have a chance. Good luck.
If Kerry
Yeah,
had
he would
seen
have a much better
of the
chance.
play leading up to this all-in, I think he would have called even quicker. Honestly, Gungoran has been
Hoping it
looking
was 10s or
hungry to eat.
Yeah, no, I think it's spot on. Queen high flop here, so some light for Katz. Looking for a king or a queen.
Like a 20% chance. All right, got a much lower chance now, 10%.
And neither player with a diamond in their hands, so that doesn't change anything. Still a king or a queen for Carey. Unfortunately for him, running eights on the turn and river, and Gungoran has doubled up to 190, Carey down to just 15K.
Oh,
I think Carey is a perfect example of that player where the line is being blurred between businessman and poker and professional poker player. You know, it used to be on one side you had the professional poker players, and then on one side you had the businessmen. And I think that line has really been blurred because you've got a lot of businessmen that are really, really good at poker these days, and Carey certainly is in that category.
Yeah, I mean, let's face it. Yes, he's a businessman, but he plays poker at a professional level. You know, he really is truly talented at the game.
Only 29 minutes.
Unfair
to continue to call him a businessman. He's a pro.
I just remember many years ago, I remember in the one drop, I remember it might have been on ESPN or whatever it was, but I remember they said, oh, the businessmen, and then the pros. And a lot of people were kind of joking around, be like, yeah, but these businessmen are better than those pros. So, and I just feel like now here in 2022, that line just continues to get blurred more and more. Because there are a lot of really, really good, quote unquote recreational players out there these days. I believe this is the last level we'll play today. But again, we will be back at it tomorrow, 7 a.m. Eastern Time. The final table of this event we'll have for you. So kind of like the way this is setting up. We get a little bit of taste, and then we get the final table the next day.
Martirosian here. Took a look at Chidwick's stack first. I think maybe considered 3-betting. Saw that Chidwick may have been committed. If he did 3-bet, opted just to call the 7-5 suited. And we've got an action flop right away now between Martirosian and Tang.
Yeah, and these players have about 1 million chips between the two of them. So we'll see how this one goes. How crazy do they want to get? Do they want to play small ball, or do they want to mix it up?
Just 7 high, open-ended variety for Martirosian. Doesn't have a spade on board. But perhaps a check raise is indeed profitable in most situations. If Tang has a lot of king high, queen high, ace high sorts of holdings, it's suspected he would absolutely be c-betting these sorts of boards. So Martirosian he does just that. He does bring a check raise in hopes of targeting those Broadway sorts of hands. And even in the event that we're up against a 6, an unlucky scenario where you're up against trip 4s or any overpair, It would simply just be calling all of those hands in this spot for Tang. He'd never be putting in an extra bet.
All right, so by check raising, there's no real risk that you're going to get blown off your hand. Now both players with a pair, both players with the same straight draw. And if anything, that might slow the action down. We'll see. Pot is 162,000 already.
Thank you.
This gets
45.
very interesting in a hurry. Martirosyan,
Martirosyan's
45,000.
So after check raising the 52, I want to say 55, now he only bets 45.
Tang is now going through the sorts of hands and holdings that Martirosyan could be doing this with. 7-5, yeah, that makes a lot of sense for the reasons we stated. How about anything that had backdoor puppy paws coming home? The club variety.
Tang makes the call. Pot is now 252.
He's being careful, and he knows he's got top pair, open-ended. This river is critical now. If Martirosyan puts another chip in the middle, he is turning that 5 into a bluff. Look at Tang, just eyeballing him.
I mean, can Martirosyan get Tang to fold 9s? Something that strong.
And at this point, it's exactly what Tang looks like he has. Yes, he can absolutely have 7-6 suited, some sort of 6 holding. But a lot of the time, it is some sort of overpair. If Martirosyan believes he can bluff him off a hand like 9s that you said, Tuck, then I would suspect an overbet would be incoming.
175.
And look at this. He does go for it. He bets 175. It's not an overbet. He bets 175 into 252, but it is a hefty bet. And he is absolutely turning his pair of 5s into a bluff.
Yes, he is. And Tang now concerned about the ace of diamonds. He's wondering, could there have been some sort of ace-X of clubs holding, ace-3 of clubs perhaps, that Martirosyan would have check-raised the flop with, picked up some turn ammo, and would now be value-betting the river.
Look at Tang. Tang just goes, just take them all. Take all my time extensions. I need it all right now.
Pocket 5s and ace-X of clubs. That's exactly what Tang is worried about. I think Martirosyan probably would have check-raised 5s as well, as there would have been no good turn cards for him.
What about a hand like 7-8 of diamonds, 7-8 of hearts, where you've got the overs, you got a gut shot, you got backdoor flush draw possibilities?
Yeah, I think they're all there, right? And 7-8 of hearts, as you mentioned, that's already come home.
Yeah, no, totally.
You're exactly right. Fascinating hand, a variety of levels. And this is just top shelf poker being played by Martirosyan. He's put Tang right in the blender.
Well, the interesting thing is a lot of Martirosyan's bluffs would have made a pair, and a lot of players aren't turning that pair into a bluff, which aren't continuing to bet it. So it's a tough spot. Pot is 427,000. Tang trying to think this one through. Figure out where his opponent's at. Can he beat anything? Makes the call.
That is fantastic by the Tanginator.
And Martirosyan just looking up at the heavens, probably thinking, I mean, if he bets more, does it work? But by betting smaller, he does keep that like ace-3 of clubs type hand in his range.
Yeah, really was a very strong bluff by Martirosyan. I think you nailed it too, where most players, yeah, they might have it in them to check raise the open-ender, to bet again when they make a pair with that added equity. But to pull the trigger, fire all 3 streets, understanding that we're turning that 5 into a bluff, that is top shelf. It's unfortunate, of course, to lose the pot. That was just a beautiful hand of poker being played right there by both players.
Yeah, and I think that's really well said by you, because I think that gets lost to a lot of people watching these, a lot of recreational players. You think, well, he lost the hand, so bad play. And I think a lot of times you can lose a hand and play the hand brilliantly. And I think in Martirosyan's spot, I really, really like the way he played that hand. It just didn't work out for him. Tang just made a great call. Eibinger raising it up to 16,000. That's a min raise. Blinds are 4,000, 8,000. Gungoran picks up king, queen. And you can kind of sense as the blinds move up, the gravity of the play has certainly has increased as well. Everything just getting a little bit more serious now. Tang now on nearly 750,000 chips, by the way.
Nice call.
Almost.
Had a good hand. I think nines, kings. Fold. 6, 7.
10 high flop, 10, 4, 4, 2 spades out there. Neither player with a spade in their hand. Eibinger's 8 still good.
Nice bet. Nice bet.
C. Murray 85 picks up a point. He said he called pre, which eliminates the ace-5 suited. Does that eliminate the ace-3 suited as well?
It's a good point. I don't know if he's 3-betting those hands 100% of the time, but you would certainly think that ace-3, ace-5 suited, the ace-wheel variety suited from the small blind could be, a 3-betting candidate. There is a world in which you're deep, you can call out of position from the blinds. It's not a 100% automatic 3-bet, but one that I think would be weighted heavily towards 3-betting. Oh boy, Gungoran, this is ill-advised at home.
Yeah, just not a believer.
It's one thing if you've got a little equity, but we have no pair, no draw, just stone, king, queen high. Unless he has plans for later streets, if he suspects he's going to get checked to a lot on the river to try and take it away with king high. Obviously, he's picked a very poor time to do just that.
$52,000.
Well, and if there were any bluffs you could beat, you got to imagine the jack of clubs kind of eliminated a lot of that.
Not sure he called with the intent of picking off any bluffs, although maybe you're right.
No.
Now there it is, the disgruntled fold.
Right.
I think he was just kind of peeling, trying to hit a king or a queen. Maybe try and
Lucky
bet
for-
if check to on the river.
Yeah, lucky for him he did not hit a king or a queen, and also lucky that Eibinger did not check to him. (2022) Super High Roller Series Europe. We're here in Northern Cyprus at the beautiful Marriott Royal Hotel, Casino, and Spa. We'll be here all week, plus a couple. And this fantastic series culminating with a $250,000 Super High Roller Bowl, April 13th, 14th, and 15th. We are back at it tomorrow, 7 a.m. Eastern Time.
16.
Action folds around to Martirosyan, who's going to go min-raise at the Queen 10 of Hearts.
Chrysoy is at the
Ivey's
same
been-
casino that Triton held. It is. Triton Series just wrapped up. All the players stuck around to partake in the Super High Roller Series.
Call.
Eibinger hit 2 9s. So after turning a full house last hand, he flops trip 9s. Eibinger starting to heat up a little bit. Martirosian's got some backdoor equity, but not much going on.
Are we moving after
Yeah,
this?
you know, you're going to be betting this board
This
100%
is
of the
like
time
really
with pretty
a little
much
bit
all of your holdings. Maybe once in
these
a
lights and
while.
stuff are very draining.
You know, the queens,
Okay.
kings, aces, we check it back way ahead, way behind. But when we have just queen high, backdoor draws, we suspect we can win the pot a lot right here.
Eibinger check calls. Pot's 60,000. See if the turn brings Martirosian some equity. Nope, he's drawing dead now.
He is, and you know, it's interesting because given the price, I think Martirosian expects Eibinger to fight on these sorts of flop textures no matter what. Even if he didn't have trip 9s, he would probably peel, float out of position, any sort of backdoor draw, anything like Jack 10 offsuit, you know, would be coming along for the ride. And again, Martirosian, because of those reasons, he's going to fire a second shell here, understanding you still get a lot of folds.
I was going to say, I mean, if Eibinger has a hand like, you know, King X with a backdoor spade draw or something like that, those are hands you can target with that second barrel, right?
Absolutely. Total Badoogie board.
65.
Right now is where Eibinger has the bad news, but this is where things again get sort of insane, right? Martirosian understanding that Eibinger can absolutely check raise with air here, sort of suggesting or repping that he has a 9. It's extremely polarizing right now.
Martirosian, though, with no equity whatsoever, is going to let that one go. Live to fight another day. And Martirosian moved to our feature table, and it was all roses for him, everything going his way. He was, we think, our chip leader in the entire tournament for a brief moment. Then he got in a flip situation, jacks versus ace-queen, and he was one card away from 1 million chips. An ace on the river to Danny Tang. Then what we think a well-played bluff where Tang just called him down, and unfortunately it is now Danny Tang's world and Martirosian playing catch-up.
Looks like a very large sizing out of Gungoran, right? 36,000?
Yeah, that is extremely large. Remember, the blinds are 4-8, so I mean we're looking 4.5x here. And he gets Chidwick to fold the king queen. It's the kind of bet that says I don't want any action, and well, he's not going to get any action. It's been a roller coaster ride for Gungoran. If you're wondering what that box is, we do play the shot clock here. 30 seconds to act on your hands. I think we got about 10 minutes left. today.
Sounds right.
And I believe the game plan for tomorrow, well, for the rest of today, is I think they're going to play down to 9 today, and then we're going to come back with a full final table.
Rod, they don't show number of players. That is currently accurate. However, I'm going to send you a link right now. This, my friend, is where you can get all of the live reporting updates for the remainder of day one. PGT.com/live reporting. This is bonus
keep in
coverage.
mind
we don't exactly have all the information available to us, so we're watching live reporting, and then we're bringing you this feature table coverage.
Yeah, keep in mind, it's a fluid situation. Registration is actually, I believe, still open for another level or two as well. Last we checked, we had 64 entries, probably a little bit more now. Eibinger with the best hand right now with the queen. Kongorin with a 10. Does either player want to rip the jack? Eibinger probably thinking he doesn't need to.
Stevie, do you have like the updated version of the schedule for this?
I have.
Can you send it to me? What's up?
Don't have your number, but
What's up?
You could almost feel the tension has increased in the room, though, right? We came back from break. Before break, they're talking golf. They're talking time clocks. We came back, and just it's almost palpable. You can feel it in the room.
Yeah.
Kongorin bluffing here with a 10. This is pretty sexy
really
play.
Good stuff, right?
Yeah, I mean, like I said earlier, I mean, a lot of players are content to get the showdown when they've got a pair, but Kongorin realizing that his 10 is very unlikely to be good, and he has turned it into a bluff. I don't know if it works or not, but maybe.
I mean, listen, Eibinger's given him this much thought with just a queen. Third pair on board. This
So
one
there's
line or
a-
two is straight.
Oh, 11th, right? So 2 days later.
Maybe he just doesn't
There's
even
another
think
shot.
Kongorin would bet two pair. It's like a jack or nothing.
The only thing is
Really
the way
gotta
the
give
action
Eibinger
played
credit.
out. Yeah, the way the action played out, though, Kongorin could be betting two pair here. I don't know him well enough to know if he would or not, but
Yeah, we just don't know. I mean, maybe if Eibinger doesn't think he's the kind of guy that would bet two pair for this size.
there's the call.
What a call!
Yeah, that's a good call. It's another situation where I
That's a
like
great call.
the bluff and I like the call. Kongorin down to 153,000. The Officer Eibinger, picks up a nice little pot as he snaps
We
Kongorin
salute
off.
you. What a call by Officer Eibinger. Ooh, playing the sheriff today.
We'll take a look at our Merit Poker leaderboard. Danny Tang on almost 750,000 chips. Eibinger now on 330,000. Martirosian, well, he was our chip leader for a little while. He's ran into some hard times. He's down to 255,000. Chidwick on 209. And Ivey bringing up the rear with just 77,000 chips. He has under 10 big blinds.
Come on, Ivey, let's go. Get it going, man. Get it going. We don't have a lot of time left, Ivey. Do it for all of us at home.
Yeah. Send them some heat. We got to send them some fire. Mystique Portal says Danny Tang in control. Smooth sailing. Team
I
Tanganator.
think that we are on the TV table all the time.
I like that. I like it, Mystique. Yeah, that's pretty good.
I know, right?
Catchy.
That's what I think as well. Normally we should be off by now.
I think you had the highest TV time.
Chidwick raising it up with 9s.
I think so. I mean, I've seen you blend it.
You saw my hand? You saw my hand?
I just know the kinds of hands that you fold in the big blinds, and they don't do very well against big hands.
King X suited, no good.
I know it's worse than 8-4, so it's going to be very good.
That was a wide one. That was a wide one. God damn it.
$16.
Welcome, Rook Gostisha.
Yeah, we saw a lot of Rook.
You may want to consider 3-betting ace wheel suited.
Yeah, welcome to the table. We saw a lot of Rook in the PLO tournament, right?
Yes, we did. Plays every game very well. Young kid, very good friends with Ali Imshirovich. They traveled here together from Las Vegas. He's in danger zone right now. He's got around 20 big blinds with that suited ace. What a fold. That's very difficult to do.
Let's see what Goran does here at the 8-7 of hearts. I just sense Goran going to do something at some point. We saw him try the bluff, but he's going to give it up. Once again, he stays disciplined. And Tang picks up kings. Oh, man. This could have been a lot bigger. I mean, you got the ace-3 of hearts that goes in the muck. You got the 8-7 of hearts that goes in the muck. And then Tang picks up kings behind it all.
What a spot for Tang. He has been on cruise control, made a heroic call against Martirosyan not so long
Apparently
ago.
He's got his lucky sandals
now
on.
Rewarded.
57.
Certainly does.
$41,000 back over to Eibinger. Pot's $89,000.
Yeah, this is really brutal for Eibinger. He might have the very bottom. Ace jack off, Tang on the button too, which always looks oh so suspicious.
In fact, the Tang's got chips.
He's on the button, maybe he's in the blinds. I'm not sure. This is just a great call by Eibinger, rather than 4-bet jamming ace jack off and getting snapped. He's going to take a look, peel 3, try to connect.
Well, he's got a gut shot. Unfortunately for him, if he hits it, he's in a world of hurt because Tang will have a full house.
And for Tang, we talked about these sorts of flops, right? This is an extreme scenario where we are very much way ahead, way behind. You have to be a little bit concerned about some sort of queen. Now, when you have 2 kings, we can eliminate the king-queens, those combos. The queen-jack suited, however, that is certainly in play.
Well, there's a 30,000 chip bet from Tang. Eibinger makes the call. Pot's now 190,000. There's a 10, so another card you're worried about. Maybe Jack 10 suited, another hand. Queen Jack suited, those kind of hands you can't beat now. So If Eibinger had a smaller pair, it's counterfeited.
It's
now.
also a spot, too, where, what if Tang did 3-bet the 8s or the 9s? Now all of a sudden, these are two hands that we beat with just ace-jack high.
Absolutely. Pot is 190,000 chips. Tang does check. He was out of position on this one, so he was in the small blinds.
5 seconds. Check.
Eibinger checks it back. The river's a jack.
Just all Broadway on board.
Yeah.
Check.
You check?
You just check to me and I check back.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I have kings.
It's good.
Kings are good. Another pot for the Tanginator. He's up to 822,000 chips. Eibinger down to 243,000. That was an interesting hand for sure. I believe that is it for us. The players are going to go on dinner break. We're going to call it a day. We'll be back tomorrow, 7 a.m. Eastern time, for the final 9 of event number 3. You're watching the Super High Roller Series, $25,000 No Limit Hold'em. Event number 3 here in North Cyprus. And we'll have the final 9 players. Brent, it's been a fun day. Congratulations to the Milkman, who won another title, won himself $750,000 earlier today.
A strong performance out of Mikita Batakuski, defeating the great Phil Ivey. Phil Ivey, man, let's go. Get it going here in today's event. I expect to see him at tomorrow's final table, Tuck.
Yeah, we'll certainly have a great final table with it, regardless of whether he is there or not. For Brent Hanks, for everybody at Poke and Go, goodbye.